pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spat was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom, we lit the flame, they left the room, but we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace. And now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. Oh, we didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Feeling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Here we go with the shit I can done again. I don't know why I keep doing that. But thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. Should be joined here shortly with my West Coast correspondent, Shabaka. Chan Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, so I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And we might be joined with our other host, Lady Che. We'll see. Hopefully she joins us. We'll see. And on the season 6, episode 15, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, or part 3, we discussed several topics. First one, and that we didn't get to in part 2, is Nipsey Hussle's Marathon Burger nearby shooting leaves 1 dead and 2 others shot in Long Beach. And then South Los Angeles, now they call it South Central. America's leaving the U.S. in record numbers. What's really happening in 2026? The legacy of Jesse Mr. Jackson. The importance of remembering traitors. Senegalese man in Austin kills 2 for Islam. Debunking the apologists for the Basta racism. Crime report, Discord extremists kidnaps, mutilates, and rapes a child. Then we got black politician who sabotaged reparations now says USA should take care of black folks. Then we got Dion Cole's NAACP joke sparks debate. African immigrant goes in on Black America, says we run nothing but our mouths, the teterosity. And last but not least, we got our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local Denver and Aurora news. And we give the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Blacc Panther Party for self-defense. We started on Blogtalk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count it, 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it's also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blogtalk Radio to Streamyard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on Streamyard, YouTube Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, the backup channel, my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Krumah. So we stream all the city council meetings and community events here in Denver and Aurora. And we got Lady Che's Lady Che's YouTube channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure you're sub up to that. Our other channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Make sure y'all sub up to Shabaka's YouTube channel as well, Jeanette1. The link is also in the description. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Let's crack a TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. And we got our brother out of VA, who I was chopping it up with earlier, Breeze Omega. My brother out of Virginia by way of New York. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So make sure y'all check him out. And then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub up to him. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. And then last but not least, got our young brother, Black Truth United. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. And he came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to submit your business is in the description. Yours truly is in there as well for my political work. And then we got the petition for reparations. Please make sure you sign that change.org petition. And then we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which I was trying to play the trailer for, but then it just went wonky and went out. So I don't know what is going on, but we're going to bear with it. It's saying the video's unavailable, which doesn't make any sense because the video was just up. And then we got the GoFundMe for Lady Che. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Make sure y'all donate to that. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by the late, great Neely Fuller Jr. He transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 94, 95, produced justice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. The only racism there is, racism, white supremacy, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the late, great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. And we see you trolls talking about it's March now. That don't mean nothing. Black History is every month, not just February. It's every month. And as the dump said, Black History Month, Black History Year, and as you can see behind me, Black History Century. So don't miss us with that. Oh, it's March now. It's not Black History Month no more. Black History is every goddamn month. Get used to it. So I'm gonna hop right into it. So first topic is the marathon burger. So Nipsey Hussle, CIP to Nipsey Hussle. His one of his marathon burgers was shot. It had a shooting outside of one of his marathon burgers. So Big Ant, the spokesman, and there's an update on that. See on my screen. Here we go.
What night that, bro?
Shots are being fired right now. Shots are being fired.
What night that, bro?
Hey, God, it's I
don't know if I'm sorry.
Burger joint in the heart of downtown Long Beach. I'm Jory Rand.
I'm Liz Nagy. The deadly shooting just steps away from the newest Marathon Burger location, the chain founded by Nipsey Hussle.
No.
The family of the late rapper is speaking out tonight. One person was killed with no word of any arrests right now. A PR person for Marathon tells us the incident was not related to today's grand opening.
They called the opening a huge success, saying the restaurant continued to take orders as investigators worked behind crime scene tape just outside the front door. Eyewitness News reporter Abigail Velez has more from Long Beach.
Liz, Jory, this street has been blocked off for a huge portion of the day after a deadly shooting here in the heart of downtown Long Beach. And on a Sunday night, on what was supposed to be a joyous occasion, this was the last thing anyone here wanted to see.
Somebody said, well, they're fighting outside, but it looked like it was, a real whatever was going on, and was really serious.
It was panic on Pine Avenue on Sunday as the sound of gunfire sent people running during what was meant to be a celebration.
I was shooting, though.
Hundreds had packed this stretch of downtown Long Beach Sunday afternoon for the grand opening of Marathon Burger, the fast food chain founded by the late rapper Nipsey Hussle and his brother Blacc Sam. But just after 3:30 p.m., police say they received reports of gunfire. It happened about a half block south of the event on Broadway near Pine, just outside the perimeter that had been blocked off for the celebration. Nipsey Hussle's relatives speaking with Eyewitness News.
It was disappointing because I know that Nip, Sam, Blacc Sam wanted this to be a happy occasion. So it's unfortunate that something happened that would bring more attention to the negative elements as opposed to positive elements.
3 men were shot and taken to a local hospital where one victim later died. The other 2 remain in stable condition. Police say this is still under investigation with no suspects in custody. Investigators have not said whether the shooting was connected to the grand opening event, but Marathon Burger telling Eyewitness News the incident nearby was not connected to the massive event. The violence comes just one day after hundreds gathered in South LA as the city officially named the intersection of Slauson and Crenshaw Nipsey Hussle Square, honoring the rapper's life and legacy. In Long Beach, Abigail Velez, ABC 7.
Downtown Long Beach at Pine and Broadway. We're right near the convention center. A lot of people out and about tonight. And as you mentioned, this was supposed to be a day of celebration, the opening of a brand new restaurant, and instead it ended in gunfire. One person is dead, 2 others are injured after a daytime shooting in downtown Long Beach. It's Pine.
We're here at Marathon Burger here in the city of Long Beach.
Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson posted the celebratory ribbon cutting to his Instagram account. Long lines of people gathered outside to watch. Snoop Dogg, a financial partner in the fast food chain, was also there. He's been influential in bringing the eatery to Long Beach, now its 3rd location. Not too long after this, and about a half a mile away, witnesses say shots rang out.
Here cooking fries, burgers. I'm in right here with my Ruzy. Come on, cuz. Get out of here, man. Come on, man. We in here, man. Hold on, we fully loaded. Fully loaded. We got my Wonder in the building.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UP TV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and first and foremost, I do want to send condolences and prayers to the entire family, the loved ones, close friends, anybody that dealt with that person that was killed yesterday, and most definitely say God bless his soul and may he rest in peace. And to the other 2 people that were shot and injured or anybody else affected in this event and situation, most definitely want to send prayers up for a full and speedy recovery with all of them as well. And then also most definitely continued condolences to Nipsey Hussle, his family, loved ones, and everybody, the Marathon team, all money in and everything with that. And most definitely say congratulations and big salute. That's a dope look for him to get that corner, Nipsey Hussle Square, most definitely. And congratulations to them opening the 3rd Marathon Burger. And I had a link in the description where you can watch the clip at the beginning in full from ABC 7 and KTLA 5. And I'll read just a little bit of the write-up in just a second, where they did say on there that the people came back and they were able to continue serving food and things like that. Different celebrities pulled up. And this happened down the street from this. And really, when I see stuff like this happen, I hate to see this because we know what the goal was here. I've been to both of the marathon burgers when I visited LA last. I made it a point to go to both, the one on Venice Beach and the one on Melrose. Most definitely enjoyed it, and I am, next time I go to LA, going to make an appearance to the one in Long Beach. This happens at these events at times. It's not connected to nobody at the event as far as somebody hosting it, somebody who has something to do with the event. But what happens is people come there to the event. They see people they might not get along with, issues, tempers, flares. So it gets connected to the, like, hey, it's right up the block. It's right up the street. But it had nothing to do with nobody involved with the actual event and somebody throwing it, somebody working there or things of that nature. But when people see something big like this, Nipsey Hussle named the marathon, them continuing the marathon running, his brother Blacc Sam, all his guys, Lauren London, everybody in the family, keeping the marathon and the race going in life for Nipsey Hussle like this, people want to pull up and support. So people might just know, hey, this is the thing that's going down downtown Long Beach today. This is where everybody gonna be at. So I want to pull up just to see what's what. Even if I'm not going to get nothing to eat, people might just be in the area. So if anything happens down the street, it's gonna be connected to it directly with the storyline because it's within walking distance. So sometimes people go there, they grab something to eat, they hang around, run to somebody they don't like, or they at odds with it, things like that. But overall, I want to say this, bro. We had somebody lose their life, man. Shot and killed. Nipsey lost his life, shot and killed. And that's what we got to get past as a people out here, bro. If you feel like in your life you going somewhere and it's up like that with somebody, or you know you got that going on, you know, I would never tell you not to leave your house and be cooped up and not enjoy yourself and live every day. You got the right to leave, but I just say with our people, bro, if you feel like you got to shoot somebody or hurt somebody, dog, just keep it away from certain things where you know it's kids there. It's innocent bystanders there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting that on the person that was shot or the person. I don't know that storyline, but we know how these things come. And it's not me disrespecting nobody affected or hit or anything of that nature, but we got to be able to celebrate these type of moments, bro, for somebody who had a positive impact, not just on his community, not just the rap and hip hop community, but Nipsey had a positive impact and mindset and just motivational stance with what he put in music all across the globe, bro. So I most definitely will always come out here and say Nipsey Hussle most definitely played a major role in motivating me start this Urban Politicians TV thing. I was listening to them interviews and I really believed in, bro. And I really was like, dog, he right, bro. You could do it. 5 years, just sacrifice or just make sure you don't quit. Put it all on the table. Put it all on the line. Get your research in. Get your information on. Put them hours in, dog. You can do it. And I'm still running the marathon today in life. So I most definitely always got to salute that. I hate to see this right here, but overall, it's still open back up. And they still was able to keep it open and finish the night off. Different people pulled up and supported. Most definitely, I'm going to pull up and support next time I go to LA. I will make that trip down to Long Beach just to go support that one as well. Y'all tell me what y'all think, man. The write-up was pretty much just saying the same thing, though. Like, they was able to go through, keep selling the burgers. They didn't have no suspects or nothing like that, but it's just an unfortunate situation. But I did want to make sure I came and spoke on it.
Smack Little Nip Hussle. Big shout out to SPI, Spotter Lope. You know, I'm in the black box. Had to come through, tap in, show love one time. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Stay tuned. All that.
Wow, boys. The legacy of the marathon is going to be forever draped, cloaked in violence, man. Rest in peace, the neighborhood Nip the Crip. Not only did he lose his life in a marathon clothing parking lot in such a violent way, the launch of one location, not necessarily violent, but there was a violent exchange verbally with a weird nigga up there and Blacc Sam. Now, this what took place in Long Beach is crazy because I talked to like one keyway about this last night, and just based on speculations, This is a dude that know all the ins and outs, ups and downs, expert in just LA, Long Beach gang activity. And without having no facts, just going off his knowledge, he assumed that the politics was about this or that, right? And it made sense to me because I had my idea. And then when he said what he said, I'm like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. That's probably what it was. Wake up, and I see Flacco doing the video on it. He wasn't even in his studio setup. He was in a real unprofessional setup. Like he was not in pocket to get his real camera on and all that. Like he just went live off his phone. And it just f***ed me up that he has so many details, allegedly. Now, I don't know if what Flacco's reporting is all factual, but he seems to have a very detailed account of what took place, who did what, why they did it, where they were. And it's just unfortunate. It's a confirmation. One of the reasons why I avoid a lot of crowds, though, I don't know if a lot of people get it, or I just don't be with the big crowds. I don't like to be where everybody at. I'm just not interested in what everybody doing. Typically, usually, somebody lost their life. Rest in peace to Cuz. It's crazy, man. With no further ado, let's see what the grand opening and them folks that was there have been up to. They say 2 died, huh? Stabbing, shooting, crazy.
There was a mass shooting at the Marathon Burger grand opening earlier today in Long Beach. The mass shooting.
I'm like, who told Flacco all these details? You would think he was born and raised down here. Check him out.
It almost took the lives of a lot of people we know and love.
Shots are being fired right now. Shots are being fired.
What nice at, bro?
What Nice at, bro? I guess he asking where P Nice at. And I saw some footage that, like, as soon as P Nice got there for the approach, he had to bust a U-turn and get up out of there. Even though I saw some footage the other day where he got the first official Long Beach Marathon Burger. So I guess this was the official grand opening, and that was like a soft grand opening the other day. That's Barry Gordy said, I don't know if I'm shot. I wonder what happened. If he wasn't shot, what happened that made him think he possibly could be shot? Because he been shot before. He got some idea of what being shot is like. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You got Nipsey Hussle brother Blacc Sam ducking behind a car. You got a no jumper host, Barry Gordon, telling the police, bro, I may have got shot. You got a lot of people doing a lot of things. You even got P Nice, our brother. He's walking up there. He turns around when the shooting happened. A lot of stuff is going on in that video. Here's the story that explains it all. So it's the Marathon Burger grand opening. You got a lot of people who's in attendance, a lot of celebrities, but you also got a lot of people who got no business being in a room with celebrities. These are hooligans. These are like lowlives. These are people who you can't pay me to be in the same room with. These are absolute imbeciles. Gang members, they're also there. And that's the problem with doing business on the West Coast. Gang members are involved in almost everything, right? You have an establishment, you have a grand opening where it's a family, it's a friendly family event. Here comes these stinky gang members, right, trying to ruin things. So what happened was at this family-friendly event with celebrities that was supposed to be for the community, this hooligan from the 80s pull up. Long Beach got a lot of gang politics. There was this kid from the 80s, this little turned-up kid from the 80s. He pulled up by himself, dolo. Now he pull up and he gets a dissing his enemies because a lot.
Keep in mind, y'all, Flacco is from, what is it? I believe North Dakota by way of maybe Philly, by way of Liberia. I'm not sure. He's not from out here. Less than 24 hours. Yeah, everybody complains about how he speaks and addresses gang members and gang culture. But somebody gang related told Flacco all these details. How can you be mad at him? Oh, my mama, where did he get these? Flacco was not present. Remember that.
The enemies was in the same location. So he's in the middle of Marathon Burger dissing his enemies. Do your research on who the 80s is beefing with in Long Beach. So
Holding on 100 probably did some research and fed him some of these facts. Ain't no telling. Somebody from Long Beach that be on these cameras may have done it. May even be P. Nice. I don't know that. I'm just saying the way shit go, you never know who told him all this.
he dissing his enemies. I'm talking about straight up dissing. Saying diss words for him, throwing up sets, really pushing his line and really gangbanging in the middle of Marathon Burger. But he by himself. There's 100 enemies. They could have blitzed him right there, and there's nothing he could have done about it. Well, at least at the time they thought there was nothing he could have done about it if it's 100 of them and one of him. But now,
man, for dude out of bounds come to an event with that type of energy, and you don't realize that he got it with him, yeah, something wrong with you. Or if he don't got it with him, something definitely wrong with him.
we know why he was so bold to do that as the story progresses. So as he's dissing in the middle of Marathon Burger, the enemies go over to Blacc Sam to tell Blacc Sam they got to get rid of him. But they not trying to disrespect the grand opening and disrespect Nipsey Hussle and what's going on right now. But bro is bugged out. He's wilding out. So as the enemies is going over to speak to Blacc Sam to tell Blacc Sam they got to get rid of this dude or else it's going to get bad, 3 of his homies pull up. Three more 80s pulled up to the scene. Now they pull up not really understanding their little homie was just here dissing, bugging out, doing wrong. So 3 80s pull up. Now at this point in time, now when the 3 80s pull up, the enemies is talking to Blacc Sam, but there's 4 80s and there's 100 enemies swarming them. The enemies told Blacc Sam, listen, he gotta go. Blacc Sam agreed. Blacc Sam said, you know what? You right. So Blacc Sam gathered his homies and said, hey, I need y'all help escorting the 4 80s to safety off the premises of Marathon Burger. So Blacc Sam gathered up his homies. Blacc Sam walked up to the 480 members and said, hey, listen, I appreciate you for coming. I appreciate the support. But right now, the politics is politicking. Y'all got to go. We got an establishment and a family-friendly event to run. The 480s agreed because Blacc Sam told them, we're going to escort y'all to safety. Where did y'all park at? We're going to escort y'all to y'all car. So the 480s members is under the understanding, okay, Blacc Sam about to escort us to our car. We going to be straight. Now, Blacc Sam, though, was not about to get involved in 80 politics. So when Blacc Sam and the homies that he was with walked the dudes out of the Marathon Burger, they was under the understanding of they're about to walk us to our car and to safety. Blacc Sam is under the understanding of I'm about to walk these dudes off our premises. So as they...
Not only is it crazy how Flacco got all these details, it's crazy how whatever the law did not know about why, what, where, when, and who, it's being filled in. Guess I got no law enforcement could not imagine a time like this where if you go watch movies like Colors and think about time past then, I understand it was the police job was so difficult. Because when they show up, when it comes to the neighbors even, nobody know nothing, nobody's seen nothing. Now, the community together starts helping the police put the pieces together.
Walking, they get to a position where it's off the Marathon Burger premises, Blacc Sam stops here and say, hey, we not getting involved in Long Beach politics. This is as far as we can take y'all. So Blacc Sam and them stop.
My mind in some way imagines that may be saying too much, because that might, in some type of litigation, cause Blacc Sam and Marathon to be liable, just for the fact that he was involved in providing some alleged protection and security, then it was limited, and then things took place. No, just so much be shared.
Directly off the Marathon Burger premises, they stop. As soon as they stop, the enemies swarmed the 480s. And a fight ensued. Now, it's not much of a fight. It's 4 of them and 100 enemies. They is ragdolling them. They is whooping them. So the young turned up dude from the 80s, he pull out a gun and he starts to shoot to get folks off him. But as he begins to shoot, this the problem with gang members, man. Y'all feel like when they make guns, when they made your gun, that's when they stop making guns.
You don't know that. He unfortunately lost his life, but he might have been prepared to do so. He probably was like, before y'all get me, I ain't gonna go alone. You don't know what he was thinking. You can't say he was thinking he was the only gun in the place. Nah, you can't put that on him.
But that's not the case, because everybody got guns. So when the 80 member pulled out his gun and started shooting, the enemies pulled out their gun and started shooting. 2 of the enemies got hit. Leg shots though, grazed a little bit, nothing too serious. They lived. The 80 member who was turned up, pulling out guns, shooting, he died. He died. Now, he didn't die at the hospital. He died on the right. He died at the scene. But the shooting took place close to everybody. So Blacc Sam and his crew walked them like up to the edge of the Marathon Burger. But as soon as they walked them to the edge, that's when the incident took place. So the entire crowd was still near them when the shooting happened. And you can see when Blacc Sam is walking up, he's walking up with a dude that he's with who got shot in the leg, right? The gang members weren't the only one who got shot, but multiple civilians also got shot.
Hey, he's right here. Sam's right here.
You get good?
You good? You good? Oh, shit. You got... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They got him. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh.
Hey, you're mine.
What's up, my boy? Chilling.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hear that step from him.
Damn. Is he all right? Is he all right? Yo, some other shit popping right now. This shit active. Everybody follow and share. Boy, easy, man. This shit crazy, bro. This is my first time I had to duck down behind the truck. I felt like I'm in the hood again. They dropped them there, though. They dropped somebody over there, guys. Let me see if I could get a close-up.
Put this into perspective, right? You are fighting for your life, and they're putting you, on like a little stretcher, and they're trying to get you to safety. And the last words you're hearing as you're dying is a dude on TikTok saying, "Thank you for the gifting. Keep gifting, guys." Oh man, they dropped him over there. Now keep gifting, guys. What? Put that into perspective. Listen, man. Now, obviously, right, I'm not gonna just sit here and put all blame on Blacc Sam or put all blame,
Flacco might have bent the corner and be at Lil Mama house, huh? That's why he ain't got it set up. He over there knocking something down. He probably paying her a little rent too. Check him out. I see you, Flacco.
On Marathon Burger, because obviously, right, they're not to blame, right? Because if you want to have a grand opening, you want to have an establishment, it's open to the public, obviously, because you want everyone coming to buy your burger. But what I would say, man, this right here is one of the biggest reasons why you cannot build your business off of serving the community that you grew up in. All communities can't be served, bro. I'm sorry. If you grew up in gang territory, if you grew up...
Bro, none of the burger spots is right in gang territory. They in cities that got gangs as far as Venice, Long Beach, but this is not where the gang members hang out. He's going to nice areas of commerce, but on these grand openings, it attract people from the surrounding communities. That's what take place. Because just think about it. They was way out on Melrose. Anita from West Boulevard came way from Arizona. It had nothing to do with the actual community to be at Melrose, and then confusion ensued. That part of Long Beach is not where the keyways kick it and be at. They just came. This is what happened at events. It's not, I mean, you don't understand. They used to do it to the Forum, to the Summer Jam, any event. It wasn't necessarily about trying to do commerce in the area where we came up at. The people where we come up at travel to other areas in the case of events. And it's often the occasion, the occurrence that chaos ensues. That's LA.
In a gang environment, they don't deserve burgers. They don't deserve nothing to eat, right? They deserve a pistol and a penitentiary. That's about it, the 2 Ps, pistol and penitentiary, bro. That's it, a pistol to kill themselves off and a penitentiary to get them away from us. That's the only 2 things they deserve. They don't deserve burgers and fries and milkshakes. They gay, man.
Every now and then, when you get to prison, you're going to get some burgers, fries, and milk. Well, probably not the milkshake, because they might on a burger shelf still. If they got it on the menu, they might try the way to get you, because they could get some ice cream. But you get them too every now and then, Flacco.
Right? The only thing they care about is killing. So, but when you try to overly serve the community, when you try to put these vehicles for opportunities around people who don't care about opportunities, this is always the outcome. Snoop Dogg was there. Big Boy was there. YG was there. You had billionaires in attendance, millionaires in attendance. And now I can almost guarantee you, right? Like those millionaires and billionaires and celebrities left.
Greetings, Shabaka. They had a shooting outside on one of the Marathon Burgers in Long Beach,
California.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep, it was the Crips that I guess it was. Yeah, Spider Los giving us an update. Said it was the Los and yeah. So I was just gonna finish up with this video and then dialogue with the chat.
All right.
Like, man, bro, I ain't never coming back here again, man. Nah. And also, we gotta say the elephant in the room. This is the second grand opening where an incident took place. The first incident, we already know, Blacc Sam had a direct altercation with a West Boulevard Crip, Rockstar 2800.
Salute.
Go get cracking and come back. Blacc Sam told Rockstar, go get cracking. Go commit a body and come back if you want to be a part of us. So Blacc Sam was also given that energy. Shout out to Blacc Sam, though.
You ain't shit gonna say, he said go catch your body, then say shout out to Blacc Sam. Flacco ain't shit.
Yeah, Flacco, what the fuck?
Right? But, you know, he's not completely void of blame here. And now you have this. So 2 out of the 3 locations had gang incidents happen. At what point do we say, hey, listen, man, you can't serve the community, bro. You can't serve these burgers and fries. How do you don't even eat fries because fries is a gang diss, apparently.
It look different.
But that's the full story, man. That's the 100% truth. Now, it's unclear, you know, who the suspects are, who's going to get arrested, who's not going to get arrested. I don't know, man. But that's the 100% truth. Now, I'm being more charitable here, right? I'm leaving out certain gang names. I'm leaving out a lot of details.
You ain't leave out much, boy. You better believe the PD, the Long Beach PD is like, thank you. They got this in a room right now seeing if they can compare their notes with yours. You did a great job.
Because not only do I know who's involved, I know the names of the gang members involved.
See, there you go.
I know the name of the young 80s dudes who was in the building doing it.
And then it's what you got to realize. Your platform is so large. If that indeed is true, and the police do not know, they're going to be seeking to speak to you, bro.
Yeah.
On God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Hey, right? I'm straight. You feel me, right? I don't got to report on it, all right? And by the time this video drops, I'll be on my flight. All right? I'm filming this at 6 p.m., man. My flight is at 9, and I'm gone.
Shit, nigga.
Oh, so he was here. Okay, that's why the room looks unlike his usual setup.
Okay? But, man, this is terrible, man. This is terrible, man. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this, man. Like, subscribe. If you enjoy my content, click the hype button to send me a hype to push my content for me, okay? I'm going to see you guys in this video. I'm out of here, folks. Peace.
Yeah, I was really just looking to get the details. I ain't got to call no LA street niggas. Done talk to nobody from Long Beach and get it all from Flago. I don't want to know no names. I don't need to know no names. I'm sure the names will be known. If they're not already known, they're going to be known. So it's crazy. Rest in peace to those who lost their life. Maybe it's unethical to continue to try to push so hard at Nipsey with his brand now that he's not here. Maybe everybody involved is not doing it with the pure intentions. Maybe he is hunting it and disrupting it from, the other side. I don't know, man. It's just crazy, man. TMC, though. Oh, my mama. SIP Nip, GIP Puto.
Yeah.
Let me get you on camera. Where you from?
California.
No, for real. You know, I'm serious, though.
Watts, baby.
I know where you from, though. Where you from?
Eastside PJ Watts.
I'm from Grace 2 Watts, man.
Right.
They call you, homie?
Big Slice.
Big Slice?
Yes.
All right, they call me Puto, okay?
Right.
You and Nip Hussle. Big shout out to SPR, Spotter Low. I'm in the black box. Had to come through, tap in, show love one time. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Stay tuned. All that.
All right. So Spotter Low gave us an update too. So we heard from both Big Ant, the spokesman, and Spotter Low on what happened at the marathon opening in Long Beach, California. Apparently, this is like the second or third time this has happened outside of a marathon burger joint in Los Angeles, Shabaka.
Okay,
Shabaka?
you got an intersection. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, you got an intersection.
Of that one?
Yeah.
No, not off the top of my head. No.
Okay. All right, is Jay Dizzle joining us tonight?
No, he hasn't tapped in yet.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're sharing it on Facebook and YouTube. You know what I mean? So let's see if we can get some fireworks coming in tonight, like we did the other night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Spotter Low might be right. Nipsey's spirit might be haunting them restaurants or something, because this is ridiculous. Every time they have an opening, there's a damn shooting.
Damn.
Because the main spot is off of Slauson, Crenshaw.
Right, that's in the Crenshaw district.
But then they opened up one on the west side. They opened up one in Hollywood.
Okay. Well, that's his own different planet.
And the third location is in Long Beach.
Okay. Okay, I'm not too familiar with Long Beach. I know that's where the Queen Mary is docked at. You know what I'm saying?
Long Beach is a Crip city.
Yeah.
Ain't no Bloods there. It's all Crips.
The LBC. That's where Snoop Dogg is from, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, he's from 20th. Rolling 20s, yeah.
Okay.
So they've been beefing with these cats and the Crazy Eights. Sam might elaborate on it about the Crazy Eights. Because different 80s sets all throughout South Central.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was another Black Crip gang or if it was the Latinos or if it was the Asians or what.
Mm-hmm. And if you really check it out, Brother Che, you know, it's us as a people against everybody, or let's say it's everybody against us as a people.
Yeah, because they got the Longos out there. And the Longos, they real racist toward Black people. They putting NKs on the walls.
Oh man.
No, I don't think it was the Longos, though. They said it was the Crazy Eights. The Crazy Eight. Flacco did. I don't believe none Flacco say. Flacco was like fucking Adam 22. Or Whack No 100.
Damn.
It's straight police.
Ooh, boy, yeah, Los Angeles is a nice place to be from, far away from.
I got my own channel, yep. I sure do. Appreciate you tapping in.
Yeah, what's going on, Lunzies? Yeah, what's going on? Greetings to you, brother. Greetings, you know. And
I got just one. Really appreciate you tapping in. Glad you found us. So what are your thoughts, Shabaka, on the Crip shooting up the Marathon burger?
Okay, man. The only thing I could say, man, you know, we got to unite, man, is because, see, all these other groups are against us regardless of our affiliation. Just like the episode we did, what was that, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, man, talking about Aliso Village over there, you see?
Yeah.
And then out there in the hub city, man, you know, where you had these Latino crews going up there running Black folks out their house. I'm talking about grandparents, great-grandparents, and things of that nature right there, you see, because we all we got. You know, and I'm not disrespecting nobody's set, nor will I ever, but we are all we got, Black family.
And then I thought it was just regulated to Southern Cal. Apparently they're doing it in Northern Cal too.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
In the Afro Elites earlier, and she said they run her out of Richmond.
Oh, wait a minute, man. Richmond was a stronghold for us, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Run her out of Richmond. She said they've been threatening her. She's an older sister. She's like in her 70s.
Hell no.
She said she's been reporting it to the police. Police ain't doing nothing about it.
Yeah, they probably
said it on something first about she got her lemon squeezer. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Don't hesitate to turn the motherfuckers into a sanitation problem.
Right. Especially what she was basically telling them, like, look, y'all messing with the right one today.
Yep. Okay, all righty. So we got any of our haters in here tonight? Hopefully we don't.
One tried to say, oh, it's March now. So I was playing a clip about the Black History Month.
And he says it's March now. Well, first place, Black History, man, is 365.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Black History started with the beginning of time.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, and we all we got. You know what I'm saying?
Continent over here, we've been celebrating it. In this country, we've been celebrating Black History for 100 years. And that's the jump said. It's Black History Month, Black History Year, and Black History Century.
Yeah, and Donald Duck even said, hey, you all built this motherfucker, which he's right about. You know what I'm saying? You know?
And we haven't been getting recognition. That's why I'm not ruling out him cutting the check for reparations. I'm just not ruling it out.
Exactly. You say exactly. And then he did say, hey, you all built it. You know what I'm saying?
And you ain't been getting the recognition that you so deserve.
Exactly.
So there's that. So I'm gonna move on to the next topic. Let's definitely CIP to Nipsey Hussle.
Okay.
And the marathon continues.
Okay.
So the next topic is, I think it's down I think we're about to go in on Mr. Jesse Jackson, Shabaka.
Yeah, we might as well, man. I am somebody.
But first, people are leaving America in droves.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Bloods and Crips. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then also too, shout out who's with the ancestors now, Tony Pico. After the rebellion, he was trying to build an alliance between the two, because that's all we got. Because we are all we got. And then, Mr. Pico came up.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well.
Back when we had the truth, they had the truth and 9 Deuce.
Mm-hmm. You see.
Right after
but like an OG told me, man, when I was in LA a few months back, he says, well, that's great in theory, man. Are you going to forgive somebody who killed your mother?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you see. So that there's a paradox.
Yeah.
Now, what is a paradox? A contradiction that is true. And you remember when I used to tell old Dumbo Sarge about the hummingbird, Yeah. They say, so, I mean, I'm speechless.
Yeah, they messing with us tonight.
Oh yeah, we got idiots.
It's YouTube. It's acting stupid.
Oh, okay. All righty. Yeah.
It's acting dumb.
Okay, it's probably the algorithms, man. Is because I'm streaming it on YouTube and I'm streaming it on Facebook.
Like I'm trying to play the video. We're live right now on the Front Line Blacc. I keep saying content not available. Like, what the hell?
Okay. So that's
shit yesterday too.
They were on it yesterday.
Yeah, I was doing that yesterday too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But the show must go on. So Americans leaving the U.S. in record numbers.
Okay.
In 2026.
Okay. Why are they leaving?
We about to find out.
Okay.
Lisa gonna give us an update.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say this as a reminder. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I just want to say this as a reminder. If you're ordering the pomade, please use the code at checkout, pomade 25. Type it as one word. Some of these people that are leaving are from our community that don't want to be here anymore. So America will be celebrating
250 years.
250-year anniversary. It's supposed to be a big celebration going on in Washington, D.C. So that's going to be on Independence Day. So here's the article that came out. And it's funny how people are fighting to get here, and then you got Americans that are fighting to get out of here. And y'all, what's going to shock you is it's not just the young, but the elderly people are getting out of here too. And let me explain why. Let me just go down because it was something here. Now, elderly people, especially when they get so old and their family put them in the nursing home, a lot of times here in America, what they will do is they will give their homes to whatever nursing home they're going to, and that takes care of their daily care for the rest of their life. Or they got to give up their money, they got to give up their homes, and usually that's how it's done here in America.
Another liquid asset.
For elder care.
Yeah.
Well, it's not quite like that in other countries. A lot of our elderly, y'all, are leaving. And guess where they're getting the same elder care? Mexico. Many of
Oh,
the elderly are relocating to Mexico to get elder care. They don't have to give up their money. They don't have to give up their homes. They don't have to do none of that. And the cost for elder care is cheap. So a lot of our old people are foregoing getting into living assisted apartments or going into a nursing home. And they're now opting to go over to Mexico for their care because you get the same care for a fraction of the cost. So it's pretty bad when your elders are leaving. Right. Usually once they retire, they just kind of chill out until their time come and then they go on to green pastures. But now, they're not giving up nothing. They got a problem with giving up everything to go into a nursing home in America. In America, it is damn near impossible. A lot of people can't afford it. This is why people will have their elderly parents at home just caring for them.
Yep, she does.
Because it is so unaffordable. You know, it's an arm and a leg. So that's happening. A lot of Americans are getting, condos and apartments, and they're relocating to Mexico because the cost of living is just cheap. And that's not the only place they're going. They're going to other places around the world as well. I was looking at another article. A woman left from here and she went to go live in Scotland and said it is so much affordable to live in Scotland than to live in America. So this is going for all age ranges, all racial groups, and even elderly people. So it's really interesting what's going on. But y'all, isn't this also biblical? People leaving the land and either going back home or just going elsewhere? Yeah, this is very biblical. Very. And they're saying that the people that are leaving now, it's in record numbers. In record numbers. All right. All right, so we're going to get into the videos. Y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Shout out to the 2 new subscribers. Appreciate y'all subscribing.
Thank you. Thaddeus Peterson, thank you so much for the super chat. Jeremiah 51 verse 6, flee Babylon, plus many Americans are tired of this hamster wheel and prison society. Egypt, Deuteronomy 28 verse 68. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, many are. And, we are tired of this place for many different reasons. And I think many of us had enough of Gentile rulership. Their rulership is never going to get better. The only thing they can do is try to keep us at the bottom, fight and keep their laws and law enforcement and everything to keep us, it's never going to change. I don't care. We could be under them for the next 1,000 years and it's going to be the same BS. And I think a lot tired of it.
We're going to see him more and more.
All right, y'all. Let's get started.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And everything to keep us, it's never going to change. I don't care. We could be under them for the next 1,000 years and it's going to be the same BS. And I think a lot of people are ready to move on from their grip of this earth. Everybody is tired of it, for real. All right, y'all. Let's get started.
This is something we got to talk about. United States citizens are leaving the U.S. and going to other countries, whether it's Ghana, whether it's Thailand, whether it's Tokyo. You're starting to see it more and more. This is not a drill. This is happening. And for whatever reason, people are pretty much giving up on the American dream for whatever reason. And what I've personally seen from the videos is everybody's happy. And at the end of the day, that's what you want to be. You want to be happy. You don't want to be somewhere where you're miserable, you're struggling, and it's just killing your vibe. But we really I think this is something we got to start talking about. People will come to America because America, what they would say, the American dream. And I think the American dream is now turned into the American nightmare. And when you look at these other countries, if you're cultured enough, you'll see that, man.
Yep.
The places are beautiful. They have the same thing, if not more. The prices split in half, probably less than split in half. And you get a lot more. But it's just weird. We have these politicians in place right now who are just really turning this shit into a third world country. Like when you have U.S. citizens that decide to say, you know what, fuck this place, I'm out. And just uproot their entire life and go to another country that they have no clue about, and they're taking the biggest risk. But when you look at them a year, 2 years later, they're extremely happy. You got a serious problem here on the U.S. soil. That's a real problem. Just something to think about. Hopefully this is open to somebody. Chris with the jumps.
So I saw a statistic today that more women than ever want to leave the U.S. And I find it funny that the second generation of women that can literally do whatever they wants to leave the whole country.
A new data show that Americans are heading for the exits to get the hell away from the current administration. The trend of Americans considering emigration under Trump's second term is much more serious than that vague, I'm going to move to Canada sort of thing. You know, we often hear it more from people on the left than on the right. If X person wins, I'm moving to Canada. If George W. Bush gets reelected in 2004, I'm moving to Canada. That was a common one. This is not that. Expat consultants and firms that specialize in dual citizenship are busier than ever. And they're fielding a huge number of calls from Americans who are just looking at, how could I leave the country? Now, this includes skilled professionals. This includes scientists. This includes people who are just looking to do something different elsewhere. If you look at Germany's Max Planck Society, they have seen a huge increase in applications from American researchers. And there are other countries that are saying Trump has generated a new talent pool by virtue of what they are doing with DOGE and with federal governments. We're seeing marginalized groups, LGBTQ people, people of color, actively looking for ways to leave the country over concerns about authoritarianism and discrimination and potentially even violence. Ireland reported a 50% increase in Americans applying for Irish passports, and many of those are citing the Trump administration as the motivating factor.
Wow.
So nobody is talking about it, huh? It's all right. I'll go ahead and talk about it. Y'all be busy. Well, there is no other way of putting it. There is a mass exodus of Americans leaving the United States of bullshit. Let me say this one more time for the people in the back. There is a mass exodus of Americans leaving the United States of bullshit. I have just seen a video of this real estate agent. Now, she helps people move abroad over there in Costa Rica, where she over there located. Now, she has said that she has had a lot of people coming up to her, specifically a psychiatrist, and she said that her psychiatrist said, and I quote, that she has lost hope. Her clients have lost hope. This is the psychiatrist saying this shit. So, and she even said that, you know, prices are exorbitant and everything like that. Food is not normal anymore. And yeah, I've told y'all that it was a mass exodus of historians leaving. You don't think Americans was gonna pursue? Well, to be honest with y'all, there's a mass exodus of Black people too, leaving the country. Matter of fact, there is a whole neighborhood that is being built in Ghana waiting for us to go over there. You think for a second I'm not gonna jump on that shit? Because guess what? With this mass exodus of Americans that's happening and shit like that, leaving the fucking United States of bullshit, guess what? I'm one of them. Come next year, oh honey, I'm out. I've been lost fucking hope in this fucking country. I've been done lost hope. Like, this was even before the Trump administration even stepped foot in they fucking shit. I've been lost hope. So with that being said, no, yeah, there's a mass exodus of Americans leaving the United States. And I dare, triple dog dare any of y'all motherfuckers talk about something. Go ahead and leave and go be so American, so go be un-American somewhere else. So you mean to tell me living in debt is American? You mean to tell me living in inflation is American? You mean to tell me
please take your tether ass on.
For medical bills?
Algorithm Mary says that she the one with the biracial baby.
Healthcare. We got that's fucking American.
Zaddy baby.
We're the ones that gotta wait before shit gets fucking better. Bitch, ain't shit getting fucking better. Shit is getting fucking worse. Why do we gotta fucking deal with that shit? Why do Americans gotta deal with it? But anybody else around us, oh, they good as fuck. What? And you wonder why a lot of people are fucking leaving. Girl, but I'm so glad I got my motherfucking passport. Now it's just a matter of fucking time. Oh, where the fuck I want to move to. And trust me, I got a couple of places I'm out where the fuck I'm moving in. Y'all just stay the fuck to and where the fuck I'm moving to. Okay, period.
So Americans, rich and poor, are packing their bags and leaving the United States of America. From the first 6 months of this year compared to the first 6 months of last year, Americans moving to other countries has increased by 90%. That's right, 90%. And so that's almost double where it was last year. And so, folks, people are seeing the craziness and the chaos and the instability and the violence, and they're just leaving. They're just leaving. Folks, let me know why you think this is happening in the comments. And I love you guys to give me a follow. Thank you.
Americans are
Front Line
in the
Blacc
United
News.
States in record numbers, and this isn't temporary vacation travel, it's permanent relocation that's doubling year after year. New data reveals a shocking exodus of normal families, retirees, and young professionals who've simply had enough. They're not millionaires or dreamers, but ordinary citizens seeking basic dignity and safety that America can no longer provide. The reasons echo what we all feel daily: skyrocketing living costs that make groceries luxury items, never-ending political chaos that consumes everything, and genuine fear about safety in everyday spaces like shopping centers. Popular European destinations like Greece, Spain, France, and Portugal are witnessing cafes filled with former Americans who've completely given up on the American dream. These aren't protest moves. They're survival decisions made by
Malcolm X said it was an American nightmare anyway, so this proved
and
that
anxiety.
point
The most
65
surprising aspect
years
is who's leaving.
later.
Not just the wealthy who can afford multiple homes, but teachers, healthcare workers, and remote employees who calculated they can live better elsewhere. Their common thread isn't politics, it's the fundamental desire for a dignified existence that no longer seems possible in today's America.
Americans are leaving. They're leaving this country in record numbers. But the amount of Americans that want to leave, that's got to be a new record in itself. 63% of Gen Z want to leave the United States. Their main reason being there is no economic future here. Okay, 68% of people in this country say that they are surviving rather than living. 52% of millennials also want to leave the United States, while Gen X and boomers want to stay put. Only 25 and 26% of them, respectively, have any interest in leaving the United States. And while, yes, there is a huge gap of people who want to leave and people who can leave and people who end up actually leaving, This is worrying, right? Who's going to be left in?
Probably quoting peer research.
Oh yeah,
that shit.
Yeah. Okay.
The country if all the young people want to go somewhere else. Where do these people want to go, you might ask? Well, the top 5 countries that they want to move to are Canada, the UK, Australia, France, and Italy. There is a tidal wave of people that want to leave this country. And I can't say that I blame them. Life here is hard. I'm not saying it's a bed of roses anywhere else, but here it just feels impossible. We're moving abroad next year and we can't be more excited. If you're interested in what that looks like, stick around. The amount of people just leaving the United States is absolutely insane. I could sit here and read you all the numbers about how 4 in 10 US adults are planning to relocate, how more people than ever are emigrating from the United States, and how for the first time in over 50 years, there's going to be a net outflow of immigrants rather than an inflow. It is just astounding. But the amount of immigration lawyers and relocation experts and foreign governments who are just swamped with Americans because there are so many people moving that I don't even think the true number is really documented. And it is just going to show that there is a movement happening and it's out of the United States. And whether that's political, economical, or something else, like just looking for a better quality of life, a better pace of life, better work-life balance, there is something happening. And I think a lot of people realize the sinking ship that we are on and they are getting off. I'm not trying to cause a panic or anything like that, but I think people realize the way things are going here, how it's not improving, how it's not going to get better anytime soon. And they are taking the nuclear option of taking their American dream somewhere else. Because the American dream now is to leave. Just look at the number of Americans who live in Mexico, Spain, Portugal, France, etc. It is growing and growing and growing.
That's right.
And I think this is going to have ramifications from foreign governments locking down immigration in the future. Anti-American sentiment is on the rise, unfortunately. And who knows, maybe the government here increasing taxes on expats. I know they were supposed to get rid of the taxes on expats. And instead of doing that, they actually increased the fee of money leaving the United States. So, you know, our government doesn't really like us leaving the country anyway, because it really is the biggest form of protest. You're taking your dollars and you are moving to another place and saying, I am removing myself from this American system. I myself am moving, and I am moving to Portugal next year. I couldn't be more excited. Follow me if you find that interesting, and please let me know if you're leaving, if you're thinking of leaving, if you are, where you're going. Because even though things are bad here, economically, politically, whatever, I think most of us aren't running away from something as much as we are running towards something. And that something is a better life.
Well, take your Portugal then. Get the hell on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a better life and affordability right now. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are upset about how out of control inflation is in America. You know, it didn't improve under Donald Trump. If you remember, he said day one, prices would go down. As soon as he takes office, day one, it would go down. It did not happen. In fact, it went up since he took office. So nothing has been done about the inflation. Jobless rate has
he's
gotten
a goddamn
worse.
crook, Lisa. What do you expect? He's a crook.
Well, before, there's more people unemployed than there are jobs to go around.
Then
And
get out here and make you a goddamn
this
job. Shit,
inflation
I
is
did it
not
before.
going anywhere, y'all. We are about to approach
In my
spring, and usually spring and summer, that's when everything goes up. You know, travel season, you know, that started kicking up again, and nothing gets cheaper, it gets more expensive.
And the quality of the shit that you're buying is going down.
I would imagine this is probably going to step up even more before we get to the end of the year.
That's not all, Mama Lisa.
Goddess Navi, click the link and why don't you join us, man? Because I know out there in California, you all are really getting hit with them damn high
I
ass
got
prices.
one more that I may be doing today. As you know, Dr. Umar Johnson called himself forming a new group, DAFA. So we'll talk about that a little later. I just got to find the time to schedule it, and we'll do it a little.
I can't wait to hear Lisa's take on that shit.
Later.
What's that, brother Chad? I missed something. Hold on, let me close this door. I got the air conditioning on now.
Dr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the new shit he calls himself promoting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, old Dr. Umar.
You know, he wants the word African in there. And, you know, there's a lot of people that feel we are not African. You know, definitely on a cultural level, definitely not. So we'll look into that and do a deep dive a little later. So y'all have a wonderful day. And
Lunch says, damn.
Gentle Spirit.
Just drop it off in our inbox when it's a good time for you.
Shalom, Sister Lisa. Thank you for your continued works, even throughout your recovery. May you be 1,000 times. Thank you. And may you be Baruch 1,000 times over. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. And thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. I do deeply appreciate it. And the recovery is going fine. I still can't feel my arm, but it's going well.
Well, it's going to take a while.
So I will see you later, family. Shalom.
Because I had to have some nerve reconstruction, man, over 20 years ago, and I still can't feel it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So just be careful with that, Lisa. Wish you well. You got youth on your side, which I no longer have. It's just as long as these damn fists could form, you know, I'm all right.
I don't know, Shabaka. I think Lisa's up there. She's in her late 50s or early 60s. But
wow.
Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. Okay. What are your thoughts on Americans leaving the U.S. in record numbers?
Okay, what's happening is, once again, as we always said, is that with this orange dude, man, raising the prices on every damn thing, to quote a loved one of mine who moved from California, I can't afford to stay here.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't afford to stay here. See what it is, brother. Like I said before, this is the prelude, man, of where they're going to start taking homeless people, right? They're going to put them out here in the middle of Death Valley and shut off the goddamn water.
Well, they're doing it in Utah. They're talking about doing it in Utah, Shabaka.
Okay, you see, now Utah, man, that ain't nothing but the desert.
Yep.
And and as you know, the desert goes from one extreme to the other. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Haven't been stranded in that mug. I know firsthand.
Oh yeah. And like I said, only time I'm going to Colorado is between May and August. I'll be gone about that little rascal by September the 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and put them ponies in the barn.
Gators in the bottom of the hole of the ship where they belong.
Sir, you get no argument from me. I told them to leave town or change their fucking name, man.
Right.
They disrespecting pirates.
So Trump could deport Jesus. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, now who is this right here? We're gonna trade him for Travis Kelce. Now who's Travis Kelce? I heard the name.
You know who
Wait a minute. That's the one that's married to the 6 o'clock Barbie doll bimbo.
Yes.
Okay.
That plays for the Queefs.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as the Chiefs, but I don't call them goddamn Chiefs.
Well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly, man. As long as these hands work, oh yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be getting the lemon squeezers in a minute.
Right.
You know, don't want to do it, but I'd be damned if I'm gonna be a victim. Shit.
Right. That's unbelievable, but people are tired, yeah?
Yeah, you see, this dumpster, what he did, people, is that he turned the whole economy and he put it like in a great big trash can and turned it upside down. You see? You know, because he damn sure ain't gonna open up Mar-a-Lago for nobody. You know.
Hell no.
Okay, just like BLM ain't gonna open up the mansions up there in the what the fuck is that part? Topanga Canyon for nobody. Now
Well,
BLM.
that shit got burnt to the ground, Shabaka, so they can't open it up even if they wanted
Oh
to.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, God don't like ugly. That's right. You know. And then Southern California, that's going to be one of your first wastelands. You know what I'm saying? And then the cool part about it is that I'm looking at they're going into the third generation of children who have grown up homeless. You see?
Yeah, that's what's really bad. Well, we're gonna get on unhoused neighbor news later on. So if you step up, Shabaka, please join me for that, because
okay, let me go sit at the lunch counter and beg for another cup of coffee. Fortunately, I own the lunch counter.
So moving along, y'all, we got the legacy of Mr. Jesse Jackson. This is a long one, Shabaka, so we're going to stay for this one.
All right, okay. All right, let me take my mic off. Okay, I'm going to put on the Bluetooth so I can move around. Okay.
So shout out to our young brother, Black Truth United. That's the one that came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And yours truly is in it. So he's going to give us an update on the legacy of Mr. Jesse Jackson and the importance of remembering traitors.
But I want to get the language right tonight.
Salute family and welcome back to another video. This is Black Truth United. And before I get started with the subject matter of today's video, I want to make sure that I address the announcement that I had to make on the community tab regarding a series of unfortunate events that have occurred that are going to make it much more difficult for me to put out more videos. Now, due to the serious subject matter of this video and the fact that I didn't see anyone with a larger platform outside of Brother Black Alphas who addressed this situation the way it needed to be addressed, I made an exception to the rule and decided to produce a video to get the language right regarding old messy Jesse, and also to check someone who we all know very well in the new Blacc Media who was way off on his take, but we'll get to that later. Now, I don't know when the next video will be coming out. It could be 2 weeks from now, a month from now, but I do sincerely want to thank everyone on this channel for being supportive over the years, by word and deed. It really does mean a lot, so certified salute to all of you. Now, with that being said, it's time to get into this important video for the whole of FBA society, and we're going to be getting the language right with the so-called legacy of Jesse Jackson, a known sellout, a known traitor to the community. Right. I'm not going to be mincing words on this. Right. You have quite a few clowns who are really showing their true colors by not calling out Jesse Jackson for what he was during pretty much the entirety of his public life. Some of you know that the nickname for Jesse Jackson is Messy Jesse, an appropriate name for a known traitor. And this video is going to be a case study. It's going to outline not only the quote-unquote legacy of Jesse Jackson, but you're going to know why it's important to remember traitors. But before I do that, I want to check the temperature in the room and get your feedback regarding the following image. I want to do a perception test, which I don't normally do. I'm going to show you an image and I want you to point out what's wrong with it. Yes, this is coming from Star Wars, but hopefully everyone at least knows a little bit about the series, but maybe this will help. Up at the top, this is the revised version, making it very clear who that individual is to the left. Tell me what's wrong with this image. For those who don't know, this is at the very end of the entire Star Wars series when Luke indirectly defeats the Sith Lord. And these projections of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Anakin, aka Darth Vader, appeared before Luke, essentially giving him the head nod. Now, you should know, after receiving that description, even if you only know a little bit about the Star Wars series, that Anakin does not belong there. We're talking about a person who unalived children, a sick demonic being. Yeah, we're supposed to say because he did one good act as far as throwing his master, the Sith, to his death, that now he belongs in the ranks of a Yoda or an Obi-Wan. This is what quote-unquote justice is from a white supremacist perspective, that someone can do all types of evil throughout their life. Even if you want to negate the assassination of children and just go with the older movies, we're talking about a cruel, individual who would unalive anyone, including his own men, and was looking to crush any and all opposition to his massa, the Sith Lord. And this is essentially what we're dealing with a Jesse Jackson. He was essentially the Darth Vader of the Black community. And I'll be damned if I sit around and let him be remembered in the company of our great and honorable elders. I mean, just think about this. Let's imagine we had a mural and we had some of our top FBA icons. I'm talking about Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton. And then right in the middle, you saw someone and you were saying, man, who is that next to Fred Hampton? Yeah, who's to the right of Sister Ida B. Wells? Who is that? Well, he was someone who was around Fred Hampton. You know, he worked with Fred Hampton. He was a contemporary. He helped with some of the programs, getting people medical care and whatnot. You know, he was there. A lot of people weren't there, and he was there. And you look into the records, and it's William O'Neill, the known informant, standing in the same company of the man he helped to get unalived. Or Dothard Perry, who burned down the Watts building. He admitted this on camera. Dothard Perry, he did some good things now. He was there. He was building. He was on the front lines. Just silly talk. Jesse Jackson doesn't deserve to be remembered or even mentioned in the same breath as the FBA writers that I mentioned before. I essentially look at it as no different than putting up a William O'Neill. And this is the problem. If we do not properly address the bad behavior and properly check it in death, that's right, even after death, then you're allowing for the white media and others to rewrite the history. This is what they were attempting to do with John Lewis, trying to make him an icon, when we know all he did was push for other groups, including doing sit-ins, pushing legislation, bringing bills to the floor for other groups. This is why you have people referencing Shirley Chisholm as if she did something significant for us, when she was used as a tool to push the gender divide, which was essentially a wedge to split up the black man, the black woman, and the black children from being together. You have people literally referencing Shirley Chisholm as a non-FBA icon who we need to get behind. No, we don't need to get behind her at all. And it's essentially the same thing as Jesse Jackson. Now, I know I'm going to get some soft-hearted people in the comment section saying, oh, man, you shouldn't have gone that hard, man. What would Jesus do, man? Well, let me show you biblically what was done when you had unrighteous individuals who sabotage the progress of the chosen people of God, which it's obvious FBAs are. Here we are in 2 Chronicles chapter 21. This was a wicked king named Jehoram who caused the people to sin, resulting in them having many problems. Now the Most High God got pissed off, gave him an incurable disease, and now let's see how the people treated him upon his death. Verse 19, and it came to pass that in process of time, after the end of 2 years, his bowels fell out by reason of his sickness. So he died of sore diseases, and his people made no burning for him, like the burning of his fathers. He was not honored in death. It wasn't meant for him to be compared to some of his forefathers like King David, who was after the Most High God's heart, by the way. It wasn't meant for him to be honored as his fathers were honored. This is important for those who are not a benefit to the community to be remembered as such. Then if you read in verse 20, you can see that he departed without being desired, and that he was not buried in the sepulchre of the kings. This is the punishment after death for those who don't do right by their people. This is biblical, and so it is with Jesse Jackson. I'll be damned if he's honored like other people in his death. He's going to be treated like the traitor he was. And by the way, some of the people who are tap dancing around criticism of Jesse Jackson are the very same ones who attempt to call out the Boule bootlegs and the Boule butt kissers. Yet now all of a sudden, when it comes to properly addressing one of the top dogs, pun intended, of the Boule, now all of a sudden everyone has cold feet. Nah, I'm not having it. Let me give you another example. For those who don't know, the Boule and the various Greek organizations, the quote-unquote Black Greek, a contradiction, are nothing new. If you read the Bible, the section that goes from after Malachi and before Matthew, aka the Apocrypha, it talks about the Greek captivity, which came before the Roman captivity, which Christ was living through. And in the book of Maccabees, it goes into great details about the wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. These were the sellouts of those days, making covenants with the heathen, just as they do in these Black Greek letter organizations. This is 1 Maccabees chapter 1. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward therein that they went to the king of the land, the Grecian king, over them, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. Verse 15, this is key, pay attention. And made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief. That's what Jesse Jackson was sold to do, mischief. And that mischief won't be forgotten. Now let me give you 2nd Maccabees, which for those who don't know runs parallel to 1st Maccabees. It just gives more details about the story of 1st Maccabees. But it talks about a particular individual whose name is Jason, ironically, who was laboring to be high priest, but he was doing it through underhanded means. He was going through the Grecians to get that title instead of going through it the right way through his people. So he worked underhandedly, even going so far as to offer money in order to sell his people out and to get the people of God to join the heathen in their customs and practices. Then eventually Jason received so much backlash from the people who were standing against the customs of the Grecians that Jason took it upon himself to lead an army into the city, attacking his own people without mercy. And then if you read in verse 7, it says, howbeit, for all this, he obtained not the principality, but at the last received shame for the reward of his treason, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites. He didn't even get the title, the glory that he desired. He received shame as he should have. And he perished in a strange land, and was left unburied with no one to mourn him, and did not rest in the sepulchre of his fathers, a common theme throughout the Bible. And you'll see parallels between his story and Jesse Jackson's story coming up pretty soon. But I wanted to cover that just to biblically back what I'm going to be covering in this video. It is important. Now let's get the context of Messy Jesse. He was born in South Carolina in 1941. In 1960, he begins his activism. Some of that was good, by the way. I'm not one of these people who will discount a few good things that a person does just because I dislike them. I'm willing to tip my hat for a few things that Jesse Jackson has done, but we're going to make sure that we go over the multitude of things he did to destroy our community. Now, of course, you can see a few other details there, but Jesse Jackson didn't really become a big thing until after the death of MLK Jr. And there were some questionable things, to say the least, regarding Jesse's involvement in that. But I'll say that for the end and let someone who did deep research into that take you down that rabbit hole. For this first part, I want to go over the various decisions, the various actions that Messy Jesse took to collaborate with the white supremacist system to sabotage and destroy FBAs. Those who were actually doing things progressive, because he was very friendly with his fellow Boule brothers and sisters. But I digress. Now, while most of the MLK assassination details will be reserved for the end, I do want to get one point which does add context to how Jesse Jackson rose up in the civil rights movement. And this will be told by a brother whose name is Hosea Williams, who was around at the time. Some of you may have heard this testimony, but it's very important that we play it now. Fair use, fair use.
I started crying, and then I heard Jesse Jackson say, he told me, Jesse, take our people onto the mountaintop. And that didn't bother me, even though I know Jesse got nowhere near him. And then Jesse said, I held his head in my hand while he died. And that didn't get to me. And then Jesse said, look at my shirt. And I looked around, sure enough, and Jesse Jackson's shirt was drenched in blood. And I realized the only way Jesse could have gotten that blood was stoop down on that floor at the Lorraine Motel and rake that blood off that floor and put that blood on him. And I went crazy. I really tried to kill Jesse. They grabbed us and all that, but that hurt me so bad. The other thing was, when Abernathy came back, says, no need of prayer, no need of crying, no need of nothing. He is going, it's over with. He's going to glory. And we called the meeting, the staff meeting, and Jesse claimed to have been ill. And Abernathy told him, Jesse, go ahead to the room and relax. Jesse had to have run like hell that room into that airport because he got out of Memphis to Chicago. All us feeling, everybody was still in the motel. Cut the televisions on the next morning. That was Jesse Jackson in Chicago with that same bloody shirt on, telling that same lie. I've never respected Jesse since that moment.
There's a reason why the thumbnail is what it is. Messy Jesse if nothing else, took MLK's blood and put it on him, using it as a prop to push himself into a prominent position in the civil rights movement. And this was not just corroborated by Brother Hosea Williams. There's going to be one other brother before this video ends who will corroborate what Hosea Williams just said. But it's sickening. And these are things that we have to remember when it comes to Jesse Jackson's quote-unquote legacy.
Sad.
Now, of course, some people have pointed out the illegitimate child, which I won't dwell on too much. But just know, a lot of people, including family members of mine, lost a lot of respect for Jesse Jackson when they found out that he had an extramarital affair. You can like this or not, but sexual discipline tells you a lot about a character and can make or break your reputation. But again, I won't dwell on this too much. I'm already moving on to the next thing, including using the threat of the Black grassroots, boycotting or whatever else, to generate millions of dollars in donations from corporations. Now, this isn't me pocket watching. You all know I don't mind people getting money. Hell, I'm the person behind the B1 Rolodex. But it's one thing to be getting money and to be using that money to help your people, and a whole other thing when you're getting that money and using it for self-aggrandizement and personal gains, especially when it comes at the cost of your silence or your lack of advocacy, specifically for foundational Black Americans. Now I do have a problem with that money that's received, but I digress. Of course, we know that he ran for president on more than one occasion, and many have speculated that he was given the TV show on CNN as a consolation prize and to kind of calm him down and pay him off so that he would stay out of the political realm. Also, Jesse Jackson's organization, the Rainbow Coalition, directly came from Brother Fred Hampton. And his organization was and is still used to push all lives matter policies, which drowned us out. So yeah, that is a problem. But now I'm going to cover one of the main issues that I have with Reverend Jesse Jackson, aka Messy Jesse, and one of the definitive points that cannot be disputed by clowns calling themselves trying to cape for this man and his death. Now, before I play this clip, I want to say that this is fair use. Fair use.
It is interesting how everyone assumes that the pro-life movement in America began in 1973 with Roe versus Wade. But we who were around during the civil rights movement and struggle of the 1960s, we know that the first anti-abortion groups were organizations like the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, and other community organizations.
You all know that I covered the topic of abortion 2 different times on this channel, and in one of those videos I referenced the documentary called Mafa 21. This is a clip from that documentary. And as you can see, they're bringing the facts as far as our people being largely against abortion during those times. Let's let it continue.
These folks were speaking out against both birth control and abortion long before the contemporary pro-life groups of today existed. But one of the problems with the civil rights movement was that there was far too many men and women who were willing to sell out the community. And a lot of powerful, influential African Americans knew that they had to be willing to turn and look the other way in order to advance their own personal political agendas.
In 1972, those members of the Congressional Black Caucus, such as Charles Diggs, did not trust the abortion industry or those who were espousing population control or family health, and they were suspicious of them. But when the money began to flow, and just as it was with Jesse Jackson, with Jesse Jackson, with Jesse Jackson, with Jesse Jackson.
With Jesse Jackson, almost every time his name comes up, there's more BS around it.
When he found out that indeed he could get funding and monies to run for presidents from his people, he flip-flopped in his position. Because he once said abortion is Black genocide. What happens to a mind of a person in the moral fabric of a nation that can abort a baby without a pang of conscience? Where will we be 20 years from today? When Reverend Jesse Jackson realized he needed money to run for president, all of a sudden the most important civil rights issue is a woman's right to choose.
In 1975, Jesse Jackson called for the ban of abortion through a constitutional amendment. And in an interview in Jet magazine, he referred to abortion as genocide. But Jesse Jackson, on the other hand, wanted to become president. And the Democratic Party at that time had sold out completely to Planned Parenthood and the eugenics crowd. And Jesse Jackson went along to get along.
Margaret Sanger.
And don't ever think that he's the only one. The unfortunate thing we face, whether we're talking about individuals or organization, there's never been a shortage of Black leaders who are willing to sell us down the river if it's enough money and political power in it for them.
Yes, Jesse Jackson changed his stance on abortion and promoted the unaliving of our babies after in his early years being one of the biggest opponents to abortion. And whether he had already flipped or was spiraling down, he can't say he didn't know just how evil this practice was and is. You're damn right Jesse Jackson is getting this smoke. And I don't give a fuck who gets mad about it. Stay mad. When you advocate for the unaliving of our babies, that's not human to me. That's demonic. And it's yet another thing in which Jesse Jackson was used to go against foundational Black Americans. He sold us down the river. Now I want to play one more clip from this documentary. And I want you to keep in mind, Jesse Jackson was a reverend. Fair use. Fair use.
The minister's work is also important, and also he should be trained, perhaps by the Federation, as to our ideals and the goal that we hope to reach. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members.
Those were the words of Margaret Sanger, and Jesse Jackson was one of those quote-unquote spiritual leaders, really demonic, who instead of advocating for the life of his people, decided to convince us that abortion was not intended to exterminate our race, a traitor to Black society, and he'll be remembered as such. You see, some people are just talking, trying to pretend like there aren't any legitimate reasons why Jesse Jackson is being remembered so harshly by the Black grassroots. Some of us haven't forgotten the shit he's been involved in, and we won't let the Black grassroots forget it either. But some of this takes having integrity and also being willing to bring out the receipts or invoices that are needed to give the complete rundown of the life of this traitor. And that brings me to my next point. For those who don't know, The Spook Who Sat by the Door is both a novel and a movie. Now, while the novel is good, I actually have a copy myself. The movie made a bigger impact during its time. It was a movie about a brother who learned the tactics of the white supremacists in their intelligence agencies, who brought that to the Black grassroots in order to wage guerrilla warfare tactics against the U.S. government. Truly a legendary piece. And it was so influential that they literally had FBI agents sent to different movie theaters to try to get it taken down. But the brother who authored the book and who was behind the film, whose name is Sam Greenlee, had some interesting words to say in an interview regarding some difficulties he ran into while trying to get the movie off the ground. And I want you to hear that right now. Fair use, fair use.
We're going to move on to today's topic, and we're really here to talk to Mr. Sam Greenlee, a writer, producer, community activist. His movie, the Spook Who Sat at the Door, I watched it again last night.
And it wasn't until the last 2 weeks of shooting when we ran out of money and had to close down. And the reason we had to close down is that there was a consortium of Black investors in Washington, D.C. And they were going to invest. And one of them said, look, we need to check out Sam Greenlee. He's from Chicago. I'll call Jesse Jackson. And Jesse told them that they should not invest in the movie. And Jesse told them that they should not invest in the movie. And Jesse told them that they should not invest in the movie. Jesse Jackson.
That's suggested.
Thought the movie was too radical, or? I don't know if he was following orders.
Somebody.
Or he just the fact that we don't like one another.
Yes, family, you heard that right. Damn near every single thing Jesse got his hands on, he was sabotaging. He was undermining. This brother's movie that was so powerful that the powers that be had to send agents across the U.S. to get it stripped out of...
I got to mention it to our listeners. Okay. Wattstax 1972, as I told you before, okay? Yeah. It was beautiful, okay? I was there, August 20th, 1972. But they tried to redo it again in 1973, and it was sabotaged. It turned into a great big riot. Yeah. It was sabotaged. I don't know who sabotaged it. You know what I'm saying? And it was dangerous. You see what I mean? Because they shut the concert down early, you see. And then, you had fights go all over the place. You see what I'm saying? So maybe Messy Jesse had his hand off in that, and notice that he was not the MC at 1973. Watt Stax. And from what I understand, Stax Records, man, lost a lot of money on it. And as you know, Stax Records had to file bankruptcy.
Yep, they sure did. So what kind of riot was it? A gang related riot? Like what was going on?
Yep. Because one of the MCs, because the people was like going down there on the field to dance, right? So one of the MCs is going to call out, the sets to come restore order, and it turned into a riot, man. You know what? As we talking, I'm going to see, man, if I can pull that up.
You know what? Yep, because the Pyrus came around in 72. So they probably got into it. Crips at the Watt Stax.
I think that's what happened, man. But one of the MCs had called on the Crips to restore order on the field, and it turned into they were fighting on the field, man. They were fighting in the stands. You know what I'm saying? And the LAPD was out there big time. So who knows? Maybe the LAPD pulled some strings on somebody's. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. They notorious for that type of shit.
Oh, hell yeah. Shit, yeah. Okay, so let the clip continue. I'm going to see if I can pull it up.
Okay.
Theaters. This brother's movie was undermined by no other than Jesse Jackson. He used his influence to try to cut the funding that this brother needed to finish his movie. So for all those people who are saying, what things can you point to that Jesse Jackson did to undermine Black society? I'm giving you point after point. Like I said, by the end of this video, you're not going to be able to dispute anything that I'm bringing out. And you have some clowns who are online saying that the younger generation doesn't have the right to check Jesse Jackson. That's BS. But let's assume that you're right. I brought before you multiple examples from people who knew Jesse Jackson personally, who are more than qualified to bring forth criticism. And we're about to get another person right here. Someone who's well respected in the Black grassroots. Fair use, fair use.
You talk about
here it is, Lunchy.
When white folks can't defeat you, you said in your speech at Kane. They'll always find some Negro, some boot-licking, butt-licking, buck-dancing, bamboozle, half-baked, half-fried, sissified, punkified, pasteurized, homogenized nigger that they can trot out in front of you.
To the best of his ability.
I would ask you, Mr. Muhammad, is Jesse Jackson a boot-licking, homogenized nigger? To the best of his ability, I believe he tries every day to do it.
Listen to an old bird.
Here you are mocking Jesse Jackson at a speech. I believe this is Howard
our favorite
University. Roll the tape.
Our favorite copy.
Oh, bootlicking, buck dancing, scratching, shuffling, messy Jesse Jackson. You keep. I am a somebody. I am a somebody. Keep hope alive. I am a somebody. I don't rightly know who the hell I am, but I am
somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Khalid Muhammad didn't back down from Jesse Jackson. He knew what he was about. This was common knowledge. Our people in general knew and still know that Jesse Jackson was a sellout, a traitor to our community, and he'll be remembered as such even upon his death. So now I've shown you the contemporaries of Jesse Jackson, and now I'm going to show you the common everyday individuals who also were well aware that Jesse Jackson was a sellout. For context sake, this is during the Ferguson protest. Fair use, fair use.
You been marching all day long? We haven't seen you marching all day long. We haven't seen you. Hey, are you going to pay the bond of those brothers that's been locked up? You been with the Brown family all day? What about the brother that filmed the Eric Garner murder? Are you going to post his bond.
Hey, you marching today with us, or you just gonna sit in the car?
Because we haven't seen you marching at all, Jesse. We ain't seen you. When you gonna stop selling us out, Jesse? We don't want you here in St. Louis. When you gonna stop selling us out, Jesse? No, ain't no wait a minute, brother. This is real. We activists out here. We activists out here, brother. This is real. We don't want you here. You're not a leader. You're not a leader. We don't want you here, brother. Matter of fact, you're not even a brother. You can keep moving and get the brothers out of jail. That's what you could do.
Hey, that's how the streets were talking. Eventually, you get so tired of seeing the same damn sellout being sent to attempt to calm the situation that, hey, sometimes words are exchanged. But the point of that video is that from top to bottom, Jesse Jackson was known as a sellout. And it's important that we don't try to rewrite that history now that he's gone. Right. Okay, now let's address the African-American issue, the elephant in the room. No, Jesse Jackson didn't come up with the term, but he certainly popularized the term and called the term black baseless. Mind you, the term African-American can be used by all types of people, including white people. It's a running joke in white supremacist circles and with their bootlicks that Elon Musk is their favorite and most accomplished African-American. The same MAGA brain rot that you get from white supremacist sewage, like Stormfront or 4chan. And for those who are claiming that the term African-American doesn't come with tangible benefits, I challenge you to look up scholarships, essay contests, hell, even the Juneteenth scholarships. Many people in the black grassroots have shown, mainly non-FBAs, inserting themselves into those scholarships by using the label African American. And we're just talking about schools. We're not talking about grants and other things that are used. So yes, there are tangible benefits that immigrants and others are taking advantage of in order to double dip by using the term African American. And if you think about it, African American, even more than the tangible benefits that individuals are getting from that term, let's talk about the benefits that we're not getting because of that term. You see, Jesse Jackson was essentially a Walter Plecker in blackface. For those who don't know, Walter Plecker was the guy behind reclassifying many of the people, especially in the state of Virginia, but his methods were replicated and used all over the U.S. But he was used specifically to reclassify mostly FBAs in order to strip us of our indigenous status and to put us into a general category of colored. Jesse Jackson, likewise, with the term African American, put us into a blank category that made us synonymous with immigrants, which is wildly inaccurate and is something to be brought up upon his death. These are not things we can just toss up in the air as ignorance. But now we're going to get to another receipt, which I haven't heard a lot of people bringing up.
3617, what the hell they black ass going to put on an application?
Well, we have it our way. It's going to be FBA. No longer African American. That shit is for the birds. Hopefully it died with Jesse Jackson.
Which deals with the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, in which Biden showed up to give an empty word salad with no tangibles attached. And it wouldn't surprise you to know that old Reverend Jesse Jackson was there. Fair use, fair use. Yeah.
Visit Tulsa. Go down to the Greenwood Archer Pine.
You ain't black.
The Gap Band.
For me.
Man, hiding Biden, man. That old senile shit in his pants, motherfucker, man.
How are you, Rev? Good to see you.
Well, Taser 3617, take your black ass to Los Angeles, get stopped by the Los Angeles Police Department, and get back with me.
Yeah, when he said Rev, he was referencing Reverend Jesse Jackson. He was used essentially as a prop in order to co-sign Biden's lack of tangible reparations for the Tulsa Race Massacre victims who were still alive, mind you. A sick, demonic act done by Biden. And it was a slap to the face. And Jesse Jackson was there, as with most things. And no, he wasn't in a wheelchair. Let me prove that right here. You're going to see some interesting insights that you may have never seen before from an unlikely source. Fair use, fair use.
When a president said it very apologetically and unapologetically. It was a somber move. That's Jesse coming. Go get him.
It absolutely was.
Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Absolutely was a very somber moment. And again, Reverend Jackson.
Yes, I know. Bowling Ball Martin, the Boule Bird, is here, and he was at the event covering the Tulsa Race Massacre.
Yeah,
And he got an
Lester
exclusive
Maddox.
interview from Messy Jesse. Let's let it continue.
Is walking over here, and so we're going to lead him right over
And
here.
the pastor got
Bishop
racist
Pearson has no
everywhere.
problem
What's the
sharing the
racist
microphone
everywhere?
here.
Not at all.
And so we got
Please
Pastor
elaborate. I'm
Turner here.
multitasking,
We got
bro.
Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. Reverend Jackson, step right on in here. I just want to get your thoughts on what President Biden had to say to the crowd here in the Greenwood District.
He opened up the wound of
Now, Taze 3617.
Now, I know some of you are probably thinking that I would make fun of his voice or something. No,
if you
that's a
do
little
not
bit low
come
for
up
me.
here,
I'm simply pointing out the fact that he was
Then
here, not
I'm
in a
gonna ask
wheelchair,
you
co-signing
kick your
Biden's
ass
empty
up out of
word
here.
salad.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm
Because
going to
I'm not in a
fast forward to
fucking
the
mood tonight
end
for no
and show you how the
bullshit.
interview
This is serious
ends.
business.
Pay attention to what you see with the Boule Bird and others.
You counting it, Roland.
Got more racism from Africans. Motherfucker, you ain't never been to Los Angeles. Get stopped by the LAPD. Get stopped by Crash Trick. And get back with me.
Don't start.
I don't know what
Pastor
the
Turner, I know
fuck
you
you
got
talking
the
about.
revival tonight. Get on with that Kappa stuff. Bishop Pearson, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, so you have people trying to say that he was just completely incompetent and he didn't know what he was doing during these last couple of years. No, he was knowledgeable enough to throw up Greek hand signs and joke around and shake hands and whatnot. He was aware enough to do things for us. And mind you, the brothers who were pleading with Jesse Jackson to help free some of the political prisoners from the protests, they were looking at Reverend Jesse Jackson and saying, hey, didn't you free a whole bunch of other people who were all across the world? You see, to me, when people reference all the hostage negotiations that Reverend Jesse Jackson facilitated, mind you, a lot of times the people he were saving were not us. But when people brag about all the accomplishments as far as negotiating, you have to ask yourself, why didn't he ever negotiate to free some of the brothers and sisters locked up in Chicago, in his city? This is similar to the people who have all the money in the world to build wells and create schools in Africa and all these other places because it costs less, but won't put a dime into an organization in their own community that's doing good work, feeding the hungry, doing job training programs, all that kind of stuff. Oh, no money for that. But I can fly 5,000 miles away to help someone in a remote village. That's essentially what it seems like with these hostage negotiation instances. I'm not saying that he was wrong for doing them, just like I wouldn't say that anyone who builds a school in Africa is wrong for doing that. But I will point out the fact that you're doing all that overseas and are neglecting people at home. And Jesse Jackson was fully capable of freeing prisoners, or at least helping them to get freedom. We saw that with the case of Bill Cosby, who Jesse Jackson advocated for. Look at the date on there. That was 2020. And what Jesse Jackson was revealing with this negotiation is that he was capable of doing it the whole time. But he wouldn't do it for the common folk. He would do it for Bill Cosby, who shouldn't have been in prison. But in Jesse's mind, he was his fellow Omega and deserved his freedom. Don't get mad when we point these facts out. Yes, he was capable, even in 2020, of advocating doing work for our people. Yet he chose to do it collectively.
So one more. Hold on, Taser. You got 2 minutes to come up here, or it's permanent vacation for you. And you can't be getting up here trolling. You're going to have to come on camera, and I'll bring you up, and you can talk your shit. But you got 2 minutes.
And we are 7:15 p.m. here in the Pacific.
He said he's the same age as you, Shabaka.
Okay, then bring his ass up here and let's talk. And he don't know how old I am. Okay, you in my age group, man, bring your ass up here if you dare. Okay, it's 11:15 here in the Pacific time, and then at 11:17, brother, you're gonna be kicked up out of here.
Yeah, Taser, stop typing and hit the link.
Yeah, exactly. Lose the view. Specify. Specify, Taser. Okay, we got this countdown going on, brother Che.
Yep.
Okay. You got 30 seconds, clown.
That is Jesse. What are you talking about, dude? Now you're a clown. You need to go. He just.
Oh boy, here we go. Come on, 6495. Click the link. Get up here. Otherwise, man, we're gonna kick you up out of here.
Yeah, some intellectual combat. They don't want it though. No, it's by Felicia for you.
Kick his ass up out of here. 6495, you gone, man.
By
Oops, upside his head. Oops, upside his head.
All right, Taser, you got your time is up.
Okay, hit him with the wrench.
All right, before we really interrupt this ignorant ass trolls.
One thing that I do want to bring up before I get into the next section of this video is the fact that a lot of times you learn about a person through their protege. Jesse Jackson is the known mentor of the other sellout, Reverend Al Sharpton, who is a known rat, a known FBI informant, who they claim was informing on the mod. But when you look into the details about what was stated, Al Sharpton declared that he was cooperating with investigations involving organized crime, quote unquote. And at that time, pretty much every FBA was looked at as a criminal. Hell, Hillary Clinton called us super predators, so it's not too much of a stretch to imagine that the mob weren't the only ones who were being ratted on. But I digress. Now we know that Al Sharpton was taught very well because we can see that he's applying the skills that he learned from Messy Jesse and stacking all types of cash rewards sent to his nonprofit in order to buy influence. Sound familiar? This is a common pattern amongst traders. And Jesse Jackson made sure that the next generation, meaning Al Sharpton, would be well equipped with sellout tools in order to undermine and destroy future generations. So that was another gift from Messy Jesse. So now the next part of this video is going to be rather disturbing for some. May want to unsubscribe, may hate me after it, so be it. But there's one person in particular who made a video that needs to be checked. And if I'm the only one to do it, then so be it. Jason Blacc, the Blacc Authority, the self-proclaimed anchorman of the new Blacc Media. Mr. You have to watch out for these old niggas. Came out with one of the worst videos ever created on the subject of Jesse Jackson. I mean, it got so bad, he literally had to take down the live video and change it to the regular video, resetting the views, resetting the comments, which were eating him up. I mean, they were checking him. People were bringing receipts. I mean, just all manner of things. He had to switch it over. And for those who don't know, that's a strategy by some YouTubers to switch things from the live feed to a video format so that you can't see the people who were live and what they were saying. And also to reset the comment section while being able to claim, hey, I had no power over it. I had to reset it. Also, the web of links that are scattered across the web and through social media and other means end up linking people to a private video as opposed to the actual videos. So that's the other reason why sometimes a content creator will do that. But people still came back to the comment section and promptly reminded him. I mean, literally almost every comment was going against his message. It was ridiculous. And you can tell he's completely out of touch with the Black grassroots in regards to Messy Jesse. So what we're going to do is we're going to go.
I'll tell our young brother Black Truth United. Stay on niggas' helmets. That's off code. Like, I don't know what the hell Jason Blacc was thinking when he did that damn broadcast. What was that, 2 weeks ago?
Okay.
Go to the video. It's almost a 4.5 hour video, so obviously I can't play and critique the whole entire thing, but I'm going to bring up some cuts from the video, play them, and then give my commentary. And before I get started, I want to say that this is fair use. Fair use.
Maybe he did not address these things in the manner in which I would have liked. Maybe there were missed opportunities in there. I've spoke on those things and I will speak on those things. But as far as respecting that man's life.
Respecting the life of a known traitor. Keep that in mind, family. So let it continue.
I have to take that on the whole and take that on the balance. I want to also say something else here. You got to understand that there's a whole lot of jive time idiots in this regard.
So there was a young brother that called in. I don't know if it was Black Truth United, but it was another young brother that had called in, and he was like, Jason, what are you doing? Like, you're sitting up here bigging up this dude that sold us out, brought us that African American term, and a slew of other things. And Jason was like shutting the young brother down, like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, go read a book, go get some hooked on phonics and shit like that. And the brother was right with what he was saying. So shout out to Black Truth United for calling Jason out on the shit.
Some of you are white supremacists in drag. What? Some of you are white supremacists in drag. You see, that's what happens when the juvenile delinquents start talking here when they have an opportunity to speak. We're not supposed to be doing that. These folks here, when their people die, no matter where it is on the damn spectrum, they don't sit up here, especially when they're older. They don't sit up here and talk greasy like that.
Yes, they do talk greasy about people, but they have to be people who are actually going against the system of white supremacy.
Right, like they talk greasy about John Brown. They said John Brown was delusional. He was crazy because he
and
free black people.
Okay, and then also too, Brother Che, what was that there you had said a few weeks back, man, that any black person who wanted to get out of bondage and slavery was a form of mental disease?
Drapetomania.
Oh boy, there's never a dull moment here. My goodness.
Drapetomania. If you wanted to be free from the plantation, you had drapetomania. You needed to be dealt with. So you have to have the drapetomania beat out of you.
Damn.
You had to be the likes of a John Brown. Notice they don't have statues and monuments and a whole bunch of stuff.
No, they don't. They said he was delusional. He was crazy.
Stories and roads.
They say all kinds of horrible shit about John Brown.
And whatnot named after John Brown. White society doesn't prop up the likes of a John Brown. They vehemently check their people when they perceive them as off code, as far as not following in alignment with the system of white supremacy. I mean, this is common knowledge. So I don't know what Jason Blacc is talking about here. Let's let it continue.
We cannot listen to the crackheads or their children in this regard. They don't talk about their folk like that. They don't get together and do that.
What happened with Charlie Kirk? What happened with various political figures? Many times, white society will get on their own, sometimes based on an ideology or a political party. But of course, we know that's all superficial. They're mainly invested in maintaining the system of white supremacy. And if they think one person on one side of the aisle is improperly handling the system of white supremacy, or just in general, if someone goes against the system of white supremacy, they will check that person, even in death. Hell, this is why their code is so strong, because they're willing to check the sellouts or perceived sellouts of white supremacist society. They don't allow for traitors of the white supremacist system to continue receiving the benefits and to be remembered in a good light. And we must do the same if we want to counter their code. Let's let it continue.
We have woefully few individuals who got anything they can hang their hats on. We don't seize upon opportunities to play the class clown. We don't seize on that. Everything is not for your entertainment.
Notice what I brought before you is not entertainment. And many of the people who were calling into the program were not bringing entertainment. They were bringing facts. But when you have a person like Jason Blacc, who's so dismissive of everyone and anything that even remotely disagrees with him, he can never be wrong. This is what you get. I mean, he got debunked quite a few times throughout that broadcast. You almost had secondhand embarrassment for the guy. He was talking about nonprofits and whatnot, and people brought up, yeah, the churches are nonprofits. And they mainly extract funds from the black community. Outside of the churches. Come on, man. People were debunking this guy left and right. And then when they did so, what he would do is he would come up with an excuse to get them off the line. Oh, this guy was, he was probably in prison or something. Mind you, Jason Blacc is the one who is known for stating that he doesn't condemn the street dudes, the drug dealers, et cetera, et cetera. But he was sitting up throughout the program. Please watch it yourself. I mean, if you can even endure it. We're talking about 4.5 hours of people bringing up mostly legitimate points. I won't say everyone had sound points, but mostly everyone had something or another to say in regards to checking Jason Blacc and his deplorable coverage of the situation. This was extraordinarily disappointing, especially for someone who claims to be the anchorman of the new.
I was going to ask you that same question, Shabaka.
Okay, because I see Jackson, I see King, I see Ralph Abernathy. Okay.
I think that's one of the deacons of defense.
You know what, man? I think you might be right. Would that be Mr. Robert Williams by any chance? Somebody please let me know.
I think that is Robert Williams.
Okay.
Because that's Hosea Williams next to Martin Luther King on the right side.
No, that's Ralph Abernathy, sir.
Oh, that's Ralph Abernathy. Okay.
Yes, sir. That is Ralph Abernathy. I know that for a fact. Then you got Dr. King. Then you got Messy Jesse. And hey, Cool Keezy.
Keezy's in the building. Salute.
Come on up and join us, Cool Keezy, if you can. Okay.
Yeah, it was an excellent broadcast. That's why I was like, I play this on the Front Line Blacc News.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, Abernathy had a tie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that is James Orange.
Okay. So probably James Earl Ray, who killed King, was probably ordered to take out Abernathy too, because I believe Ralph Abernathy was Dr. King's lieutenant, if I got that correct. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Because I do know in ATL, they do have streets named after Dr. King, also after Ralph Abernathy and Andrew Young.
Yeah. I don't know if we got anybody in here from Atlanta right now, but yeah.
Okay.
Atlanta, or Kukizi, he lived just outside of Atlanta, so he would know.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, cool, Keezy. We had to bop a couple of idiots upside the head with the wrench, man, before you came on, man. Old man Nix, fam. Oh, he's from the ATL. Okay. Now, Mr. Nix. Okay. Okay, yeah, we got old man Nix fan from Atlanta. Okay. All righty. Okay, and we got Cool Keezy out of Marietta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside of Atlanta.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I've been through Marietta, Georgia, you know. Because so for all you people out there that challenged me to go down there to the South, I did it. Okay. Now, see, how could I put this? Okay, this is definitely chess and not checkers.
Yeah.
Number one. Okay. Now, there are those who have came up on my wall that stated that we need to unite black and white poor people. Biggest goddamn mistake that could ever be made.
Yeah, didn't Fred Hampton try that? And see what happened.
Yeah, and look what happened. Because as you say, Brother Che, the RWS, you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Where are you originally from, if you mind us asking? Oh, man, Knicks fan. You from New York, obviously, if you're a Knicks fan.
Okay. Yeah, Goddess Navi, you know what I'm saying, is because you got to keep in mind is that I was a child when all this stuff was going on. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And just like that record, Ball of Confusion, you know what I mean?
Oh, you from Dirty Spurs, New Jersey in the house. Okay.
Okay, yeah, where Mad Dr. D is from, you know, our co-executive producer that transitioned about 3 years ago. Okay. All righty. Okay.
Appreciate you tapping in. I'm going to let this video continue.
Okay.
Blacc Media. Let's let it continue.
Especially when we consider the fact that if I ask you about your works and what you've gotten done or accomplished to be able to qualify to say that,
that's the only thing we need.
There's not going to be very much you can say.
Okay.
As I said
cool,
here before,
easy.
You have to earn the right to do that.
Okay. Yes. Were you born in No,
just having
I was born on the south side of the
That doesn't
shop.
mean anything. You have to earn the right to do that.
There was
But I
actually
spent
another
most of
brother
my
who was
life
on
in
this
California.
broadcast who debunked that talking point. The fact that we have to earn the right to criticize him, and if we weren't there at the time, then we don't have any standing. No, you don't have the right to police who can and who can't criticize
Newark, Brick
Messy
City,
Jesse.
first
We're
time
going to check
listening
him
to great
no matter
content.
what, whether you like it or not. And we don't have
And
to
after
bring
the clip, I want to
entertainment to
comment
the
on Newark.
Shout out to Brick City. Our anchor man is from Brick City. Man.
Okay. Now, also too, keep in mind though too, Newark, New Jersey, right? Before the police had came out with riot helmets, they was wearing hard hats. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a classic photograph of this police officer that shot and killed this 10-year-old boy.
In 1967, right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Yeah, I remember seeing that picture too. And they had helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say, yeah, Goddess Navi. Okay.
Catch the
Lunchies got to hop off, fam, but I'm definitely going to catch the replay. Definitely going to be hopping on in the future lives. Okay, Lunchies, yeah, thank you for joining us. You know,
appreciate you coming.
Okay.
Make sure you sub up to the Front Line Blacc News as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Goddess. I just talk about what I've lived through. You see what I'm saying? You know, as a child, you see. So it's very, very important. Okay.
Oh, you had a bad from Trenton.
Oh, okay. Well, I ain't mad at you, Cool Keezy. You know what I'm saying?
See,
and
I
so
think that's where Lisa's from. Is from Trenton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I transition on these archives, only thing I can say is take what is useful and leave what is useless.
Yep.
To quote Bruce Lee.
And we're taking what's useful and we're leaving what's useless. And that goes for African American. That shit is useless. They don't serve us no purpose. And it was brought
It was compromised, Brother Check. It was compromised real bad. And then, too, by the way, too, Brother Chad, I was trying to pull up Wattstax 1973. It's not in the search bar. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Goddess Navi says Chi-Town and Cali combined, Shabaka. That's explosives in. Yes, I'm not on mess book, though, Shabaka. Sister, I don't blame you. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame you in the least.
Right.
Situation. We can bring pure facts, but let's let it continue.
I cannot sit here and watch and be around folks who witnessed and saw what occurred. They were frontline witnesses, frontline participants. Anything could have happened. There's no way in the world. No way in the world.
Yeah, that is.
No way in the world is somebody sitting around 50 or 60 years later.
Cool, that's some devious shit.
Is going to tell us that we need to listen to you.
This is out of the same playbook as people who say, okay, you're younger than me, you can't teach me anything. This is Jason Blacc essentially turning into the old Negro that he talks about, where he can't be told anything, and all the younger people better just shut up because they're not as experienced as him, and they don't have as many accolades as him. Just that silly stuff, like in high school. Oh, you're a freshman. Oh, you're a sophomore. See, I'm a senior. See, that bullshit. That's essentially what you're dealing with in this situation. Let's let it continue.
See, a lot of you have been conditioned to think that you got a cell phone in your hands and you can watch Cardi B videos and thus your opinion matters. You're coming along 60 years later. Who are you to speak on that?
Yeah,
you can talk about what you've seen today.
Well, who the hell is he to speak on it? He wasn't even fucking born when this shit was going down. The only one that can speak on this is Shabaka. Shabaka lived all of this shit, not Jason Blacc.
Yes, sir. I most certainly did. I remember the day that Dr. King was assassinated because they did a special report, and I was mad the motherfucker being a little kid, man, because I'm watching Wile E. Coyote, the super genius.
Right.
Boy, and Wile E. Coyote, well, anyway, that roadrunner be giving them the business. And so it came on April 4th, 1968, that Dr. King had passed. And the only thing I remember, man, all across the nation, man, it was all hell that broke out, except for Los Angeles. Los Angeles was very, very quiet, they say. But they had riots in the Shire. They had riots in Cleveland. I believe NYC as well too. You know what I'm saying?
Colorado,
but
Newark, Milwaukee.
Yeah. But I was there in Los Angeles in 1992 of the rebellion.
Yeah, Jason Blacc is not exempt from criticism either. Exactly. He's not.
Well, actually, Cool Keezy, like if we're doing stuff like this, particularly on our history, nobody's exempt from criticism, not even yours truly. I ain't the sharpest damn tool in the shed now. You know?
You actually lived it. So based off the logic he's talking about, you're the only one that's qualified to even talk about this. He's not even qualified to talk about it because he didn't live it.
Yeah, and then the cold part about it is the only thing I remember Black family is it was a whole lot of turmoil. People were literally crying in the street when Dr. King got assassinated. You see what I'm saying? And then this is why I criticize these other groups, okay? Like when you really look at the Patricia Hearst kidnapping case.
Yeah, Patty Hearst.
You see what I mean? And you remember when I was telling you, telling an old Dumbo Sarge that if somebody dies as a result of a felony in the state of California, you're automatically charged with murder one. And Patricia Hearst was in on that Hibernia bank robbery in San Francisco where somebody died.
Yeah.
She was not sent to the gas chamber.
Nope, she wasn't.
Yeah, and then old Jimmy Carter signed a full pardon on her.
Yep, he did.
Yeah. Say, yeah.
You don't really have a leg to stand on to speak on this.
You don't either. You definitely don't have no leg to speak. You weren't even fucking born yet. The fuck are you talking about, Jason? Like, it's tough. I don't like. Well, let's see what else he got to say.
We don't have to know every single thing that was going on during the time. What we can do is go to trustworthy sources, people who were in the streets, who knew what was going on during the time. As I pointed out many times during this video, people who were his contemporaries. I'm going to trust them to give the proper assessment of Messy Jesse, not you, Jason Blacc, because you've proven yourself to be untrustworthy in covering this subject. Let's let it continue. Fair use, fair use.
You know, like I know, if Jesse was there, you sound like Fox News, man. You sound like Fox News.
Oh, look at that cut on that suit right there. Boy, them some nice tailor cut
suits. Does this not sound like the clowns who come up under the comment section of each and every video that is created in the new Blacc Media saying, you sound like that old 2-year-old logic. Just because we disagree with a stance, now we're Fox News, now we're MAGA. That's what that phrase sounded like. And mind you, he's talking about Fox News, but he's not talking about the massive good coverage that Jesse Jackson is getting from the left wing of the white supremacist machine, including, but not limited to, CNN, MSNBC, Al Sharpton, Roland Barton, all of them. I mean, if you were new to the channel, you would think Jason Blacc was a part of the establishment media by his shared views with some of the biggest sellouts that are still living. Let's let it continue.
Yeah, it was. They
saved all that just off the phone. I just asked for the specifics. By the way, folks, if you all want to go Google Jesse Jackson, Miami, NFL Stadium,
another tailor cut suit. Look at that shirt. He got cufflinks.
Protesters. By the way, if you all want to go to Google and just type that in real quick, don't believe he's not be lying. I could be lying. So by the way, if you go to Google and type that in.
So for context sake, this is a person who called into the program and shared a personal experience about Jesse Jackson going to Miami. And he was saying that Jesse was likely paid off in order to neutralize the situation and kind of diffuse the energy and allow for a stadium to be built. And while I won't comment on that particular situation because I don't have any proof, Jason Blacc just dismissed that claim by using Google as a reference. Mind you,
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Negatively about people who go to Google and just click on the first search results that come up. He's literally gone on rants about this. Those who watch his program frequently know that I'm telling the truth. Yet now he's saying that Google is an old trusty network. So to continue.
What you're going to find is that Jesse Jackson was opposing it. If you go to Google and type that in, what you'll find is the first thing you'll get is Jesse Jackson was opposing it.
Yeah, the first thing that shows up is typically the establishment media's narrative, and I can give you proof that Google goes out of their way to manipulate search results, including the blacklist that they had for a time, which prevented you from even finding the right information. So, yeah, I guess Google is now the #1 trusted source for any and all information, especially regarding the good of the Black community. Let's let it continue.
That's the first thing you'll find, people. Y'all right now, prove me wrong. Go to Google right now, type in Jesse Jackson, Miami NFL Stadium protesters. The first thing you get is Jesse Jackson is trying to stop the stadium. He won't.
No, that's not it, Jason. See, I actually Googled it when he said that shit. And it said that Jesse Jackson was talking about unemployment. He wasn't even talking about the goddamn stadium.
Okay.
Let it go up. That's the first thing you're going to get. And then you got others. He's claiming there's something we all don't know or didn't see occurring. And I'm like, by the way, you know we can Google all this stuff you talking about, right? You know we can Google it, right? There's a story behind the story. Google don't tell you everything.
Shabaka was in the thick of it.
Yeah, sometimes there is a story behind the story. I don't know all the details regarding that one. I can't say that there is or there isn't a bigger story. But what I will say is that time after time, almost every single person who's interacted with Jesse Jackson, who is for the community, not a fellow boule bootlick, had a negative experience with him. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was involved in something grimy. Let's let it continue. Fair use, fair use.
And he was college educated and smart enough to understand, okay, let me copyright these speeches, not for their intellectual power, but because they're intellectual property. And this will go to my children.
Exactly. No tears here.
It's modest.
Yeah.
But by the way, he was thinking ahead. So a number of them did that. Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was running around with James Brown.
Yep. It was.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse Jackson back in the day. There are pictures. I'm not Jesse Jackson.
See how easily he confused those two names? It's because they're essentially the same person. Jesse Jackson mentored Al Sharpton. They're both known sellouts, buck dancing coons, and will forever be remembered as such. But Jason has some interesting things to say regarding Al Sharpton. Let him continue.
Al Sharpton was running around with James Brown back in the day. Y'all can go take a look at it. Al Sharpton was like a concert promoter and whatnot. Concert promoter, boxing promoter. He was doing what they do in New York. Well, hell yeah, he was. He's going to be going up against.
That means somebody was bagging him
on a daily basis. He's going up against all these companies and corporations in New York City who got tons of lawyers. You're going to be going up against them. You can't go up against them with flat pockets.
Going against them for what? Name the specific case that Al Sharpton has worked on that has significantly and tangibly benefited foundational Black Americans. Oh wait, what good are resources?
But you can see Al Sharpton waving a rainbow
for
flag
everyone
with a banana
but
in
us.
his mouth.
Some of you heard what happened when Brother Black Alpha went to Al Sharpton's organization, the National Action Network, or as I like to call him, the No Action Network, and he never heard back from him. These people don't benefit us. These people are out for self or out for.
I remember when the clowns tried to get me to join that shit. I said, hell no.
Yeah, exactly. And Al Sharpton waving a rainbow flag with a banana in his mouth. Connect the dots, people.
I said, you should join the Denver chapter. Fuck no.
Benefiting other communities. Let's let it continue.
They are, you talking about them gentrifying you in New York. They'll financially crush you up there. So yeah, Al was out there hustling. Al was hustling concerts. Al was hustling boxing matches. Al was hustling whatever he could. Ain't nobody giving them nothing.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go with the trolls. Little Debbie. Jesse was no hero. He was not a beacon of light. He was not a revolutionary.
Not at all.
What happens with revolutionaries is that they die. Read Dr. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide.
Yeah. They become martyrs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, Regal, permanent vacation for you. I know this is you.
Okay, yeah. Put your foot in his ass, man. Show him the door again.
Yeah, he was a hustler.
Yes, we've already proven in this video that they give them plenty. Al Sharpton specifically was given $500,000 through his nonprofit from the Kamala campaign. Are you counting that as him not being given something?
Right.
Or are you saying he is doing something as far as the act of selling us out? Either way, it's not looking good. Jesse Jackson, we're talking about millions in donations and his gig at CNN. And by the way, what does Al Sharpton have? A TV show on MSNBC. Notice a common theme here.
Yep.
They're willing to paper up the sellouts. So no, they don't have to get it out of the mud. Let's let it continue.
Okay.
You talk about something you know. Notice the jackasses who called in earlier tonight, they didn't say anything about this. So if they're so smart, explain to me why you didn't say a word about this.
I saw
now,
Malcolm.
I know these things. I read Al Sharpton's autobiography.
I saw Messy Jesse at Watt Stacks.
I read it.
Somebody.
So I'm not telling you what somebody else told me.
You are going.
I read it. Go and Tell Pharaoh is the name of it if you all want to know. I read his autobiography.
Did you read his autobiography, Shabaka?
Of Malcolm X? Yes, I read it twice.
Not Malcolm X, of Jesse Message.
No, sir. No, I have not written his I have not read his autobiography.
Okay.
He's got pictures of him in there with James Brown to show you he ain't making this up. I was rolling with James back. Yo, you talk about James Brown. I talk to James Brown.
Yeah, the money Kamala dropped to get any back and should have been
that
assigned.
Was him.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So Jesse Jackson saw what they did. Their whole thing is to impoverish you, leave you homeless, penniless, and then kill you. He was not an employee. By the time he gets to the 1980s, people, what did Jesse build up or put aside for his children? He watched them kill Malcolm. He watched them kill Medgar. He watched them kill Fred Hampton. He watched them kill Dr. King. What had he built up for himself and his people?
Notice he had to slip in his people at the very end of that. We know he did nothing for his people, but he sure did plenty for himself. And yes, all of those people were unalived. That's sometimes the sacrifice that's necessary for the movement. And what I'm going to say here might sound controversial, but so be it. There are some things worth dying for. And if you're in this movement and you're not prepared to give the ultimate sacrifice, then you don't belong in a place like Jesse Jackson. If you're not about that life, respectfully move out of the way and support those who are. You see, this is something that Malcolm X, MLK, and all of the other freedom riders who lost their lives fighting for our people understood. You see, it's really not your life. That's what Jesse and apparently Jason didn't and don't understand.
Yeah.
It's not your life. It's not yours. And so that's the level of dedication that you have to have for your people if you really want to see this through to the end. That your life is not meaningless. Of course, I'm not saying self-unaliving is an option or anything like that, but a comprehension that there's something more valuable than your life, something worth dying for. And Jesse Jackson obviously wasn't about that life. It was evident. And if he was seen as a threat and actually carried on the work of MLK in pushing for reparations for foundational Black Americans, then we would have seen a real backlash against him. And there's no way white supremacist society would have let him get all types of access to funding and resources, giving him accolades, medals, and honors. That doesn't come by white supremacists to those who buck the system. So just some food for thought there. Let's let it continue.
What did he build up for his own family by the time he gets to the late 70s, 80s? They done killed all the revolutionaries. He's looking, by the way, what does Coretta got? What the kids got?
Nothing.
What can I do for them?
Hey, about your news. Not a damn thing.
Since ain't none of us sitting on that Madam C.J. Walker money at this point.
Valor News, they ain't done shit for the Black community.
That's what he was dealing with. There are a number of them. For the ones who actually had to be out there in the trenches, that's what they were looking at, dude. Y'all acting like they just got money for nothing.
Yeah, of course they were getting money for something. They were getting money to sell us out, to promote and push abortion, to restrict revolutionary messaging, to avoid reparations, specifically lineage-based reparations claims, to neutralize energy and waste valuable time by keeping us supporting politicians and dumb terminology, the very systems that are being used to destroy us.
They didn't have folk giving them anything. I recognize that. So when they talk about race hustling and this, that, and the other, hell yeah, Al Sharpton is going to organize this damn lawsuit. They're going to get them to pay off so he can go ahead and get him something out of that. Al Sharpton is going to organize this damn lawsuit. They're going to get them to pay off so he can go ahead and get him something out of that. Al Sharpton is going to organize this damn lawsuit. They're going to get them to pay off so he can go ahead and get him something out of that.
So now essentially what Jason Blacc is saying is he's cool with sellouts and traitors getting paid to sabotage and destroy the foundational Black American grassroots. I mean, let me know if I'm off on that. Keep this in mind, family. We're essentially justifying organizing political, social, or legal energy in almost a performative way to keep us docile or fight for other groups so that Al Sharpton can get some personal gain out of it. I mean, this was absolutely sickening commentary to hear from Jason Blacc. Some of the worst I've ever heard. Let's let it continue.
On account of the fact who is beating the damn streets. People, if you want to make money, there's a hell of a whole lot easier ways of making money than fighting white supremacy, people.
Black Americans, we're not African Americans, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
As Tariq told y'all, the money is in cooning. The money is not in standing up for black folk. The money is in being a coon. Which comes back to what I said about Jesse Jackson. He set up these nonprofits. So instead of these white folk telling other white people, hey, you want to help these Negroes? Give me the money.
Right.
Hi, I'm Sally Struthers. If you want to help these poor, dirty Negroes over here, give the money to me and I'll help them.
Yeah. Yep, I remember.
So what do we say? Well, we need to have a nonprofit of our own because the white folks got the nonprofits and that's where the damn money goes. Well, Jesse didn't talk about it. He was being about it and he set one up himself.
Yeah, he set up a nonprofit by himself, for himself, and a few select others. So now we're going to justify the actions of Jesse Jackson by pointing to suspected white supremacists doing the same. They're taking advantage of the Negroes, so let me take advantage of them too. So now that's justified. Let's let it continue.
Because up until then, you're giving all the money. You got white folks saying, you want to help black people, give the money to me, and then I'll spend it for you. Don't worry. Give me the money and I'll make sure it gets to the right place. So you expect me to get mad? I'm supposed to be mad at Jesse Jackson because the first caller talking about he set up nonprofits. So I'm supposed to be mad that he was hitting up white folk for the bag for his nonprofits. I'm supposed to be mad about that.
No, we're not mad about.
Right. Just Lloyd, you've been ordered to hit the link. So hit the link and tell us how we don't deserve reparations or how we need to go through the IRS to get our reparations.
Yeah. Come on up. Come on down, Lord Gittins. And you got exactly, man, about 3 minutes, man. Then we bopping you upside your head with the wrench, man.
Jesse Jackson getting money for his nonprofits. We would have no problem with that. Just like I have no problem with churches getting money. If and only if they're using that money to benefit the whole of the community, not just out for self. If he was actually doing stuff with that money to benefit the black grassroots, to push for reparations and other things, I'd have no problem with it. Let's let it continue.
Lord Gittins, we need to go up here because I got a response for you on that.
I got niggas in here mad that Jesse Jackson was passed.
Did he just pull a Kamala Harris? Didn't Kamala Harris say some stupid shit like that? 2 acres in the mule. Bitch, it's 40 acres in a mule.
Yeah, Lord Gittins. Come on up. You see, man, this is what I mean about you buster ass motherfuckers out there in the chat, man. You know, you talk that bullshit, man, but you don't want to come up here and get none of this heat.
Right.
We'll listen to you. We don't hate you.
They're trolling on the vertical.
They trolling on the vertical. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then that means we're getting somewhere.
To these folks, you know they're wrong, right? Really?
We're in the algorithm.
Yeah, you're right, Lord. Yeah, they owe us trillions. Yeah, they owe us trillions. Actually, man, they owe us the whole goddamn Federal Reserve.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to you, Jason Blacc, because you have a warped sense of reality. For those of you who know, This is not my first time criticizing something coming from Jason Blacc. I made an entire video debunking his failed talking point about power isn't power if you can't abuse it, which is a warped sense of thinking. That's not the mind of a person who can reason and morally assess
I thought that's what that video was about. So when he did that
situations. That's the mark of a person who's
Okay, now Lloyd Giddens is trying to find a clever way to get paid. It's like this here, Lloyd Giddens. I'm not mad at you trying to get paid. We're trying to get paid too. Okay? Now, Lloyd Giddens, since you don't want to come up here, I want to ask you a question.
Before we put him on permanent vacation.
Oh, yeah. Come on up, Lloyd Giddens. Let's argue. We'll listen to you.
His time is
We don't
up.
hate you.
He had 3 minutes. He then hit the link, so he got to go.
All righty, bop him upside the head. Valid news priority. Let's get the problem of division out of the narrative. I've never had an opinion of being better than anyone. Valid news, come on up. Come on down.
Come on, Valid News.
Yeah, come on down, Valid News. Come up here with us. Let's hear you.
Because first of all, we didn't create the division. All we're doing is pointing it out.
Exactly. Come on up. Wow, did anybody come for you after you debunked them, Black Truth United?
Oh, I wonder. Because when he did this video, I was like, I wonder who he's talking about. And he just confirmed it on this video.
It is warped. But now with all that being said, what I want to do here for the last portion of this video is give a particular individual some shine, someone who was around and did deep research on Jesse Jackson family. This is someone who's way more qualified than Jason Blacc or myself for that matter to give commentary regarding Messy Jesse. And you don't have to believe me. You can verify everything that I've said.
Black Truth United is talking about Steve Coakley.
Okay, I've heard the name of Steve Coakley.
But I want you to ask yourself, are you going to believe Dr. Khalid Muhammad or Jason Blacc? Hosea Williams or Jason Blacc? Leonard Childress or Jason Blacc? Sam Greenlee or Jason Blacc? I mean, come on now. They all can't be lying. Let me present to you our brother Steve Coakley, who broke down a lot of things regarding Jesse Jackson. And I'll say first and foremost that I don't co-sign every single thing that is said. I don't have enough proof to stand by every single thing that is said. But brother Steve Coakley does bring some very compelling points that I think we should all at least listen to. Fair use, fair use.
Key point. If you spend all that time, and Martin's about to say you are agent, do you understand that you got to press go on the assassination? Because now Martin is so continuously condemning you, you got wiretaps everywhere. And we know what he said about Jesse in front of everybody, but who knows what he said when it was just him and Ralph? How much more severe was his accusations? Such that if you didn't kill Martin, of white limitations don't run out on murder. Okay, let's let this run, and then we're going to go back and look at it again in straight speed. Look at. He won a few times. Look at Jesse. Martin still won't acknowledge it. Yes, go back. Now I ask you, when you look at it, is that Jesus or Judas?
That was his last speech.
Jesus or Judas?
Yep.
That was his last speech.
Nobody would touch him.
You can even tell MLK did not trust him. You can tell by his body language and everything. MLK was aware that he had a Judas in the midst. So let it continue.
Thank you for joining us.
Let it run, let it run.
Okay, he was
now we're on the day
of.
Now Jesse went and told them, look, you better move now.
Reteaching that Bible.
I'm running out of time. This is the last song. They brought him on the balcony at 3:06.
I said, oh.
He was shot with a 30-06.
Oh, no, I called the house and
These are deep things, family. A lot of symbolism behind the things regarding the MLK assassination. There's a reason why Trump didn't release the files, so they continue.
I heard him above me.
That's my man, Hosea.
Notice this is Hosea Williams, the same person that we heard from before. He talked about the bloodstained shirt situation. So they continue.
Okay.
And we had a limousine.
Okay.
I could touch the limousine. Had been loaned to us by one of the local funeral homes. And I heard a voice, the guy who was driving the limousine. He said, Dr. King. Dr. King, yes, so he said, although the car is over, it's chilly, I recommend you get your coat. And the last word he said in this word, okay, Joe, said, get my coat. And I was going to say, pow!
Stop. Oh, stop. Go back. Key point. Let's go back. There's the maid right there we were looking for. There's the cart. Oh. Okay, let's freeze it at the highest point where Jesse's back is in the right there. Stop. There we go. There's Jesse Jackson.
Now, for those wondering if he was there at the MLK assassination, there you have it.
There he is.
Okay, now, there's the maid. There's the cart. You see that cart? They're the wheels. You understand? At 6 o'clock, you ain't changing no beds and no motel? Check. Okay, let's let it run.
Good crowd, FBA. I'm happy to hear that.
There's a good shot of McCullough. There's Martin with the towel over his face. There's Martin again.
I looked up and didn't see him on the balcony, except that I saw his shoes sticking out the end of the balcony. All of the police, instead of going to where the shot came from, they were all coming to see what happened. So the picture on the balcony was us trying to say it came from over there.
Stop. There we go. That's good. There's that phony point. There's Jesse's head right there, making sure that he ran up there and gave a phony pointing. Now, here's the problem with the people pointing. All of the people pointing were this way, looking up to Martin. The shots came from behind them, whether from the bushes or from the rooming house, it was behind them. Not one single person said they turned around and saw somebody or at the rooming house. Those that even saw anybody, Solomon Jones, Earl Caldwell, New York, saw somebody moving in the bushes. Check. So how is it that those with their back turns suddenly become so definitive on something they didn't even see?
Right.
You understand?
There were a lot of strange things regarding the individuals around MLK, agents everywhere. Let me skip through some of this. If you do want the full video and can't find it on YouTube, feel free to reach out to me and I'll make sure you get it.
Now, what's happening? NBC Meet the Press, the most watched Sunday news program.
Okay, what time zone
back to
are
this
you in?
moment that we're out teaching is a point of distrust and evidence of Martin's dislike to Jesse.
Okay, is he in the east or the west or the central?
Put him right on Rockefeller's NBC, toss that ball right up and say, Jesse, now when I toss this ball up, I want you to stuff it home. So he puts a circle around Jesse's head and a circle around Martin's head, calls it close, and says, you were one of Martin's closest associates. What did Martin King say to you the night before he died? What's up, Blacc?
We just start around midnight your time. So 10 p.m. Mountain Standard.
And that'd be 9 here in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Vermont. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did say that yesterday.
Okay,
Yeah,
we got Beamer Bomb. If I'm saying the name, I don't mean to be disrespectful, brother. If that's Beamer Bomb,
yeah, that's what
please, you know if I'm saying your name correctly.
Yeah, we're in the well, I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. Shabaka's in the Pacific.
Yeah, I'm out here in the Wild Wild West. Okay, let's see. Okay, probably. Wow.
I don't know.
No, but you had a lot of them, man, that went up there, you know, from the South, I believe, Brother Jay.
That's Bernie Sanders' country.
Yeah.
God's soldier says someone with the effective prayer life then pray. Oh my God! If you don't go somewhere with that dumb shit.
Somebody here was saying, what kind of what? Somebody with an effective prayer life didn't pray for MLK safety, including MLK.
No. It needs to stop. He was a reverend. What the hell are you talking about? He didn't pray for himself, so he got murdered. Come on. These people.
Okay, and I see you bop somebody upside the head with a wrench, Brother Trey. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Lord, right. Paul, go to hell, Paul. Get the hell out.
Come on down, Paul. Yeah, come on down, Paul. Click the link. Okay, let me see it.
Certified salute, Cyberdon. Appreciate you tapping in again.
He's from Harlem. Okay, so therefore, so somebody said they just got a brand new Paul Tate just got his BMW out of the shop. The old man can learn things or two from me. First place, let me tell you, stupid ass something, Paul Tate. I don't know who the fuck you call an old trick. Oh,
that's Regal.
That's Regal? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Regal. You're a damn fool to buy a BMW, Trick. You really are. You're going to be spending more money keeping that motherfucker back and forth in the shop, man, with them sensors, man.
Right. Permanent vacation, Paul. You already know. As soon as we see your name.
Man, yeah, show them the door. Show them the door. Okay, all righty. Cyberdyne 100. You from Harlem. Okay, all righty.
He's from
Harlem's in the house. Okay.
Shout out to Harlem.
Okay.
So unfortunately, the audio is so bad here that you can't understand what Jesse is saying. But I'll go ahead and let Steve Coakley pick it up from after this point.
Stop. And the crowd. What did he say? He said, as you know, it was men crying, Ben Hooks and Billy Kyles. And as you know, he asked me to make that speech that night. And I said, I'll only make that speech if I can take Ralph with me.
That was to set him up as if he was closer to MLK than he was, when Brother Ralph was way closer to MLK and much more trusted.
Yeah.
There would be no need to do this. It just wouldn't be a need. Okay, let's go back. Let's hear it one more time, and then we'll pull that one out. Stop right there. That boy right there, Gerald Posner, he wrote this book right here, Killing the Dream.
You remember Posner?
He wrote this book,
they're not
Killing
over
the
here
Dream.
Talking shit.
And on the back of his book is that picture with Jesse, Martin, and Ralph, with Martin looking real puzzled. Can you see that?
Wait a minute. You mean Steve Coakley didn't go to Google in order to see the first search result that came up? He actually went to a book and did the research himself instead of trusting the first 2 or 3 search results that pop up with Google. Very interesting. Now let's see what he found out.
Okay. And in his book, Killing the Dream, he tries to help out Billy Kyles. Because in William Pepper's book, Orders to Kill, he says that Kyles is a Memphis Police Department informant. So Posner, he's going to defend Billy Kyles, and he puts this in his book. He says, in his book, Orders to Kill, William Pepper raises the strong inference that Kyles might have been an FBI informant. It's degrading and insulting, quote, Kyles says, about the author Pepper's accusations. It casts an aspersion over my 40 years in the civil rights movement. I saw how Pepper operates. Now, he says that he's appalled that Pepper called him an FBI informant. Check. But what did I say Pepper called him?
An FBI informant?
No, I said that Pepper accused him in this book, Orders to Kill. See, you got to listen to them somatically. See, they're going to deny something, but they ain't going to deny what they were accused of. In Orders to Kill, this book, William Pepper says that Kyles, he talks to the police chief, Sam Evans, who was running things then. He said, Kyles was one of my informants. Billy Kyles was an informant. Billy Kyles is the one that told the police that Martin King don't need no protection that day. Okay? Billy Kyles is the one that makes sure Martin King had his tie on. It was the briefing at 4:30 after Ray was checking in at 4 o'clock that said that friendlies will not be wearing ties.
How many of you knew that? That's why the photo that Jason Blacc was showing was so significant. This is a different version of the same photo. Look at who's wearing a tie and look at who's not wearing a tie. Those who are not wearing a tie are considered friendlies. In other words, people who should not be attacked. Whereas those who have ties on are essentially sheep being led to the slaughter. This is very similar to when Brother Tyreek and others pointed out the pink hoodies that all these quote-unquote random anti-Asian attackers were wearing. Various agencies and military personnel use this method in order to identify targets and those who are not targets. So just wanted to point this out. Let's let it continue.
Coding the people who are on the government side in the assassination scenario would not be wearing a tie. One guy that night was in an argument with Martin King because he was just insisting that he was not going to wear a tie to go to dinner. Who was that? Jesse Jackson. So much so that the argument is what held Martin King on the balcony so the shooting could go down after Kyles stepped away so they could get a better shot. Check. But my point here is that Posner defends Kyles as not being an FBI informant. The only problem was he was accused of being a Memphis Police Department informant. I mean, to me and you, an informant is an informant.
Right.
But when you're somatically denying something, make sure it matches the accusation. Check. Very important point. You can turn the lights up a second, because it'll take me a minute for that to get to the spot I need. In 1977, this is from that book, A Man to See, on Edward Bennett Williams. And this is Edward Bennett Williams says that Jesse Jackson came to see him because he thought he was in trouble with the U.S. government for misappropriating $1 million of the Push XL money. Page, for the record, page 464. When the establishment turned on Jackson, he came to Williams. In 1977, Senator Hubert Humphrey had seen a piece on 60 Minutes describing Jackson's attempts to motivate inner city youth to get an education. Humphrey urged HEW Secretary Joe Califano. Now that's important that he was head of HEW, now Department of Health and Human Services, because Joe Califano worked for the U.S. Army at the time Martin King was assassinated. So he was he was the legal advisor to the Secretary of the U.S. Army, and the Secretary of the U.S. Army was Cyrus Vance.
Yeah.
His military attaché was Al Haig, and his legal counsel was Joe Califano. Not one single book on any King assassination or Kennedy assassination appropriately brings up the role of Vance, Haig, and Califano. So now Califano is on the inside, having been an assassin. Now he's going to help Jesse Jackson, having been an assassin. And Jesse Jackson goes to Califano. It says Jackson gratefully asked Califano for $25,000 grant. Califano told him he needed, quote, $1 million. Now, how many white people you ever met? You asked them for a quarter and they gave you $100. You ever met a white person do that? So it's strange. Jesse would walk into the government, ask for a $25,000 grant. Califano told him he needed $1 million and then proceeded to give the black leader $6 million.
Wait a minute. I thought he had to hustle and earn that. You mean they just gave him money? Something's not adding up, Jason Blacc. Let's let it continue.
Of the $6 million, he misappropriated $1 million. Now the feds got him for misappropriation of funds. He's $1 million missing. Reagan becomes the president. Jesse gets scared. He asks Edward Bennett Williams to talk to Reagan to cut him a deal on the $1 million. Edward Bennett Williams says, when the federal auditors asked to look at Jackson's books early in the Reagan administration, they found chaos. Jackson's organization, Push XL, see, you saw that other thing said Rainbow Coalition. When Push had to pay back the money, he left the leaned organization, L-I-E-N, lean, like lean on your debt. He left the organization that had a lien on it and went to Washington and set up another organization. When Push paid back the lien, he leaves Washington and sets up Push Rainbow Coalition. Check? Okay, because you got to watch him. He's a magician. But the white man is his Merlin. Jackson's organization, Push XL, was unable to account for $1 million of the money. The matter was referred to the Justice Department. Wow. Jackson came to Williams claiming that he was a victim of a vendetta by the Republicans.
Sound familiar, family? You sound like Fox News. You sound like MAGA. Let's let it continue.
The case was dragging on, producing unflattering newspaper stories at a time when Jackson was trying to raise money for his 1988 presidential campaign. And Williams says that when he talked with the Reagan administration, he said quite the contrary. They were not only not trying to arrest Jackson, but had favorable viewpoints of him, so much so that they cut a deal to pay back $550,000 of the misappropriated money at $125,000 a year. And again, as I said earlier, that's when Jesse left Chicago, went to DC. Just a case in point. The only point to that is no black man would ever be allowed to pay back a misappropriated grant when Abernathy's son just went down for $1,500. Yeah. Now I just want to keep that in line. Now,
very interesting who gets all kind of kickbacks and benefits and underhanded deals behind the scenes. Something to pay attention to. So to continue.
Let's go back to something else very critical. Washington Post story. This story is dated July 12th, 1999. And the story, which I've now collaborated from the declassified documents that I have, FBI examined private life of King's successor. It says that after King died, the FBI began to investigate.
Wait a minute, family. Was that another document that you'd be hard-pressed to find on Google under the Google search results? You see, I like to listen to people who bring forward scholarship, facts, news articles, photographs, footage, not hearsay. Let's let it continue.
Coretta Scott King, Ralph Abernathy, and Andy Young. They emphatically said we cannot trust these three, and we must do everything we can. They dropped the investigation of Coretta. They then went on to do to Andy and to do to Ralph what they had done to Mark. That was on April 12th that they signed the memo. On April 12th, I'm going to show you Jesse Jackson announcing that every time there's a crucifixion, there's a resurrection, saying that he is the resurrected man. Okay, what's that other tape you got there, Mr. Brown? Let's put this one in. Okay, let's put that one in and take it backwards a little bit. There's no other tape that back there that you have? And that one is still rolling. Now, yeah, this is Jesse announcing he's available for leadership. But just keep going back because I want to put this in context. Oh, there's the white man, Don Rose. He's very important because Don Rose, the white man, just stop it. Freeze. Oh, right there. Hold him up against the wall. Don Rose, great. His name, you all don't know him. I'm from Chicago. Don Rose is the white man that you see when you black to get the white media to report on you. You don't go call NBC. You don't call CBS. You call Don Rose, and he gets the media. When I was attacked and fired out of the mayor's office in Chicago, it was Don Rose who coordinated the white media's attack on me, which came May 1st, the Illuminati birthday, 1988. Don Rose is the man that Jesse Jackson left town to meet up, who put him on the Today Show the next morning after Martin was killed to start the discussion that Jesse is the heir apparent to Martin King. And you'll hear him say, I told Jesse, and we reinforced each other, that Jesse was the likely choice. Well, excuse me, Mr. White Man. Are you in the SCLC? And doesn't it seem odd, Mr. White Man, that outside of the FBI, you're the only other white man that feels it's your job to pick the black man to run the black organization? See, it takes a lot of arrogance for me to stand here and say who's going to be head of the next ADL. Lieutenants of Satan. That would be like, well, you ain't even in the group. You can't even vote them in. But everybody don't know Don Rose. He's another one of those white people in the Jewish religion that got their fingerprints on the King assassination. And you don't know it. There used to be something in Chicago called Triple C.
I believe.
And Don Rose was the front man behind Al Raby, who was one of Martin King's associates, one of Harold Washington's associates, who died writing the resolution for the Black Jewish Coalition condemning Steve Coakley on November 25th, 1989. Al Raby dies laying on the resolution condemning me. Whatever that was struck his ass dead with a heart attack at 155 pounds, 5'9".
Just listen to all these associations and all these friends and all these people co-signing Jesse Jackson. It's a who's who of villains, agents, and demons. Let's let it continue.
Oh, stop right there. Look at Jesse, no tie on. That ain't important yet. That's been branded. Jesse wouldn't wear a tie that night. The briefing to the military men is friendlies will not be wearing ties. Ralph had on a tie. Martin was made to put his tie on. But Jesse emphatically wasn't going to wear no tie. And when we look at the people in the courtyard, notice who ain't wearing ties and who is. If you get to King video #1, you'll see the people without the ties ducking when the camera comes. For the things you're seeing us do now, that's in King Assassination #2 in the video. The only audio back there is a tape called King Assassination 99 or Jackson's role in the King assassination. They're both the same tape. Okay, keep going backwards a little bit. Now, Jackson's in the courtyard at that moment, but all the staff is at the hospital. Jackson told everybody don't talk to the press. Soon as everybody left, he started talking to the press. Notice the shooting was in the light, and now everybody's gone, it's in the dark. Very important. Okay, let's hear Andy starting right here.
A jar and started scraping up the blood and said, you know, and crying. It was Martin's precious blood. His blood was shed for us. It was, you know, it was weird. The people freaked out and did strange things. Jesse put his hands in the blood and wiped it on the front of the shirt. And it was, then what do?
You tell the truth.
In a moment like that.
Tell the truth.
Family, when we use the name Messy Jesse, there's a reason why. As you can see, there's more than one witness corroborating the story that Jesse Jackson took that blood and wiped it on himself. Absolutely sickening.
Damn.
Let him continue.
Yeah,
fair use.
The black people believe it. Our Lord, the 1,400,500 year leader, has been taken from us by hatred and bigotry. Even as I stand in this hour, I could not even allow hate to enter my heart at this time, for it was sickness, not meanness, that killed me.
Stop. Now let's take that comment. It was sickness, not meanness, that killed him. Versus Hosea saying, I was so mad I could take protons, neutrons, and kill me some white folk. But immediately, like Bevel, Jackson then forgave people he don't even know who they are. See, it's something you give an absolution and ain't even nobody in the confession box. You might as well forgive Casper the Ghost. But he's already forgiven. Don't worry. Don't mess with him, because it ain't nothing. It was meanness, hatred, or some old bullshit. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm sorry, but listen.
Notice that's essentially the same response that we get from some of the people who lose a loved one to police brutality. Forgiveness. Sometimes before the police officer is even revealed, you know, who did the deed, the name and everything. Let's let it continue.
Crying, hollering, oh God. And I immediately started running upstairs to where he was, and I caught his head. And I tried to feel his head, and I asked him, I said, Dr. King, do you hear me? Dr. King, do you hear me?
Stop.
And
Jackson gets up there, now that everybody's gone, and begins to say, I was the last person to talk to Dr. King. And I held him in my arms, and I said, Dr. King, can you hear me? Dr. King, can you hear me? And he never touched him. He never touched him. See, he used that statement to say that's how he got the blood on his shirt. But Andy just told you how he got the blood on his shirt. What did he do? He did this. He did this.
Yeah, he did.
Family, you don't get to do things like this in life and then get remembered as some kind of righteous freedom fighter and figure in foundational Black America. No, that would be offensive to the people who don't do grimy shit like this.
Right.
Let's let Brother Steve Coakley keep going. Fair use, fair use.
And on that last speech, Martin King, before he makes that, I've been to the seen the glory to come in the Lord, he turns to Ralph Abernathy and he tells the audience, I want you to know something here tonight, that my best buddy in the whole wide world is Ralph Abernathy. And why did he have the need to tell everyone who he loved as his friend unless he felt someone trying to falsely plant themselves as that person? And again, since Jesse was 6 in the order, there was no way he was the heir apparent, and Martin had already carved out the structure of the organization. They all knew it was Ralph after Martin. And when he told Y.T. Walker what I said, Y.T. Walker said, protect Coakley. Don't let nobody mess with him. And tell Coakley that if Jackson ever attacks him or harasses him about that analysis, just ask Jesse to tell Coakley how he got out of Memphis on the night of the assassination, since the planes, the boats, the trains, the buses, and the cars were all cut off.
Oh yeah, family. Some of you didn't know that. These are the things that they're not going to tell you if you type in a sentence or two on Google or ask ChatGPT or whatever. But these are direct sources telling you about how white supremacists coddled their new asset, Messy Jesse Jackson. And when you all understand the events of 9/11 and how the bin Laden family members were smuggled out of the country under questionable circumstances, it should be no surprise for you to hear certain individuals getting all types of private flights and special exemptions. Let it continue.
When I mentioned that to Dick Gregory right before he came here a couple of weeks ago, Dick said, well, you know what happened, don't you? The FBI called the airport and let one plane out. One plane that had one Negro man on it, who got away from the other saying he was sick. Jesse says, well, you know, when they had the investigation, they never talked to me. Nigga, you left. You wasn't there. And that's when Don Rose says, and Jesse and I began to plan his resurrection. Then you're going to see Jesse at April 12th say, I'm ready for leadership now. And only 4 days after that, the FBI set up the plan to attack Ralph Abernathy and Andy Young and Coretta Scott King, with no plan whatsoever to attack Jackson, who's far faster, whose future was far higher than those donkeys and those mules. That thoroughbred would have been the one to stop unless he was yours. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, Jesse Jackson will forever be known as a traitor, as the white supremacist weapon, and anyone trying to rewrite that history needs to be looked at with a side eye. There are not just one or two things that Jesse Jackson did that can be chalked up to mistakes or minute decisions. No, this man actively worked against us. Time after time after time after time after time after time. He was literally against us in almost every way, from pushing for abortion after knowing it was wrong, to him calling up in an attempt to cancel a film that would benefit the community, the paper genocides with the term African American, and various other things that we covered in this video. It should be obvious that Messy Jesse has been a net negative for Black society, and may he always be remembered as the traitor he was. And let this be a message to all the other traitors, bootlicks, coons, suck-ups, and collaborators with the system of white supremacy. You don't get to live a traitor and die a hero. And on a side note, ask yourself who unalived Obi-Wan. Just some food for thought. Now, with all that being said, I do want to take some time out to salute the contributors to the channel in the month of February. Brothers Black RU, Cyberdime 100, Cool Keezy, and Charlie B, as well as sisters FBA Queen, Marissa Hampton, Stephanie DPM, and the Sectors. Much respect to all of you. And hopefully it's not too long before I can bring you all another video. But you know, sometimes life happens and things have to be handled that no one else can. So with all that being said, certified salute, be one and be blessed, family. Peace.
Okay, now we got Valor News Parody in here.
Yeah. So that's how Black Truth ended. Shout out to Black Truth.
Wow.
Yeah, so Mr. Jesse Jackson was no good. He was a traitor to the race. And he sold his people out.
Okay, reading one of the comments here in the chat. Okay, this is Janet Jaggers 5325. Okay, for those of you that have a number after your name, I'm just going to say your number. Jesse Jackson was a bastard making bastard, the hand-picked official civil rights leader for Black America by Yehudim. Okay, to be honest, I'm surprised that Trump was able to survive the treason of the despicable left.
Yeah. They have a point. Definitely have a point. All right, so I'm going to play the B1 Rolodex commercial real quick. Let's try to find it. It should be in here somewhere.
All right, so while Brother Che is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, you know, that was a hell of a time in history with Dr. King, with the Black Panthers, you know.
Yeah.
And then, of course, too, from what I understand,
Salute,
Dr.
family,
Newton,
and welcome back to another video.
Finish your thoughts, Shabaka.
Okay, and then from what I understand, too, is that Dr. Newton did go to Television City and did tell them about that dynamite J.J. Evans bullshit. And from what I understand, that there was one of the reasons why John Amos had left the show as well, too.
Yeah, so this Rolodex, it's the B1 Rolodex, the one I'm always talking about when I'm missing Black Truth United. So on your left-hand side is what the original green book looked like.
Right.
And now we got the digital form.
Okay.
Video. This is Black Truth United. Today we're going to be covering the Green Book, also known as the Negro Motorist Green Book, also known as the Negro Traveler's Green Book, which is the precursor to the B1 Rolodex. Now, admittedly, when I started making the B1 Rolodex, I had no idea that this book even existed until people started bringing up that someone had done something similar to this back before the civil rights legislation was passed. So for those who don't know, I'm going to go into a little bit of the history of the Green Book, share some details from it, and then show some of the crossovers and how the B1 Rolodex is now carrying on that legacy. So let's get into it. I'm going to read the intro section. Note that I may replace terms like African American or Black American with simply foundational Black American.
Yeah, God, it's obvious, very disturbing.
And clarity's sake. And I'll also add some insights throughout the reading just to clarify some things. So let me get started. The Green Book was created in 1936 in an America where it was sadly necessary. The rising foundational Black American middle class.
The update video, sorry, y'all, this is not the video I was going to play. I was going to play the commercial. This isn't the commercial. But yeah, the Green Book was definitely a resource that our ancestors used, especially those of us that were fleeing from the south to the north and out here west. And let us know where the sundown towns were and where not to stop.
Yeah, and they also had the same thing too in that Green Book, you know, for auto mechanic repairs and stuff too.
Yep, there's a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots.
I'm in it.
Oh yeah, that's
free
right.
To
God,
use,
it's not
free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version.
Tulsa.
Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab.
No, he didn't.
All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
That's the B1 Rolodex. I'm in it. Shout out to Black Truth United for that. So
family and fellows.
Okay, so is that your final thoughts on Mr. Jesse Jackson?
Yeah, man. Messy Jesse was a mess. You know what I'm saying? Compromise, sell out, and I'll never forget that bullshit he said at Watt Stacks in 1972. I may be black, I may be poor, but I'm somebody.
Yeah.
When you poor, you ain't nobody. That is just the economical fact.
Yeah.
I hate to put it like that. If you poor, you ain't nobody. And these damn Democrats and these Democratic shields is always coming to us with that bullshit, vote demo, vote demo, vote demo, vote demo. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the Democratic Party that brought you the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they sure in the fuck ain't gonna tell you that, are they now?
It was the Democratic Party that fought to keep slavery.
Yeah, exactly. See? And this is why the reparations are due, is because without that free labor, the damn American economy would not be what it is today. But then, as you know, Brother Che, over the years that you and I have been doing that, we always got some stupid motherfucker, man, you know, to come up here, man, and try to contradict us on what the fuck we're talking about. And that's why, you know, a whole lot of people are getting bopped upside the head with the wrench. But all you hateful motherfuckers out there, when you talk shit about us on social media, please spell the goddamn name right.
I know, that's right, Shabaka. All right, so moving along, like the other day.
Yeah.
Another mass shooting. This time it was a Senegalese man.
Okay, what was he shooting at and why was he shooting?
He was radicalized by Islam.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The sleeper cells, as they said. Yeah.
Yeah. So a Senegalese man in Austin kills 2 for Islam.
Wow.
So our good brother, Professor Black Truth, going to give us an update on that. And shout out to the delineation movement, because any other time they would say, oh, black man in Austin kills 2 for Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You notice they are delineating and they're saying Senegalese.
Mm-hmm.
Senegalese.
But also, too, Brother Che, I think, if I'm not mistaken, okay, I have to call Jay Dizzle again, is because I think, man, that they had a huge statue up there in Senegal, okay, that's made out of wood. And I mean, it's huge. The craftsmanship was indeed, okay. Goddess Navi says, I'm surprised they didn't take Michael's character off of Good Times. Neither agree, Shabaka, that fact that he said that he was just despicable on many levels. Yeah. But I think what they did with Michael's character, because they used to call him the militant midget.
They just killed off his character, right?
Michael's character off of Good Times? No, they did not take Michael's character off. They killed off John Amos's character being the daddy.
Right. They killed somebody off. Okay.
Yeah. It was John Amos's character that they killed off because he didn't dig that dynamite buffoonery shit. You know what I'm saying?
Jackson, so man, you rest and piss and shit. Right along with John was and the rest of them fakers, frauds, and phonies.
Yeah. May Martin blaze and day upside your head, Jesse Jackson, right along with Muhammad Ali. You know what I mean? For eternity.
All right, let's get to the Senegalese man. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on this.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. By now, everybody knows that Donald Trump is paying back the political contributions that he got from the Israel lobby in the form of taking care of one of their long dreamt of plans, which is to knock off the regime in Iran.
It was 2 days ago now, God, it's snobby, but yeah. FBI probes Texas bar shooting that killed 2 and wounded 14. That's possible terrorist act.
As a result, early yesterday morning in an Austin bar, a gunman wearing clothes with an Iranian flag design and the words "Property of Allah" on it used both a pistol and a rifle to carry out an attack that killed 2 people and wounded 14. Police in Austin shot and killed the gunman. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a potential act of terrorism since it happened the day after the U.S. and Israel launched their attack on Iran. The gunman has been identified, and according to the Department of Homeland Security, he was 53-year-old Ndiaga Diagne. Diagne was originally from Senegal, and he first entered the U.S. in 2000 on a tourist visa. But obviously he had no plans whatsoever to return to Senegal because he became a lawful permanent resident 6 years later after he married a U.S. citizen. He then became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 2013. Obviously, he's remained in the United States ever since. And this is what he's been doing during his time here. Apparently, this is what he thinks is important to him. Far as I'm concerned, this incident is off code as hell, not merely because we have this foreign flag doing this, but because this foreign flag went on a shooting rampage on behalf of, well, another foreign flag that he's not even a citizen of. Senegal has all kinds of problems, such as the Arabs who are spreading their influence in the continent and pitting Africans against each other. But apparently this Diagne character doesn't have any smoke or fire on behalf of his own people. But it turns out that if the U.S. starts a war against an Arab country, suddenly he's going on the warpath, and all in the name of religion. He has no smoke for black people being mistreated anywhere. He got here in 2000, so that meant that this guy was here for 20 years. He saw all of the mistreatment of black folks right here in this country, the very black people who made it possible for him to be here. He saw the uprisings in 2020, but apparently that didn't make much of an impression on him, far as he was concerned. He ain't one of the, I'm not one of these akatas. I came in to see what I could get. That didn't bother him, but an Arab country comes under fire, an Arab country that did absolutely nothing for him, and now he's so eager to make a big religious statement. Now, for any of the non-FBA family who may be listening to this, the point that I'm trying to make is this is the reason why we had to delineate. We are facing life and death issues here. We got a whole bunch of people who've been coming here for decades, generations, in fact, and this is the stuff that they're on. These tethers and foreign flags, they worship their white and Arab colonizers. Even after so-called independence, their non-black masters still have them on strings. They're willing to die and even kill to impress these other people. The only thing the rest of the world sees when it looks at people like Diagne is that he's black. That's certainly the only thing the Arabs see. They don't see a Muslim. Blackness is what the world sees when it looks at him, but that's why the cops didn't even attempt to take him in alive. Had he been white, they would have. But he saw himself as a Muslim. Even though the Iranians wouldn't spit on him to save his life, he could never get into one of their mosques. This incident wasn't some bold act of self-respect. It was a blatant act of self-contempt. He immolated himself for absolutely no reason whatsoever. He didn't know or care what he was. He only knew what he wanted to be. In this case, he wanted to be an Arab. Whatever's going on over there in the Middle East, it has nothing to do with us, so I'm not taking any sides. Sure, we can observe, we can give analyses, and we can explain why it's happening. But as far as we're going to take a side and say who's right and who's wrong, this is just another argument among the same gang of thugs we've had to contend with over which one of them is going to be barking out orders and who's going to be taking them. But this is why delineating from these fools was a great move. We have spent hundreds of years pushing black empowerment and black unity. But the problem is too many of these immigrants have come here and the only thing on their minds is how do they prove that they can get in good with the dominant society here or that they can prove their loyalty to some other regime outside of the U.S. This is why delineating was necessary. These people have proven that they're willing to fight for anything except themselves. And they'll make all kinds of excuses why this cowardice is okay, we don't have enough numbers, etc. And yet, whenever they talk to foundational black Americans, they have no problem talking to us any old kind of way. Suddenly, they're not scared of inferior numbers. And let someone offend the white society that they wish they could be a part of. Let them do something against the religion or sexual orientation, immigrants or what have you. And suddenly these same people who tell us why they can't lift a finger or won't say a peep for blackness, suddenly they're hanging out of a window and committing mass shootings. And for what? You know, if you want me to have any sort of consideration for the Iranians have had decades to show consideration for us. I'm not talking about with words. I am not going to be putting myself out for anybody else who decides that all they can do is give us empty lip service once every blue moon or whenever the U.S. needs to be given a black eye or shown what for. No. If these people don't make it a serious point to make serious inroads with us, well then, times like this, they're on their own. And while we're on the subject of felonious foreign flags, that brings me to another incident, this one out of Ron DeSantis' Florida.
This alleged crime happened in June, but it wasn't until this week a grand jury said these minors need to be charged as adults. This is why we are showing you their faces. Now, the details in this alleged crime are very disturbing. We want to warn you.
If you're charging minors as adults, you got to give them the right to vote.
Boy are facing serious charges as adults in connection to a rape case involving a 12-year-old girl.
So you're 12 years old?
Sick motherfuckers.
Police say the co-defendants, Nelson Nunez, Josiah Jones, and Xavier Tyson, all played a part in the crime that took place in an Overtown community garden in June.
You were indicted by a grand jury and transferred to from juvenile court to adult court. That's why you are here.
Police reports say the victim was leaving her friend's house when 13-year-old Nelson Nunez grabbed her, forced her on a couch inside the Greenhaven community garden, and raped her, while 12-year-old Josiah Jones and Xavier Tyson, who was 14 at the time, restrained her. Police say Jones put rocks in her mouth to stop her from screaming. The victim says it went on for about 40 minutes, and the boys stopped when they heard her father calling her name. Both the 12 and 13-year-old are at West Detention Center, both of them being held there without bond.
Oh, how very different the white media's coverage is this time around. The children who have been charged are between the ages of 12 and 15. They're not adults. The white media never shows the faces of white children who are charged as adults. And yet in this case, they're giving themselves an excuse to make an exception. Well, they were charged as adults, so that makes it okay. Yeah, they pick and choose when they want to do it. Now, I just told you about a case on Friday of a creep who was 18 years old, and yet he raped a 13-year-old girl, basically the same age as this alleged victim in this case. And yet this 18-year-old man has gotten virtually no white media coverage. And he's not being charged with rape. He's simply being charged with travel with intent to engage in illicit sexual conduct. Not rape, not sexual assault, just intent to engage in behavior. This for a man who raped a child and strangled her nearly to death. And it seemed to be part of his plan that both of them were going to die afterwards. But from the way he set it up, she was going to die whether she wanted to or not. And of course, we have to ask, who are these defendants? Well, this took place in Miami, so I'm already starting to think that it's not an FBA enclave. And then you look at the names: Nelson Nunez, Josiah Jones. I've seen black males named Josiah, but never Josiah. So at first blush, at least, it looks like we have a number of non-FBA identicators going on here. Now, I mention this because whenever you got these tethers or whomever who try to tell us that foundational Black Americans don't know how to raise our children, from now on, we're going to be keeping a running tally of whose kids are getting into what trouble. And what we've already been uncovering is that a lot of these criminals who had previously been put under the blanket definition of Black are in fact immigrants. Foundational Black Americans will not be carrying the weight of all these immigrants who commit these crimes the same way that we're not going to be putting on the cape for other groups either. Everyone's going to need to learn to stand up for themselves on their own, or they will fall where they cower. And I know this last part is not exactly a natural segue, but we talked about the recent predictable problems the Tethers had after TetherCon in New Orleans last year. And speaking of New Orleans, they had Mardi Gras last month, an FBA tradition. Now, a lot of foreign flags want to try to attribute Caribbean and Latin culture to Mardi Gras as if it has nothing to do with FBAs whatsoever. They say that it's basically an Americanized version of Carnival in places like Brazil. I'm afraid that doesn't track. The differences between what FBAs do and what they do in places like Brazil are as stark as night and day. For example, in New Orleans, they do dress up in elaborate feathery costumes, kind of like they do in Latin America, but you notice a huge difference. They're covered from head to toe. You see, this is how foundational Black Americans dress when they do this. Now compare that, on the other hand, to how the women in Brazil dress for Carnival. Pay attention to how the foundational Black Americans dress during Mardi Gras. You will not see an FBA Black woman dress like this. And you damn sure won't see any FBA men at Mardi Gras dressed like this. I'm just saying.
Damn.
I thought the entire point of the feather costumes was to take on the attributes of a bird. You're supposed to be covered from head to toe. Whoever saw a bird that only had feathers on its shoulders? Now, again, I'm not trying to be messy, but I got to tell it like it is, and this is something I noticed a long time ago, and I'm sure a lot of you noticed it too. The pornification of hip-hop was not something that organically came from foundational Black Americans who created rap music. This was the result of foreign influence. People like the Caribbean Tether Luther Campbell and others. In places like the Caribbean and Latin America, having women running around naked is the norm. Sexualizing women is a part of the culture. Obviously, I'm not saying that that's the only thing that these cultures were doing, but what I'm pointing out is we were not doing this. Because when you encourage open nudity and debauchery in the streets, you turn your society into an open-air brothel. When you glorify women being the worst version of themselves, the children will follow, and society deteriorates. You make your daughters into whores, and as the old saying goes, you can't make a whore into a housewife. And you certainly can't make a whore into a responsible mother either. Just because people have a parade in one country where some of them wear feathers or some sort of other elaborate dress, that doesn't mean they're doing the same thing that folks in another country do. And how you do something matters just as much as what you're doing. For the Pan-Africanists out there getting heartburn about what I'm saying, give it a rest. It takes two to tango, and you're out here square dancing solo. Pan-Africanism wasn't necessarily stillborn, but it damn sure was on life support for many years. And here some folks are still trying to breathe life back into it. Tell me something. At what point does this stop being CPR and it becomes necrophilia? That's not a joke. It's a serious question, because that's what's happening here. Pan-Africanism needed to be a two-way street, and all it ever was a one-way road. We were the ones who wanted it. All those other African countries over there, and not a single one, not even one, got on board with us. And neither did their people. Sure, you have a small minority who did, but Africa is not a few open-minded people with their heads on straight. It's a continent full of people. This was a fundamental imbalance, and the more people who came here from abroad who continue to spit in our faces and to work against us and to promote being an immigrant over being Black and who wanted to practice the same stupid tribalism that made Africa into a basket case, these people never stopped that mess. That's what this latest guy in Austin proved to us. 100 years of that. When does it stop? When do we say enough? That's when. There's an old saying, if something can't go on forever, it won't. Without us, there is no soul. That's not a brag, it's a fact. That's why the word is so important to us. We are the soul. We are the cultural vibrancy. And without a soul, the body dies. And what do you call a body without a soul? You call it a zombie. Without us, that's what Essence Fest turned into. You can monetize what we do, but you can't do what we do. You can't create it. And there is no substitute for it. Now, people can get upset about what it is that I'm saying, but unless they're out here calling this mess out and calling it what it is, then they have no leg to stand on. This is not about trying to make sure that everybody's perfectly pleased with us. In order for that to happen, we would have to also make sure that the tethers, bootlicks, foreign flags, and other assorted enemies within like us. And if they do, that means we're doing it wrong. Because you will never see a foundational Black American calling himself doing some sort of stunt because he's trying to impress people in a different country that he's never set foot in, people who have no respect for him in the first place. And anyone who doesn't understand that has never understood us. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Gwendolyn Langston, Ikekus Dorset, Terrence Pitts, Miss Ridgway, and Ronald Williams. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on that?
I'm speechless, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm speechless. You know what I'm saying? Because rape is an act wrong within itself.
Yeah.
See, that is an act wrong within itself. You know?
And this is exactly why we're...
No, you fed it out, Brother Chase. Say that again, please.
Exactly why we're delineating. These mothers are going to continue to throw their trash on us.
Mm-hmm. Damn. But like I said before, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, and it only takes 1 woman to put him there.
Goddess Navi about to cuss you out, Shabaka.
What's Goddess Navi saying? What you saying, Goddess Navi?
She ain't said it yet.
I don't. She said what?
She hasn't said it yet, but if she heard what you just said.
Yeah, I see she got a wow, Goddess Navi, you know. Damn. Yeah, like I said, this is some crazy ass shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It really is. Okay, new comments. Okay.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead.
All right, so I'm on to the next topic, and that is debunking the apologists for BAFTA.
For what?
BAFTA.
BAFTA. Oh, what is that? The British Academy of Films and Television Awards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Professor Blacc too gonna give us an update on that because they're running interference talking about it's the Tourette's, it's just the Tourette's, it's not racist, it's the Tourette's, and dudes still
see that's that bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I bet you if that motherfucker ate a couple of right crosses, he will get his mind right.
Right.
Hit and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that.
Giving me some
and now
bullshit,
the Sunday
man.
address.
They don't let us get away with bullshit. The white folks can talk shit all day long. And everybody believes it. The complexion for the protection.
Have you noticed that suddenly these white supremacists are the biggest defenders of a disease that most of them have ridiculed mercilessly for decades, and most of them can't even spell it? Well, it's because, as I've always taught you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. What you allow one racist to get away with today, they'll all be doing tomorrow. That's how Jim Crow started. It was originally supposed to be a joke, but it didn't stay a joke for very long, now did it? This ploy of trying to take the next anti-Black onslaught and cloak it as being harmless or otherwise minimizing it, that's something these white supremacists have done for generations. And this stunt at the BAFTA is no exception. As soon as it occurred, there was a tsunami of white racists who immediately came surging in like a flood of feces, saying all their old racist talking points. They weren't defending this John Davidson creep. They didn't even know his name. They were all sticking strictly to defending his use of an anti-Black slur the same way they have with literally every anti-Black act of racism that's ever occurred. They are the cavemen who cried wolf. They constantly demand that no act of anti-Black racism, no matter how egregious or lethal, ever be punished. And then they try to claim to be victims because people demand that they have basic manners. Clearly, they have a disability that prevents them from being capable of common decency. So the racists are the main ones responsible for making sure people recognize this stunt for what it really was. Keep in mind, these white supremacists are the same trash who always say that the N-word is just a word, it doesn't have any power, you people are just making that up. And then as soon as this event happened, what was these racist response to it? Did these bigots say, yawn, nothing to see here, the N-word is meaningless, we're over it? Or did every single one of these scumbags begin saying it was hilarious and they began having fun with it and they started making jokes about it? And these clowns who want to try to say that we're in the wrong, notice how none of these people is in their feelings when these white supremacists are openly mocking Tourette's. This is because they think their alleged mental disease means that they found a comfortable place under white supremacy, because now they can try to identify as something other than Black. Fill in the blank, anything will do. So obviously they're lying because the white supremacists, that's what they do, but they're also congenital idiots. We can blame those Neanderthal genes for that. So they're incapable of realizing a little concept called truth. These racists would love to confine this event to that one night and that one racial slur spoken, but they always tell some lie to excuse away every racial slur and incident of anti-Black racism. There's always some excuse. So-and-so is old, or he doesn't know any better, he's from a different generation, or so-and-so didn't mean it, affluenza, they've got Black friends. There is always some talking point or other that they try to use and always have. This time around, the lie du jour is Tourette's. If this was truly only about Tourette's, then why is it that literally every one of these so-called defenders of John Davidson, they're all saying Black people need to stop getting offended at someone saying the N-word? Wait, I thought this was about spreading understanding for a mental disease, not about accepting racist slurs in the society in general. But that's exactly what happens when you're a Neo-Neanderthal. Your small brain presses up against the front of your sloped forehead and impairs your basic cognitive functions, if you have any. So like a caveman, you repeat the same primitive gruntings over and over. They're so stupid they can't even hide their true motives long enough to push their phony talking points. The entire reason that nobody, and I mean no freaking body, is buying the phony "we have to have sympathy for Tourette's" talking point is because when we look at the people saying this, we don't see them showing any sympathy or concern for this racist John Davidson or anybody else with Tourette's. All we see is these same people smiling and laughing and saying how hilarious this all is. None of these pretend phony sympathizers has voiced even a scintilla of concern for people with Tourette's. They're just using it as more fodder for their half-brain culture war BS. Because this was never about accommodating someone with a mental disorder. This is always about accommodating anti-Black racism. That's the reason why these morons are looking around and wondering, how come nobody cares that he has Tourette's? Well, that's because these racists don't care. With friends like them, who needs to be ableist? They're telling the racist lies as if they think we haven't heard these same talking points before for over a century, when this is the only thing we've ever heard from these anti-Black racists. They just sit around telling each other these asinine lies, and they think that because it plays so well among their circle of inbred primates that it also works elsewhere. And they're finding out the hard way it doesn't. That's why they're so angry right now, and it shows. In fact, they're so angry at the pushback that they've gotten from foundational Black Americans that we've pierced their lies and we're not tolerating it. These guys have decided to just take off the mask altogether, put aside all pretense, and say what they really think.
To be clear, like, it's an ugly word. I understand it's an ugly word. I never use it myself. I don't like hearing people use it, but it also isn't magic. Right.
Yeah.
Like there is no magic. And again, actually, I'm going to cite John McWhorter and saying, like, we had a healthier attitude towards this in the 90s, where, for example, you could read the N-word in Huck Finn, and you would read it out loud as part of like reading this literature, or you could have a panel in which you would quote somebody saying this, right? And nobody had a fit over it. The fact that we've turned it into it.
This is trash, bending over backwards to call basic civility oppressive. These are savages who cannot be civilized. She claims that the N-word isn't magic. Well, there's a difference between a word being magic and a word having meaning. And this Inez Stepman character, she works for a few of these right-wing think tanks, of course. In her case, she contributes propaganda to toilets like the Claremont Institute. She also scribbles her brain rot for the Federalist, another right-wing online rag. And, of course, no circle of stupid would be complete without the Manhattan Institute, where she smears her mental feces on the walls alongside other trash like Chris Rufo. She's also Jewish. I have to wonder where Juliana Margulies and Michael Rappaport are at. Predictably, the same person who claims that the N-word isn't magic and that society has to get back to a normal place of being able to hurl anti-Black slurs with impunity, she lost what passes for her mind when Palestinians merely said, "Free Palestine." She and Rufo whined online about campus protests against the genocide in Gaza. So the words colonization were magic for this racist little white woman. She's heard that word all of her life, certainly heard it before October 7th, and yet she doesn't want to return to a world where words like colonization and genocide were freely expressed on college campuses without hypersensitive racists such as herself clutching their pearls and fainting. Tell this piece of trash genocide is just a word, that it has no magic powers. Nobody ever died because they merely heard the word genocide, and it just goes to show how the interests and phobias of a foreign government are put on a pedestal that entire schools are attacked, financially, politically, and even physically laid siege to merely because students said a word. We need these snowflake racists like this Stepman woman to grow up. Stop being a frightened Neanderthal primitive in the cave and being afraid of sounds she doesn't recognize, like colonization and genocide and decency. Now understand, if you got a clown like this who actually has the nerve to name drop John McWhorter, that's how you know that this person is brain dead. John McWhorter, by the way, is also another employee of the Manhattan Institute, which, as I pointed out, posts online this racist garbage from City Journal that she scribbles her writings for. And John McWhorter, he's an employee there, and you can see what his job is. His job is to be their black crash dummy. Hey, we can go ahead and point to our coworker here. He says it's not a problem. He says it was much better before when you could just throw the N-word around casually. Yeah, because one John McWhorter who goes ahead and co-signs all of this anti-black nonsense, that matters more than the 50 million black Americans who'll take your head off if you do. Gee, I gotta wonder, what color is the sky in this woman's world? Most likely white. And keep in mind, she claims that in the 1990s, people weren't getting all hysterical about it. You could read the N-word in Huck Finn and nobody had a problem with it.
Again, actually, I'm going to cite John McWhorter and saying, like, we had a healthier attitude towards this in the 90s, where, for example, you could read the N-word in Huck Finn.
In fact, the objections to Huckleberry Finn from black people started after the Civil Rights Movement. As early as 1957, the NAACP was calling this book out, saying that it was unfit for children. And they were calling out all the racial slurs and the belittling racial designations, you know, all the things that white people like this Shepman woman love about it. So this is decades before the 1990s, and it continued from the 50s. It didn't stop there. These objections from black Americans continued into the 1970s, and it started to gain steam in the 1980s. You even had articles in the Washington Post about black people who were basically saying that this book needs to be called out, or at the very least, it doesn't deserve some sort of exalted place in American literature. So this is like 10 to 20 years before the 1990s. It's been going on for decades, but apparently the geniuses over at the Manhattan Institute, who never miss a chance to be wrong, they didn't know that. We can add that to the mountain of things these mental midgets don't know. This is what their think tanks do. They sit here and try to rewrite history. Well, when you don't know history to begin with, I guess that does become an easier process. But this is what she quotes John McWhorter as having scribbled, that in the 1990s, we were more enlightened. There wasn't this knee-jerk reaction. And you notice how neither of the other two half-wits actually said anything about it. She doesn't know or doesn't care, and neither do they. This is not about facts. It's not about truth. It's about white confirmation bias. Just go ahead and reinforce the idiocy that we already believe. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be something that we like to hear. These people are afactual, ahistorical, a-holes. And of course, she declares, we just need to move on.
The guy has a disease. Okay, awkward, move on.
These are not the words of people who are confidently basking in the glow of having won a victory on their own terms and having it all their own way. What they're doing is exactly the opposite. They're furious at us because we beat them again. And worse than that, they're the dominant society. It's their award shows, their media, their society in which they're the majority, and yet they're getting dragged from can't see in the morning till can't see at night by the very people they spent centuries attacking and oppressing. This was supposed to be them just throwing their racism in our faces. Instead, it's become yet another high-profile beatdown for them. Black Americans were the ones that they were trying to defeat. They thought we would back down because the Afro-Britons have always allowed themselves to be publicly disrespected and humiliated, and then have the nerve to talk trash to foundational Black Americans. See, the problem is we're built differently. Anti-Black racism is a victimless crime in Britain because the Black population there is cowed and they lack pride and self-respect. On the other hand, anti-Black racism in the US is a capital offense, and there is no appeal. White society attempted to bestow absolution on themselves. So we got the morons from the racist peanut gallery giving us their asinine opinions, and we all become less intelligent for hearing their gibberish. White racists who thought that this was going to be a breakthrough moment for making open, blatant anti-Black slurs normal, and this was going to push the envelope and give them all kinds of leeway that they didn't have before. See, under white supremacy, this is how you move the so-called Overton window. The way it works is something is shocking the first time they do it, noteworthy the second time, and no big deal the third. But the first step is to be daring enough for some racist to do it the first time, because that's always the hardest. Now, the first thing to remember about these people is that these are white supremacists. These are racist ideologues who just copy and paste the same old talking points no matter what. What really makes the bastards furious is that foundational Black Americans never let them get away with it. When they do racist stuff in our faces, we make the bastards pay a price for it. These racists aren't trying to play victim. They're trying to play dumb. And they want to test whether if they lie long enough, will you be silly enough to play dumb along with them? The racists are trying to paint their own reality because that's how they assure themselves that their world won't come to an end tomorrow. White supremacy made a devil's bargain with those classified as white, and the guarantee was that their place in the society would never change. But white privilege and white primacy are both lies. It's all a house of cards, and the people inside that house know it. So they need white power to frequently reassure them that the status quo is in no danger of changing, that the house of cards is in no danger of falling. And that's where these displays of open anti-Black racism come in, because this is the social proof that those who rely on white privilege demand to see, so they can be reassured that white power won't be collapsing, at least not today. The problem is foundational Black Americans are out here like the big black wolf threatening to blow their house of cards down. We are the only threat to white supremacy. We know it, these Black immigrants know it, and these white supremacists definitely know it. They live in fear of genetic annihilation, fear of having to see a world that doesn't center them anymore, and most of all, fear of competition. This was what white supremacy promised them that they would never have to do, and this insecurity drives practically all of their demonic behavior. The white supremacist is the lowest of moral perverts. They're celebrating and having a laugh about the BAFTAs for the same reason these animals celebrate unarmed Black people being murdered by police, because in their warped minds, this is the only instance where they can feel like they won, even if only for a moment. And then Black people keep showing them that they've won nothing. Everyone could see exactly what the phony sympathy from these racists was about. It was about them doing another of their putrid anti-Black games, where they support anyone who says racist garbage against us. If John Davidson had yelled out some slur at white people, or said white people should all die, or said white people are just trash, they would be calling for him to be banned from society. And isn't it interesting that of all the things that scumbag decided to blurt out accidentally, he didn't say anything that would be offensive to white people, nothing that was going to be an anti-white slur. He didn't say anything anti-Semitic. So that's how you know this stuff is not just coming from some spontaneous place. There is clearly contemplation that goes behind it. And we're not going to let somebody lie to us and say, oh, well, now we're going to have a socially sanctioned disease that allows you to spout all kinds of bigoted gibberish and nobody's going to say anything about it. Now, speaking of people trying to push that lie, that brings us to the next point. These online clowns who are trying to please their mostly white audiences by backing up these lies. One of them is a name you'll recognize from one of my earlier videos on this subject, Sweet Anita. I have no idea who she was before last week, and if you heard me mention her before, it's when I was debunking the lies told by some other wannabe online influencer. And just to show these clowns all operate out of the same playbook, Sweet Anita also claims to be biracial.
My dad is Black. My grandma's from Trinidad. Half my family is Black.
So her spouting the N-word couldn't possibly be racist. Notice how the only time these idiots ever mention that they have any sort of Black ancestry is to protect white racism against Black people. They act as a rubber stamp for these racists, and they know it. That's their job. That's how they make their daily bread. They know exactly what the game is, and they love to play it. So we have a certified tether here, is what this Sweet Anita character is. Creep Anita is what I ought to call her. She went on to white-splain like all the other liars and to lecture Black people that we can't be offended and that we have no right to do anything other than embrace and love this racist puke Davidson. And then she tripled down on stupid by saying that anyone who's objecting to it is just feigning outrage. That's what she said. She actually had the nerve to say that.
So people are really desperate to misunderstand how Tourette's works because it gets them a lot of engagement to rage bait and feign outrage about the situation.
So she's saying that all of these people who are raising hell about this, why, they're just making it up. They're not really offended. They're just feigning offense. See, when you're totally dependent on the dominant society for every crumb of your daily bread, these are the kind of lies you have to tell. And this is what makes these tethers and these intersectional fools so dangerous. These people will sit here and deliberately give a pass and go ahead and give support to anti-Black racism. And then you wonder why trash like Dylan Roof, after he murders a church full of Black grandmothers, you got some people saying, well, he's got a Black friend. I'm not sure if that was racial. That's what the game always is. Because once you allow one of these liars to excuse anti-Black words, next thing you know, you have Black people being physically attacked in public and then being murdered. That's what this is all meant to create a lane for. And the people saying this mess know it. Far as they're concerned, they'll gladly see black people being harmed or even killed, so long as they can get a few crumbs off a masses table. She's trying to please an overwhelmingly white audience. That's who she wants to appeal to, and she'll mention the little melanin she allegedly has as a way to bestow blanket amnesty on them for being racist. How many times has she invoked her non-black ancestry as a way to tell all these other non-black people, you need to shut up and be quiet when black people tell you something. You can't object. Why, I've got some non-black ancestry, and that gives me carte blanche to tell you. Of course she doesn't do that. She basically says she's their online black friend. They can go ahead and mention her whenever they need permission to be racist because that's what she's there for. That's what garbage like Creepanita are marketing. They're marketing themselves as being crash dummies for white supremacy. And just like the rest of them, she doesn't know anything about John Davidson, hasn't seen the so-called flick about him, and she gives a blink and you'll miss it mention to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. So her consideration for them, that was the only thing that was being faked. But the stupidity was 100% genuine. She also lied and claimed that she was canceled. I pointed out to you that never happened.
I went into a whole video of how I developed the N-word tick, how it deeply affected my life and the overall response from the public around it. And you can check that video out.
She was merely criticized, but she never paid any sort of price for her behavior.
When I had the N-word tick, I had it for quite a while, and I'm a live streamer.
Now, did you catch what she just said? Let me let you hear it again.
When I had the N-word tick, I had it for quite a while, and I'm a live streamer.
She said I had, past tense, had the N-word tick.
When I had the N-word tick.
And had it for a long time, but not anymore.
I had it for quite a while.
That's what she just said. Oh, so the N-word tick is not some, first of all, permanent condition. And second of all, apparently you can get rid of it because she did. She doesn't have it anymore by her own admission.
When I had the N-word tick, I had it for quite a while.
Oh, I had it, but not anymore. Any black person who plays along with this lie that, oh, these people have no control over this. I mean, it's just totally out of their hands. There's just nothing they can do. You're a fool and a moron if you actually go along with it. They're sitting here literally telling you to your face, oh yeah, this is all just a game. Well, I had it, but not anymore because it was getting in the way of some of my online revenues. It was threatening my cash, so I had to let it go. She's one of these people who uses Tourette's as a get out of accountability free card. If this behavior isn't deliberate, then you better apologize to people when you do it. Otherwise, common sense says you meant to do it. It's not the job of society to read your mind or to know your life story. Society has rules, and if you want to be a part of it, you better get used to following those rules. And rule number one is you are responsible for what you say. And if you're one of these geniuses who's decided, well, I'm not responsible for what I say, then you'll have no leg to stand on if you try to hold other people responsible for what they do. You can't dictate how people react to your behavior. You can only try to mitigate it. And if you're stupid and act like, well, I don't have to explain anything because I'm tired of explaining it, then you'll learn to be motivated to explain it if they do something. But one way or the other, you will be explaining your behavior. So the so-called support for this racist Davidson character is phony and fake, and the people pretending to care about Tourette's are liars. This is just more anti-black performative extremism. For example, over in Britain, one of their morning shows was repeating the same old pathetic lies we've heard before, and they had this Indian-looking woman who was doing the most to say that this entire controversy was just, as she put it, an American take.
But it's a very American take. It's a very specifically American take.
And she regurgitated all the talking points we've heard before because this John Davidson character is a well-known figure in Britain, don't you know? And she herself respects him greatly. Why? Everybody knows that John Davidson's not a racist. And after all, empty-headed people like her are far more informed about Tourette's than the clueless black Americans who are causing such a fuss about it with their American takes. In fact, like the rest of John Davidson's cheerleaders, they consider this creep to be such a well-known national treasure, and like this woman, they are all so well informed about him that she can't even remember his name.
Completely forgotten his name. Davidson be held responsible for this. This is
Well, I guess this is how revered the national treasure is, huh? This is a pack of liars pathetically trying to pretend as if they care about this clown's alleged ailment. They're all acting, all pretending. All they care about is giving themselves cover, however feeble, to get away with open anti-black racism. And any lie will do. As you see, she struggled to try to find his name on the article in front of her. She didn't even know his name. She herself admitted she couldn't remember his name. But you know, that seems to be a running theme with these people who call themselves wagging their fingers at us.
That it happened in public in front of that entire crowd, specifically to Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter. I'm so sorry, I do not know his name. I wish I did, but no disrespect to him. I just am not too aware. Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter have the right to be upset, especially if they were not aware. However, we need to understand and educate ourselves.
These are the people who want to take a lecturing tone with you and me. They can't remember who was involved in all this, can't remember who had what disease, and yet these are the people telling you and me that we're the ones who are not informed, when they literally have no clue what or even who they're talking about. And these morons actually wonder why they're losing this argument so badly. They're trying to prove to themselves that they can still conjure magic, that if they merely say, he doesn't have to apologize and black people have no right to be offended, then that's going to be the end of it. But their magic ain't working, because while they have their pathetic white media parlor tricks, we have reality on our side. They can tell the Negroes over in Britain or from the Caribbean or from Africa to shut up and just take it, and sadly, they'll do it, as they've done for centuries. But when they try that with us, we don't bow down, we throw down. Okay, so those lying pieces of walking garbage are the problem. What might be the solution? First of all, take it out of these racist behinds. Start by banning the BBC from all American airwaves and platforms. Totally deplatform the bastards. And you can start with places like PBS. They rebroadcast a lot of BBC content, and they should be the first to drop them. Then satellite and cable services in the US should be next. Then streaming platforms like Netflix. Anyone who shows any content in the US from the BBC should be pressured to drop them. And these political whores calling themselves our representatives, they should also be pressured to publicly denounce the BBC and call this crap out. And as for the racist John Davidson's little vanity project movie, that should not be screened or exhibited at any theater in the US. This is where the black celebrities should come in. If some theater attempts to show that movie here, they should become a permanent art house theater, because the big studio movies should not be given to them for exhibition ever again. All black actors from the US must refuse to ever attend the BAFTAs or to go on British television ever again, not just until there's a genuine apology or an expression of contrition, but permanently. The British don't have a movie industry or a TV industry. They're merely the backward auxiliary of Hollywood. They need American content and to have some feeble connection to the actual movie industry in the US. The US doesn't need an economic backwater and a societal toilet like Britain. And black actors damn sure don't need these reprobates. It's past time to show them that. And lastly, the cowardly Negroes in Britain have to understand their cowardice and collaboration with this act is the reason we had to delineate, and why delineation will only get stronger. You had scumbags over there putting on the tap dance shoes for massa and doing the most to defend this mess. I'd like to know, where are people like David Oyelowo at? That guy's been cosplaying as a foundational black American for 15 years now. And he also complains about how black actors are treated in Britain. So where's he at now? Or is it because he hopes to change how he is treated by the British studios that he's remaining quiet? The problem isn't that black Britons don't have the numbers. We've had gutter trash like Cynthia Erivo and Gina Yashir, along with others, who have had the nerve to disrespect us and to do that whole "we work harder, we have a superior culture" crap. We're more numerous than these black Britons are, and yet a lot of them have had no problem talking trash to us and being bold about it. And yet when white society spits in their faces, all of a sudden, they're full of excuses. We're too few in number. We've been pacified as a result of being immersed in British society. We've forgotten how to stand up for ourselves. That's a lie. They have no problem running their mouths at us. They have no problem getting on camera and attacking us. And they're not even doing it on their own behalf.
You still with us?
Racist. The problem isn't a lack of numbers. It's a lack of nerve.
All right.
Now the Afro-Britons get mad at me for pointing out this big, simple truth. But the reality is, you know I'm right. So no, we're not giving any passes. And we're not letting any of this stuff fall down the memory hole. And these online scumbags who call themselves being apologists for this, we see you. And you're going to have to hang out with your little white supremacist anti-black pals, because that's where you chose to be, and that's where you're going to stay. These anti-black racists can call themselves trying to push some envelope all they want. But as they're seeing, what's really going to happen is we are going to push back. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: David Williams, Hildman Gallo, Dean Ballantyne, Jacques Hargett, and Patty Hillman. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay. I got to say this here.
Family.
Valor News. Okay. Valor News Party, if I'm saying your name right. What kind of hate have you heard from Jasmine Crockett? And please define to me what a black racist is. Now, here's the parameters of my question. We don't control no police departments, right? We don't control no major film industries, right? We don't control no military. We are in no position to implement any black racism. Now, does it bother you because we tell white America about themselves? Please hit me in the chat. Or if Brother Che is still with us, please send Valor News Parody the link and have them come on up.
They already could have hit the link. They had the opportunity to hit the link hours ago.
Now, Master Link, the BBC is trash. You'll get no argument from me. Okay.
Breeze.
Okay. Though we were proper, not ghetto lines. This is Alicia G. Okay. All right. And I'm still waiting for this person to tell me what hate came from Jasmine Crockett.
To hell with Jasmine Crockett, Shabaka.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Now, also, too, please define for me what a black racist is.
It doesn't exist.
I know. Yeah, but I'm saying that there to those in the chat room, Brother Che. Okay. Chris Long says, blame Tyler Perry. He is a 3 R's richest celebrity making celebrity rated film with only blacks. Black people being biased in what is made his shit ass so rich. Well, I got news for you, Chris Long. Tyler Perry tried to go in to buy into Paramount Pictures. They showed him the door. Just like was the cat that started what was that there? Who tried to Robert Johnson, who sold BET and thought he was going to go in there into United Airlines and buy a part of that, and they showed his ass the door. So black people are in no position to implement any kind of racism. So what you have to do is you have to look at this Uncle Tom chicken pecking, ass scratching syndrome. Okay. So when individuals such as ourselves call this stuff out, they call us racist, but we don't control no slave patrollers, okay, or policy enforcers, which is the police, to implement any type of racism.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And I yield on that. So let them get back with me.
Okay, Shabaka.
Is Goddess Navi still with us?
I think so.
Goddess Navi. We don't have institutions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Breeze. We don't have no institutions to enforce racism, brother. That's precisely my point. Yes, sir. You absolutely are correct.
All right, Ball News, you're going to go.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what he's saying. Let me see what he's saying. Show me where I said you're being racist towards me. That's hate from all sides. Man, get the fuck out of here. That's a pacifier. Show them the door. Right. Exactly, Breeze. That's what we were saying. We don't have no institutions to enforce racism. Man, we don't control no policy enforcers. We don't control no Federal Reserve.
Right.
We don't control high tech. No. I mean, man, I don't understand this bullshit.
I do. They're a bunch of trolls.
Okay. How can he be racist when racism is controlled via institutions You're totally miseducated. First class, get your ass up out of here.
Hold on, I know first class. They're talking to somebody else.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, first class. My bad, brother Che. Check me. My bad. I thought you was coming at me, first class. My bad.
No, at Cal 007.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So therefore, first class citizen is pretty much is agreeing with what I'm saying. Okay, Cal 107H. Anyone can be racist. If you're so racist, and you're so racist, I can't even listen. Racist isn't control. It's how you treat someone. You would make people racist. I'll leave you to your man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Take your gas to San Francisco, trick. Now you pissing on my head, telling me it's rain. Get the fuck out of here. Bop them upside the head. Exactly, Breeze. This is what I'm now, Breeze. You just witnessed me trying to have a sensible conversation with this idiot, and you saw what he did. And you're right. We don't have institutions to enforce racism.
Right.
See?
Yeah, Cal 007 is an idiot. Or they're
Yeah. You see?
Everybody can be racist.
And then the cold part about it is, okay, if there's supposed to be some quote unquote racial healing in this country, you got to have these goddamn conversations. We got another troll. What the fuck does fan mean? That sounds gay. Man, go to San Francisco, man. Go to San Francisco.
It's a black conversation so you can see your way out of it.
Exactly.
Hell up out of here.
Yeah, now if your ass is sitting here trying to learn something, motherfucker, then you're more than welcome. But if you're going to come up here and troll, man, get the fuck up out of here.
Right.
Now, where's Goddess Navi at? She's mad at me. I had to apologize to Goddess Navi.
I don't know if she went. She might have went to sleep. I don't know if she's still here.
Goddess Navi, you still with us? Okay. All
right, so I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is
and it's getting late too, brother Che. We've been on here 4.5 hours, man.
I know, Shabaka. This will probably be the last one.
Yeah. Okay, Chris Lawn is what your ass is. Wait a minute. Breeze Omega says Chris Lawn is what your ass don't have, you troglodytes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on, Breeze. You know what I'm saying? Chris Lawn, far from it, but you'll never understand. Stick to what you know.
Exactly.
You know? I'll tell her tomorrow, Shabaka. Okay. All right. Thanks, Breeze. Okay. I didn't mean to upset Goddess Navi. No.
And fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday
Crime Report.
Saturday Crime Report. Castaic, California, December 2025. In California, a young girl had just turned 13. Like most youth, she spent a lot of time on the internet with no one knowing who she was talking to. Groomers and predators look for victims who they know are willful or disobedient or who don't listen to their parents, because that also means they don't talk to their parents very much either. The first move that all groomers try to do is to isolate their intended victims, which is made a lot easier when their victims don't tell their parents who they're associating with. This girl in particular was talking to a guy online, and it turns out that this was a grown man who instructed the girl to send him sexually explicit material, and he encouraged this person, a minor, via chat messages to engage in acts of self-harm. According to the criminal complaint, obviously this guy is a product of the dominant society. Now, the criminal complaint also goes on to state that this man talked the minor into establishing a Discord server where she could be filmed using blades to cut herself. Discord hasn't made any sort of comment on this because they don't want to alienate their core audience or the people who run that sewer. On February 10th, the victim's mother contacted the FBI because she was concerned her daughter was being encouraged to harm herself by someone named Matthew. The victim had encountered Matthew on a Discord server related to individuals suffering from mental illness. On February 20th, Matthew flew across the country from Pennsylvania to Los Angeles to meet the victim. On that day, he met her near her home and took her to a motel in Castaic. At the very same time that was happening, the FBI had just left the girl's home after collecting her digital devices for inspection when the mother called to inform them that her daughter had run away and the girl's grandfather had found a suicide note. Agents then searched a phone number found in the girl's bedroom by her mother, which they were able to connect to 2 email addresses registered to Matthew, whom they identified as Matthew Edward Peischer. After obtaining location data for the phone, the FBI determined Peischer had flown from Pennsylvania to Los Angeles earlier that day and was now in Castaic, which is an unincorporated community located approximately 40 miles north of Los Angeles. Law enforcement then began to review surveillance footage from local motels and were able to find video of Peischer and the young girl entering a room at the Roadway Inn Motel. When law enforcement arrived at the motel, they encountered Peischer. The authorities also found the victim, identified in the complaint as minor victim 1, hiding in the bathroom. They also found bottles of lubricant on a nightstand, a knife, several razor blades, and bloody tissues. They also found a boarding pass for Peischer's flight from Philadelphia to Los Angeles. In addition to that, near Peischer's cell phone, they also found a Faraday bag, commonly used to block electronic signals. The girl told law enforcement that a female had driven her and Peischer to the hotel when he then cut her several times with a knife on her left and right forearms for approximately 15 minutes. He then had sexual intercourse with her, even though she said that she didn't want to. The girl also allegedly said that during intercourse, Peischer repeatedly choked her to the point that she couldn't speak. The girl also revealed that Peischer's plan was for them to go to the top of a big motel and jump off together. So the suicide note was definitely not a bluff. All right, those are the details of the crime, but here's where things get really pale. Based on a review of the content of the victim's smartphone and Peischer's own online activities, law enforcement believes that Matthew Peischer is associated with NVE ideology. NVE stands for Nihilistic Violent Extremist, which the feds call a growing threat to American families. That means white, of course, and one of the most twisted and disturbing ideas to crawl out of the internet. Feds describe nihilistic violent extremists as individuals who engage in criminal conduct within the United States to further goals that derive mainly from a hatred of society and a desire to bring about its collapse by sowing indiscriminate chaos.
Barbaric savage, real.
That sounds like these little white supremacists running around who call themselves accelerationist. You know, they call themselves that because, as far as they're concerned, American society has too many non-white people in it, and it has too many black people with rights. So American society is going to collapse, but they want to go ahead and accelerate that collapse while whites are still the majority. And as they see it, they will be able to reassert their dominance from cover of chaos. Every time there's some sort of large, wide-scale natural disaster in the United States, that's why you always have these stories of these white supremacists, many of them in the police departments, who are shooting at people, particularly black people. That's where this stuff comes from. As far as these guys are concerned, that's practice for the big show. That's where this NVE ideology draws from. The authorities also said these individuals often work as part of a network, such as the violent sexploitation group called 764. These violent online groups have allegedly abused hundreds of mostly female minor victims worldwide, according to Homeland Security. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's cyber tip line received more than 1,300 reports related to those online groups in 2024 alone. The criminal complaint against Peischer also details the nature of NVEs, including the 764 group. NVEs often target vulnerable individuals, including minors, and frequently use social media platforms to share child sexual abuse material or gore material, or to groom victims who are committing acts of violence. NVEs and their members frequently extort or blackmail victims into complying with NVE demands, which vary but may include self-mutilation, online and in-person sexual acts, harm to animals, sexual exploitation of siblings and others, acts of violence and threats of violence, suicide, and even murder. Now, is anyone surprised that this creep Peischer came from one of these online sewers? Discord, 4chan, Reddit. Now, if any of these were black-owned or black-oriented, the feds would have already brought a case against the owners long ago. These are basically terrorist operations operating in cyberspace. These places are toilets, full and overflowing with crap. And you know this inbred-looking neo-Neanderthal was hanging out in the most racist places on Discord. The white media doesn't have to give details on that. We have more than enough examples from people just like him to know that's exactly what he's been doing. It's no coincidence that white supremacists have infested the internet since the days when it was a bunch of BBS boards back in the 1980s. Now, this Matthew Peischer character has since been charged only with travel with intent to engage in illicit sexual conduct. That's it. He faces up to 30 years in prison if convicted, but once again, white privilege has kicked in. He groomed this 13-year-old child before she turned 13. He then violated this child, mutilated her, and since he used a Faraday bag, that to my mind constitutes kidnapping because he deliberately wanted to make sure that if she tried to use a cell phone to call for help, or if someone tried to use her GPS signal for her phone to locate her, then the phone wouldn't work. And yet all the feds are throwing at him is merely intent to engage in illicit sexual conduct. Not even that he had done it, even though he did, but instead they're saying, well, he intended to. He hadn't actually done it, right? This is an important thing to note because the white media and white society's favorite narrative these days is that Jeffrey Epstein got away with what he did because he had a ton of money. That's the favorite line they like to use. Well, that's only these rich guys who do this stuff. But as I and others in the Blacc media have documented for you for decades, there's mountains of monsters out there who have done the exact same things that Epstein was convicted for. In fact, things Epstein wasn't convicted of. And unlike Epstein, these other creeps didn't even see the inside of a prison cell. But none of them was wealthy or even rich. What they were was the recipients of white privilege. And in this country, the laws are color-coded. The judges will sit in open court and tell the victims of these rapists that they don't want to ruin the lives of the rapists. And then these same corrupt judges will claim to be so even-handed with the sentences they hand down, when in reality, their rulings depend entirely on the color of the person who's on trial. And all the racist genetic dead-enders out there can get mad at me for pointing this out. But if the racists who infest the judicial system obeyed the law and stuck to it, well, then a lot of these whiners in the comments section would be in prison. That's what. That's why this happened. And of course, we all have to notice that this guy had a Faraday bag with him. What that tells me is clearly he was getting advice from all these reprobates that he cavorts with online. That's what it is. Wow, these kind of animals run in virtual packs, and they love to go ahead and trade, swap tips with each other about the best way to kidnap people, the best way to make sure that you neutralize people's communication devices so that you got them completely isolated. That's what they do. They sit around practicing this stuff. They sit around fantasizing about it. They sit around just devising ways of, oh, when I kill somebody, this is how I'd like to do it. So let me go ahead and prepare in my mind before I go ahead and do it for real. That's what happens in white supremacist culture. And you know, the behavior of this Peischer creep reminds me of another degenerate, that racist judge from the Dylan Roof trial, Benjamin Gosnell, who in open court said that Dylan Roof and his family were the real victims of the Mother Emanuel Church massacre. Gosnell, you'll recall, has since been indicted for having violated a child, among other demonic crimes. And they found out that this disgraced racist judge had been online, just like Dylan Roof, just like this Peischer individual. And in one conversation with a fellow pedophile, Gosnell planned to visit the man in Florida, where the two of them had already set up to jointly rape and torture the infant son of a family member of the other man. The court filings also said that Gosnell was romantically involved with this pedophile too. So we got degeneracy on top of degeneracy. These creeps are online organizing child rape rings. This is the culture of white supremacy. This is white supremacist culture. You have a grown man hunting for preteen victims on the internet and a former judge who is engaged in every type of evil imaginable against babies. This is white supremacy. Man. This is what we're fighting against, and this is why they cannot be changed. Of course, they're bestial animals toward black people. Look at what these racists do against their own children. And this Peischer creep, he is a devious little scumbag, but sadly, he's not unique. He's quite typical in this regard. I suppose we should count our blessings, though. For this degenerate, it was either this or go shoot up a school. You know that was his plan B. His kind will always be counted on for that. And of course, we have to add that the place where this typical mayhem took place has a population of around 19,000 people. This was not some huge urban center. The suburbs, the rural areas, that's where this kind of carnage takes place because the white media does not dare ask any questions that might embarrass the dominant society. And because of that, they have their children disappearing left and right, or their bodies being found mutilated somewhere, or they wind up striking up an online friendship with some demonic, psychopathic 4chan Reddit Discord user who talks them into mutilating themselves and then running off secretly with them for what turns out to be a murder-suicide plot, with them as the murder victim. This is satanic. This is evil. This is white supremacy. And it's the kind of thing that the white media doesn't want you to know about, because how many of them have been found in the Epstein files? How many of them glorify people like this Peischer character? How many of them are good friends with the Benjamin Gosnells of this world?
And I like to
Black
continue
parents in
this
particular, you need
conversation
to
if
be
you
aware
can grow a
of what their
spine.
children are doing online
And
and who they're talking to. This is not a game.
I'm not
These
a
white
hater,
supremacist
brother. Okay,
groups
whom are you
organized
referring
online are
from?
always trying to find some new way to trick somebody.
Why
Who
you
are they
got your
hunting for?
trouble
Let's find some
vaccine
sort
on?
of forum that deals with people wrestling with mental illness, and let's try to find the youngest person there. There is nothing that these white supremacists will not take and twist and pervert into a tool of their degeneracy. And while the so-called authorities are actually dedicated to protecting reprobates like this, you need to make sure that if you're a Black parent or even grandparent, like in this story, you are dedicated to protecting your Black children. And that's this week's Saturday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Suleiman Alaji, Alice Ransom, E-Rock, Matthew Liggins, and D. Sherrod. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay, Professor Black Truth. Brother Che, do you see this comment
So
here,
time,
man?
of course,
Yeah, I seen that shit. We ain't got time for that bullshit, Shabaka. The motherfucker was asking. He was asked to respond.
And he didn't. Show him the door.
You have to go.
Show him the door.
What are your thoughts on that degenerate troglodyte behavior?
Brother Che is making my stomach turn. The rage inside of me, man. That troglodyte savage that did to that child, I would like to get him alone, and I will do horrible and terrible things to him. And I'm going to leave it at that. Those are all acts that are wrong within themselves. So you got acts against law, statutes. Then you have acts that are wrong within themselves. And those are definitely acts that are wrong within themselves. Now, the female that probably bastard, was probably on some type of narcotics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When she conceived his ass. You see what I'm saying? And, oh, man. And they say that everybody should turn in their guns, okay? Just like the mayor of Sacramento, we talked about that a few years back, Kevin Johnson. We're going to give you, turn in your guns, and we're going to give you, what do you say, $50 in food stamps or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
See, they always are talking about disarming the Black community. You see what I'm saying? That's what that Mulford Act was in California was about. They say.
Yeah.
So Donald Fuller, our co-executive producer said, man, you up out of here. So therefore, man, I have to back his decision. You know what I'm saying? And plus that, Donald Fuller, you're a damn buster anyway, man. You don't want to have no sensible conversation, motherfucker. You want to come up here and talk bullshit.
Right.
Like Trey said, we ain't got time for that.
To come up here and voice your opinion, and you did not hit the link, and if Shabaka kept asking you questions, you refused to answer the questions. You have we've been on for what, 5 hours? You have 5 hours
going on
questions.
Yeah.
No. So you got to go.
Yeah, and Brother Che, let's end it at the 5-hour mark, and anything we didn't miss, let's put it on the other on the next show, man, to save data, because I'm still trying to get some more data, and I'm going through a headache with it. Okay, First Class Citizen, is that Kevin Johnson, the former?
Yes.
Yeah. Kevin Johnson, who used to be the mayor of Sacramento. Yeah, he used to play for the Phoenix Suns, I believe. And then he's going to sit up here and talking about, we're going to give you $50 to turn in your guns. Okay, but I noticed that they don't go to these damn racist white supremacists with that bullshit. The National Rifle Association backs them up. Second Amendment. They say.
Yeah. I remember
they
don't want that shit here in Denver, too.
Yeah, but they want Black people to be disarmed.
Mm-hmm. That's what Black
Joe. I mean? Yeah, and which Black Joe is right about. You know what I'm saying? They always want us to be disarmed. And then you got Black people who are law-abiding citizens. You see what I'm saying? And then, like, look what they did to Philando Castile. Look what they did to Corinne Gaines, man. I mean, the list just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Our girl there, Breonna Taylor, you know, she's in bed with her man.
Here, African Diaspora News Channel 11-8.
Go ahead, Shabaka. Yeah, RIP to Breonna Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. So up here, law-abiding citizens who are Black, but yet though racist white supremacy is afraid of this. So which means is that you racist white supremacists are a bunch of fucking hypocrites. Just admit it. All you motherfuckers got to do is say that you are hypocrites, and I will shut the fuck up.
That's too much like right. They're not gonna do that.
Well, to quote you, brother Che, in a perfect world.
In a perfect world, no stress, no.
Yeah, you see, and I mean, damn. Okay, first class citizen is asking who is the mayor. Oh yeah, he was the mayor of Sacramento.
Yeah, he was the mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck him. Trying to open up a restaurant out here, and he bailed immediately. He had a whole not even opening, but a grand announcement of him opening the fixings out here in 5 Points here in Denver, and then that motherfucker bailed.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. See, they strangle us economically. They strangle us politically. You see what I'm saying? Okay. But we ain't supposed to say nothing about it. What's that there that Malcolm X said? They want us to suffer
peacefully.
They want us to suffer peacefully.
Yeah.
You know, and then, woo, man, I just don't know what to say.
They shoot you up with Novocaine, they get to pulling that too, Shabaka.
Yeah.
And you be like, no, I was about to start fighting the motherfucker when he pulled my tooth. I was like, oh, hell no.
Oh, man, you ought to saw me, man, when I had my wisdom teeth pulled, man. They had to cut it out, man. I was in so much fucking pain, man, for about 5 days.
Yeah, I went through that too, Shabaka, but this was more recent than that when I had this tooth pulled.
Right, yeah. And I went through that, Brother Che, when I was younger than you, but I still remember that pain, boy. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, brother, you had my sympathy on that, man.
Yeah, I had my wisdom's taken out at 20, and then almost 20 years later, I lost a tooth.
Yeah, well, I've lost a few other teeth, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and so and then what we try to do, we try to be respectful to you other groups. You know what I'm saying? We definitely appreciate all of our supporters. Please hit that PayPal, you know, to keep this platform up, the Shabaka Fund. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, oh boy, that's Alex Bryant. But I'll probably discuss this on the continuation tomorrow after Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. It's a very long clip. So I'm going to move to the next topic, which is Deon Cole's NAACP joke sparks debate.
Oh, okay. Lisa again?
Yep, Lisa again. Lisa been.
Well, I like looking at Lisa.
All kinds of videos lately.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 Tribes on Health.
Well, the NAACP Awards was just a few days ago.
Oh my God, stop.
2026.
Just stop.
And the host was Deon Cole, a comedian. And towards the end, he did a joke.
That mug started another account, Shabaka. Definitely.
Who that?
Valor.
Oh man, okay.
About what happened at BAFTA and Tourette's syndrome. Well, white people took offense to it. They were offended and thought the joke was inappropriate. Now, who are we talking about here? The same white people that have mocked us all throughout history, mocked our deaths, mocked us being tortured, mocked us being, arrested by cops without even doing anything wrong. We had to endure your corny, racist jokes.
Yeah.
and all kinds of things. But this one joke is the most offensive thing you ever heard. If you don't go somewhere and sit down,
exactly,
for real, for real,
bullshit.
So y'all, I'm gonna let y'all listen to this joke. It is, yeah, monkey references and everything else. And remember, they used to even joke about sickle cell. Black people get sickle cell. I remember that too. So don't come to us talking about somebody got a sickness and we shouldn't mock it when that's all y'all done throughout history.
Exactly.
That's all you've done.
That's all they done, Lisa.
Man, you can miss us all
right
with how offended you are. You know, I think what really ticks y'all off is we did not accept what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And many in our community demanded an apology. We don't care if that man got Tourette's. A lot of people got Tourette's, but they're not running around screaming out the N-word.
Right.
And like they said, he did not yell out until those two black brothers got up on the stage.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that's when he became real vocal. Now, if he was so out of control, how come he didn't do that when anybody else was on the stage? It says a lot. And even with Tourette's syndrome, you usually repeat things that you say in your normal life. So obviously this man was saying those kind of things. That didn't come from nowhere. So anyway, they took online all offended and, oh, I didn't like that joke. Oh, well, get over yourself. Too bad.
Right.
You know, see, they thought this was going to happen and we were just going to be silent and take the high road. Well, that did not happen. All I got to say is y'all need to demolish the high road. The high road is dead. Nobody is taking no high road when you are rude, disrespectful, and racist towards us.
Right.
Ain't nobody taking no high road. The high road should be closed down permanently.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go ahead and share my screen. Yeah, they said they heard him yelling that mess out during the awards. I think I read somewhere where he did it like 4 times. 4 times he yelled it out.
Jesus.
But it's amazing how anybody else got up on that stage, he didn't have not one outburst.
Yeah.
Only when the melanated people showed up, then that's when he just lost all control. Give me a break. All right, y'all, hold on so I can get this up and you can hear this for yourself. I thought it was kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Right, and they didn't even try to edit. You can tell they left that in there on purpose.
Yeah.
How do you edit all this other stuff out, but you did not edit that out? Give me a break.
Right.
Give me a break. And Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, they were at this awards and they were on the stage, you know, because of what happened. They got invited to the NAACP award. And, you know, it was nice seeing them again under better circumstances. All right, y'all. So let's get started.
What is up? How y'all doing, man? Make some noise, man. How y'all doing? That's right. Welcome to the 2026 NAACP Trump Image Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. We had to do that. Yes, he wants his name on everything. I apologize. Yeah, if we didn't do that, we'll go to commercial and come back and an episode of Matlock could be on. So that had to happen. One of the biggest stories in the news right now is those files, though, right? Those files are like everywhere. Everybody talking about them or whatever. But you know, one thing I thought about those files, I knew there wasn't no black people in those files. No, it wasn't no black, because that ain't our thing. You know what I mean? That ain't our thing. We like grown women. You know what I mean? Grown women with a 401k, you know? Women that can fold a fitted sheet, you know? You got to be a special woman to fold a fitted sheet. Some of y'all still balling it up, you rookies. Now, NAACP, I want to do something, all right, a little different. All right? I want to buy a curse word, all right? I know we ain't supposed to curse on their war shows, but I need this to put emphasis on what I'm trying to say, all right? So charge me for this curse word. Here we go.
What happened?
Like fake activists that only care about ableism when it only affects white folks. Don't piss me off. What Don Cole said needed to be said, because people act like intent and impact are two separate things. Pause, and I'm gonna show you the video. The matter is that why am I seeing white people in the comment section saying it's so sad that we're still going through ableism in 2026? Oh, it's so sad. Like, it's nothing funny about disability. Y'all never went this hard about disability before. Y'all do not care about disability. Y'all do not care about disability, because if you only care about disability in the context of Black people being harmed, then you don't really care about disability. If you only want to speak up about disability and Tourette's when Black folks are being disrespected in the media and it's opening up a doorway for other Black people to be disrespected, then you don't care about disability. Because you care about disability, you will be advocating for Black disabled folks, you will advocate for brown disabled folks, you will advocate for all people of color who have Tourette's. You will understand how they're policing the school system. You'll understand all this other stuff. Y'all will understand, you will speak with intersectionality and be like, I understand harm was done, but nothing could be done with his, like, basically you will understand that harm was done, even though it was not intended harm. And you will also understand that a gateway and a door was open for other people to participate in acts of racism by it being shown internationally. You will understand the harm and to the extent that it was done. But no, you want to be a selective activist on ableism only when that, which is bad for people who are disabled, which is still bad for people who are disabled. And you just want to be racist. That's just what it is. And you are limited in your views of how you see stuff. And you have to understand you're not a progressive because you are, quote unquote, not ableist, because you're a selective ableist. You're selectively ableist. And when it's inconvenient for you to be when it's convenient for you to be a pro disability, you say, oh, okay. But when it's inconvenient for you to be pro disability, that's when you can't see it. Right. And the inconvenience is people being Black. The inconvenience is people being poor. The inconvenience is that you're a classist too. Like, I can't deal with this in general, because I feel like folks are just pretending online to have a moral caliber that they do not have. In addition to that, they lack morality and they lack empathy in the same conversation. Why can't you understand that if someone kicks someone and they have like flinching leg syndrome, and I'm not saying that's the thing or not, but that they should still apologize, even if their leg flinches on accident and kicks people? What do you mean? And that the fact that this is like a dumbass conversation that a lot of white folks just can't not even understand or comprehend is insane. And that's just, and it's like they comprehend it. They just want to be racist. It's like, it's no way you should not be able to lack empathy for Black folks. It is no way, unless you're intentionally lacking empathy. You have to turn off something in your brain to lack empathy. And then you have to be, it's a certain type of psychopathy that has to happen for that. To also then empathize with people with disability only selectively. That's crazy.
One thing I'm a big fan of is comedy mixed with truth. And Deon Cole's comedic prayer at the NAACP Awards, top tier. Now, Deon Cole, you did throw shade at Nikki, so we can expect that we're going to have a Twitter rant coming soon. If it hasn't happened already, maybe I missed it because I'm not a Twitter girl. But when I tell you I screamed when Deon Cole said, if there's any white men in the room with Tourette's, read the room. Read the room. And I got to give props to the cameraman for panning to the white men in the room. I screamed. And the fact that people are actually upset about that, I saw one comment that was like, oh, you know, he gets off on making people uncomfortable. Yeah, because the truth makes people uncomfortable. See how that, you see? People get uncomfortable when you start clocking shit for what it is. I'm sorry, I don't give a damn. If it can be aired for the world to hear Black men being called a hard ER, I think anything goes at this point, yeah? So I don't want to hear all that fake ass outrage. I don't want to hear about you being uncomfortable about his jokes. No, well, we're uncomfortable when racism is allowed to be aired on TV, disorder or not.
Right.
Hey, y'all. So I just want to share my thoughts on the NAACP awards that aired on last night. Dion Cole was the host. He is an actor and a comedian. Yeah, I'm repeating that because some of y'all obviously don't know what a comedian is. So he was making some jokes about things that were happening in regards to certain people, certain artists and actors and stuff. And some of y'all in y'all feelings, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. He should not have been praying and mentioning people's names, and you don't play with God. Okay, second of all, y'all wouldn't even have survived in the time of comedians like prior comedians like Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, and Red Fox. A lot of y'all would be in y'all feelings every day. Y'all would be wanting to cancel them all. Like, what are y'all trying to do? Desensitize comedy where nobody can say nothing, everybody feelings hurt, and oh my God, they don't like Black women. Go sit down and go take a nap. That's what it's giving. Go sit down, take a nap, and get your feelings out of your butthole because it just don't make no sense. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. Y'all, everything is an issue. Everything is a problem. And that's what it's giving. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts in the comments, what y'all thought about Dion Cole. I know some of y'all gonna be negative. I'm already expecting it. But yeah, y'all let me know y'all thoughts in the comments.
That your sympathy lies with the white man. But I want you to think about something. Racism and slurs that accompany racism, that's taught. Mr. Davidson was fully diagnosed around the age of 25, 26, I believe. If it was neurological and he truly isn't a racist, one, why did his tick only surface around Black people? Specifically those attached to the movie Sinners. Because the two gentlemen on stage are not the only ones that were on the receiving end of those slurs, specifically from Mr. Davidson. And also, how is something that was taught so instinctive, and how is it involuntary yet targeted? Why are you so quick to allow someone to use a disability as a cover for their obvious and overt racism? Mr. Davidson did something that so many white-bodied individuals have been wanting to do for so long. Scream slurs at melanated people in public. Because if it truly was his disability, he would have quickly apologized. He sits on boards and started a foundation regarding Tourette's syndrome. Wouldn't you think that he would want to use this as a teachable moment and show that he's not a despicable person and that his ailment, his disability does not make him a despicable person? But let's go back to that original thing. How is something that is taught, something that has to be ingrained repetitively into someone, become a neurological condition?
Right.
So Delroy Lindo thanks supporters after British Academy Film and Television Awards nigger word incident at the NAACP Awards.
Okay, so what you saw at the end was Delroy Lindo with Ryan Coogler, the director of Sinners. And yeah, they came out on the stage and, you know, he spoke a little bit about what happened and, you know, he thanked the community for throwing a lot of support. Apparently, a lot of people reached out to Delroy Lindo to support him and, you know, express how awful, you know, that experience had to be for him. But the community really got behind him and he went out on the stage to say thank you. So I thought that was nice how him and Ryan Coogler came out together. That was really pretty cool. So y'all, at the end of the day, screw these people. I'm at the point, and I know many of you are, I don't give a shit about what offends them at this point. I really do not seriously care. They have offended us for centuries.
Right.
I don't give a damn
Well,
about
much.
one night with one joke sending them over the edge. Get over your damn self and move the hell on.
That's right, Lisa.
That's how I sit right now.
Okay,
So y'all,
sister.
I'm going to go
Man,
ahead and conclude. I have my next live at 3:45. I hope to see you then. Thank you so much for your support and your prayers. And my recovery is going nicely. So thank you. And if you're not there, then have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, y'all. So I think we're going to end on that note.
Right. And we've been up here for 5 hours, 10 minutes. And also, too, people, please donate there to the Shabaka Fund. You know, Brother Che got the link up right there. Okay. It's because I'm in a world of shit that I'm trying to get out of, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And what have you, you know? And then this is my last comment. I hope you get your okay, this is Tweety Bird Torino. Okay. This is my last comment. I hope you get your reparations. You could pay me for my 2 relations who died for your freedom. Hey, man, you go fuck yourself, okay? You go fuck yourself, motherfucker, because I had family members, man, that fought in every goddamn war in this country. The fuck you talking about?
Right. Yeah, he got the wrench.
Yeah, man. Yeah. He got bumped upside the head. You know what I mean? I get tired of you assholes coming up here and you don't want to say nothing contributing to the conversation. Don't want to have an honest debate. And one thing that you Sultans are not going to do, you are not going to come up here and tell us our people's history. Because when we tell you about yours, oh, no, you're banned. That's hate speech and all that bullshit. The hypocrisy is real.
Yeah, that was one of them $5 Indian Shabaka. One of them $2 Tontos. We see you, $2 Tonto.
Damn.
All right, Shabaka. So what's your closing statement?
Okay, my closing statement is, man, I'm still going through some algorithm settings right here, you know, with PewTube, you know what I mean? And then I ended the stream off of my social media, you know, to keep it intact. So I'm going to look back at it when I wake up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What have you. And then, like I said, I got to get my ass over here, man, go print out these documents, man, you know, for PewTube and Facebook and all that, because it's a damn book, man. It's like about a 30-page essay they got. You see, man, like Newton said, they make this shit ambiguous where it cannot be understood by the common man, you see? But it's their shit. You see what I mean? And as soon as you come up here and tell these motherfuckers about themselves, oh, that's hate speech, man, and you know, all blah, 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 and all that bullshit. Okay. You know.
Thanks y'all tapping in, me punk ass trolls. This is going to conclude season 6, episode 15, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Make sure y'all join us tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You got the log, Shabaka, is season 11.
Yeah, I got season 15. No, I got season 6, episode 15, part 3.
No, for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, I think it's episode 20.
Okay. So let me put a footnote here. SBEE. Okay. Episode.
Hey, special OG is in the building. Certified salute. Appreciate
Who's
you.
that?
Another one of our B1 codified brothers and sisters.
Oh, special OG. Salute. You know what I'm saying? How you be, special OG? Okay, Cyberdyne, have a good day, family. B1 salute. Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us. And if you all could share this episode far and wide, please do, to get our numbers up, is because this stuff that I'm going through, man, study this stuff to make sure I'm doing it right. Okay, and special OG, peace. Okay, peace to you too, special OG. You know what I'm saying? And please follow the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page on Facebook. You know, it's open to the public. And I spent it.
Shabaka Black Experience Enhanced GoFundMe too, or not the GoFundMe, the Shabaka's Fund.
Yeah, you see. So we can keep it up, man, and bring it back bigger than ever, man, because we put a lot of time. And then also, too, please follow me on Twitter at Shabaka, capital EXP. You know what I'm saying? And because I do try to get, our episodes up there on Twitter, too. But I think what I had to do with old Stinky Bird, Brother Chase, I got to copy and paste the link and put it up there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this stuff is complicated. But however, man, shit, Kemet wasn't built in a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We damn sure ain't gonna talk about Rome.
And America wasn't built in a day either. But we know our
Yeah, exactly.
That's all that matters.
Yep.
Appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. I'll be here all night naming all the people. I appreciate you, Special OG, for coming through. Shout out to Cyberdyne for coming through.
Right.
Class Citizen for coming through. Shout out to Breeze Omega for coming through. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel.
Right.
To Goddess Nobby for coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Master Link for coming through.
Right.
To I think that was a troll.
Okay, and all trolls,
shout out to Proud FBA for coming through.
Okay, and to all you trolls, when you crumb bum on us, please spell our name correctly. Okay, and then when you come back in here with your bullshit and nonsense, you'll get bashed upside your fucking head again.
Shout out to Beamer Bum. I guess that's her name. Shout out to Muhammad L. Appreciate you coming.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out.
Okay, Special OG. Shout out to him. Till next time, fellas. Okay, appreciate you.
G's coming through.
Yep.
To Ralph Lee for coming through.
Right. And who's this scrub up here is talking about it? He lost 2 of his relations who died for our freedom.
That was a $5, $2 Tonto. Coming through.
Always Cool Keezy on the East.
Well,
Breeze Omega. Shout out to our man Crew over there in the shop.
Yes, definitely shout out to Crew, but he didn't come through tonight. Shout out to Lunchies. Appreciate you subscribing. Shout out to Old Man Nick's fan for coming through.
Right.
Yeah, who else is in here?
And then people like Regal and the other trolls.
Algorithm Red. Appreciate you coming through.
Yeah.
Twin always stepping up the room and regulating in the chat. Appreciate you coming.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Jay Militant.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay Militant, even though he didn't come through. Shout out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's it.
Okay, and then of course Dynamite, you know, our man over there in the Carolinas.
Yeah, but I'm talking about people that was actually in the chat.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay. All right, so please hit that fun, okay, because we're trying to, you know, expand this here real wide, you know, that we can, keeping it all positive.
Oh, shout out to Daniel's Berry Sports Highlights. Shout out to Sad.
Yeah.
Shout out to Cosmo.
Oh, yeah.
For coming through. Shout out to Mac 285 for coming through.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mac 285 has always, you know, been supportive of us. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City.
Come on.
7-Eleven. Clack, 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 clack.
Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Or excuse me, today now. Since it's today now. It's Tuesday now.
Yeah.
March 3rd. Join us today, March 3rd at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And then
6 in the West.
Will be
and that there would be 8 p.m. I believe, Brother Che in the East.
Come through, Kahari. I'm about to wrap this thing up.
Yeah. Hey, Kahari, it's always a pleasure, man. Yeah, we've been on here for 5.5 hours, man. You know, so get with us the next time, Kahari. You know, you're always welcome, brother.
Yeah, we definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, what do we got? There's a comment right here that says you are growing.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. I see at 324 sub. Wow. Yeah. Okay, Kahari, it's always a pleasure. Right on, Kahari. And please share it far and wide, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, Shabaka, he's got to bring his ass up to the 21st century, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to update.
So I got a lot of studying to do, you know? Right. And that's right, Brother Che, I'm still black when Black History Month ends. Black history is world history. 365.
And American history. And this is Black History Century, Black History and Black History Year.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I'm out, y'all. Okay. And I got to go have my old man's milk and take my nap and all that old shit.
Yeah, go take your nap, Shabaka.
Yeah, live long enough, Sonny, and be old till time. Don't wait for nobody. I remember way back in 1970. You know what I'm saying? Shit, boy, that's 56 years ago? Damn.
Yeah.
Woo-wee. Okay, I'm out, folks.
Okay, good night, Shabaka.
Okay, have a nice night, Brother Che.
You as well. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode 15, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us tomorrow, or excuse me, today. I keep saying tomorrow, but it's today, for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And then following that, a brand new episode or continuation of season 6, episode 15, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations in Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Money Flooded City. We'll see y'all later. Peace.